Muy buenos días, estamos de vuelta. ¿Cómo de que no? A todos los valedores del casino del tío Salo. Claramente alguien vino a joder mi micrófono. Tiró una parte y se les olvidó por completo arreglarlo. Sé quién es, pero no voy a decir su nombre, ¿no? ¿Cómo están? Espero que estén teniendo un excelente, ¿qué es? Miércoles, diría inicio de semana, pero no es inicio de semana. Acabamos de ver el dato de inflación salir, el CPI en Estados Unidos, y en lo que pongo el micrófono les voy a contar rápidamente. Expectativas están en 2.5% anual y vimos un 2.5% anual cayendo del 2.9% que vimos en la medida pasada. Y en la mensual estamos esperando un 0.03 estamos esperando un 0.02, digo, un 0.02 y nos llegó un 0.03. Honestamente, algo que no tiene nada de sentido, o sea, no debió de haber movido absolutamente nada en este mercado y es básicamente un poco de lo que estamos viendo. Pero antes de empezar, quiero rápidamente dos cosas. Una, vengo regresando de vacaciones. Estoy un poco oxidadón, entonces denme tiempo tantito. Y obviamente ahorita vamos a traer a Alex y a Farhan para empezar esto. Pero antes de todo esto, quiero platicar con usted rapidísimo, antes de meternos a lo del casino, para que todos estemos en la misma página y lo que estamos viendo en los mercados. Muy interesante los movimientos de todo. Pero yo creo que hay mucha gente que está cometiendo muchísimos errores relacionándolo, básicamente usando los mismos indicadores y las mismas relaciones como las usamos antes. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso, no? Porque, ¿qué dices, tío Salo, güey? Lo que estoy diciendo es, cuando la gente voltea a ver al dólar, cuando la gente voltea a ver lo que está haciendo el oro, cuando la gente voltea a ver lo que está haciendo el petróleo, tienen ya una construcción de, güey, si veo que esto sube, esto tiene que bajar, si veo que esto tiene que bajar, esto tiene que subir. Por ejemplo, el dólar, creyendo que el dólar va a ir para abajo. El dólar se tiene que volver más fuerte en este tipo de situaciones cuando volteamos a ver la fotografía grande. Y van a decir, ¿pero cómo? Si vas a bajar los intereses, y estamos viendo que los intereses, en realidad los retornos en los bonos han estado yendo, pero para abajo en picada. Y la gente diría, eso es bueno, eso debería hacer que el mercado esté pompeando. Sí, en el paradigma de antes es correcto, pero en este ya no. Y la razón por qué es porque digamos que el peso y el dólar de verdad nos están diciendo lo que va a pasar, ¿no? Y quiero compartir con ustedes el gráfico del peso con el dólar, que es donde quiero empezar, que es la métrica menos usada de absolutamente todo el mundo y ya saben que es una de mis favoritas, esta relación. Entonces, déjenme comparto la pantalla con ustedes. Ahora, voy a poner la pantalla completa, no creo que tengan que ver mi asquerosa cara. La razón por la que tengo esto circulado es porque aquí tuvimos un cruce, un silver cross a la alza del peso contra el dólar. Eso quiere decir que tiene bastante fuerza para irse para arriba y estamos llegando a los objetivos donde creemos se paró ahorita y muy probablemente vaya a continuar esta tendencia a la alza. O sea, no se ha ni tomado un respirito para retestear el 9, por lo que probablemente nos dice que esto va para arriba. Ahora, ¿por qué esto es importante? Esto fue lo que nos dijo desde abril que el mercado había topado básicamente y empujó para arriba el precio del peso dólar. Eh, Obviamente los índices pudieron subir tantito y vimos uno que otro que sí llegó a ser nuevos máximos históricos desde abril hasta ahora, pero estamos viendo que no están pudiendo superar esos y están ahora retesteando a ver si van a volver a romperlo o si no. Pero esta relación es muy importante en mi punto de vista por una simple y sencilla razón porque esto es un carry trade que existe, que por alguna razón, y normalmente cuando los indicadores no son vistos ni platicados por todo el mundo, son cuando son más efectivos, porque no todo el mundo los está viendo, no todo el mundo los toma en serio, pero el peso dólar no falla. ¿Y qué nos dice el peso dólar? El peso dólar nos dice esto. Estados Unidos dijo, el dólar no va a pagarte tanto como el peso, vamos a poner todo nuestro dinero en México para que el peso se va a apreciar, los retornos del peso, que son 11%, nos los vamos a llevar y cuando sea el momento correcto, vamos a flipear eso y vamos a traernos ese dinero de vuelta a Estados Unidos. Y eso es un poco donde estamos parados ahorita, lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Mucha gente dirá, no, esto es porque el gobierno de México está a punto de eliminar básicamente todas estas partes de la Constitución y no va a haber de verdad democracia y bla, 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 nos vamos a convertir en Venezuela. Pero entonces, ¿eso lo sabía el peso dólar desde cuándo fue? ¿Desde abril? No, o sea, literalmente no. Cuando empezamos a ver que el peso dólar hizo ese subidongo que se fue a 18 y bajó, les dije, esto no es Esto no me suena a que fue un error de trading de un día, sobre todo cuando estás viendo Forex, que son intercambio de monedas, tan agresivo. Eso nos está diciendo que algo está roto y que algo se rompió y que algo están esperando. Y es simplemente grandes pools de capital, ¿no? Entrando, saliéndose de México y entrando a Estados Unidos. Y la gente lo toma personal diciendo, güey, es la situación que está pasando en México. No, es la situación que está pasando en el mundo. Voltea a ver a Alemania, voltea a ver a Europa, voltea a ver a Japón. Todo el mundo está en recesión. Todos, 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 todos. Menos nosotros. Gracias al cielo, todo está bien. Y yo sé que han anunciado esta es una de mis headlines favoritos que existe en el mundo, que fue, Estados Unidos no está en recesión, solamente los ciudadanos están, pero Estados Unidos no. Ah, ok, bueno. Y la economía es simplemente cómo los ciudadanos usamos básicamente nuestro dinero, cómo lo gastamos o no lo gastamos. Eso es básicamente lo que estamos estudiando. Entonces, a fin de cuentas, lo que esto nos dice es que la cosa está empezándose a pelar en Estados Unidos. Ahora nos están prometiendo que van a bajar tipos, todo esto, buenísimo. La próxima semana, el miércoles, Jerome Powell, el día 18 me parece que es, nos va a decir cuánto van a bajar los tipos. Con esta lectura del CPI acabamos de ver que la posibilidad de que cortaran 50 puntos básicos se fue al nabo, pero también los datos son falsos. Estamos viendo un gráfico de desempleo que es brutal, que está literalmente haciendo algo que solamente hace cuando va a explotar al doble, triple, al cuádruple. Y eso nos dice, junto con la idea de que McDonald's no está haciendo dinero, junto con la idea de que ningún negocio está haciendo dinero y que están viendo hasta los bancos decir, vamos a hacer menos dinero por trading, ¿no? Porque la gente no va a tradear tanto, estás viendo bajones de 7% en JP Morgan, cosas así, y la gente no comprende por qué. Y la historia es que la gente no va a tradear tanto, este no es un buen entorno para tradear. ¿De qué estás hablando? Es el mejor entorno para tradear de la historia, padre. Entonces, ¿dónde vas a empezar a perder dinero? Empieza a ver la economía alentarse, empieza a ver ya los efectos recesivos en todos lados. Estamos platicando también con amigos que producen ropa para nosotros y que también producen ropa para otros y nos dijeron, ustedes son los que más nos han pedido últimamente. Y la razón por qué es porque creamos productos básicos para todo el mundo, que son más caros porque son más finos, pero no estamos creando un nuevo producto, no estamos en esa moda rápida. Tenemos un producto flagship que son los nuevos vestidos, ¿no? Véanme hablar de vestidos. Y del otro lado tenemos nuestros básicos, que es lo que todo el mundo usa todo el tiempo. Tenemos una gran cantidad de usuarios que son de clientes que son repetidos. Más del 70% de nuestros clientes son repetidos. Entonces, para nosotros ha sido un excelente mercado. Y mismo ayer Belén se sentó conmigo y me dijo, no me había ido tan bien desde el 2020 y es más o menos el tipo de entorno en el que estamos en este momento. Entonces, la gente está esperando que cuando bajen tipos, el retorno de los bonos simplemente baje y todo el mercado suba y el dólar se debilite. El dólar no se debilita en estas situaciones. ¿Por qué? Y es por eso que el dólar peso nos dice por adelantado. ¿Por qué no se debilita? Porque cuando todo el mundo entra en recesión, ahorita la cosa más atractiva que va a existir, la mayor, y sobre todo con la incertidumbre política, geopolítica, con las guerras, etcétera, es la gente se va al dólar. Y es cuando ves al dólar poniéndose más fuerte. Y ahorita vamos a platicar de este análisis. Pero sin más ni más, estamos listos para esto. Vamos a empezar con el casino, como de que no, ya saben, pídanos qué exactamente quieren ver y vamos a darle para adelante. I'm going to bring the boys now on para que estemos listos. All right, a ver quién está listo de este lado. Alex, you with me?
Yo, what up, man?
How are you?
Doing good. How you doing?
Good. Is Farhan just hiding from me because I haven't talked to you guys in like a week? What's going on?
No, you should be on stage, I thought.
No, he's on stage. I think he might have just ran to the bathroom or something. And I'm sorry, people didn't know that. How's it going? How's everything that you're looking at going right now?
It's been an interesting week. With the after the J-hole meeting, I mean, markets have just been kind of digesting that. We had CPI today. It's interesting to see how the dollar is reacting to this overall news. I'm on the bias and I'm expecting a bullish dollar. I know we talked about that. Today kind of gives an nice feel for that, in my opinion, because not much has changed. I mean, the report, the reading, there's not much that has changed. And overall, the dynamics of the market is Bitcoin still looks weak. Nvidia looks weak. That has implications across the board. So, I mean, that's kind of where my reasoning is on taking a nice short that we gave to the community a few days ago. I do think that right now is just the time to be defensive. Even if we're wrong on the short, it's better to still not fight the trend. And currently the trend on Bitcoin is down. And it's an interesting point to bring up, because when we see Bitcoin selling off, right, oftentimes the higher risk assets sell off first, and then we see the follow through at the indices and whatnot. Is this what we're seeing now? Unsure, but all I can say is, yeah, very interesting week ahead.
I think the Nvidia chart is one of my favorites right now, because if Nvidia was able to carry the market up, why can Nvidia be the one carrying the market down? And if you're looking at Nvidia and what's going on the charts and behind the scenes, it kind of seems like it does want to go down, especially with that fresh silver cross that we just discussed too. So it's to me very strange that people are like, all right, it doesn't matter now, we can move on to the next thing. What is the next thing? And there's not a new narrative either. Have you seen like a new narrative of anything? See, I told you. I told you, I've seen that
guy. Anyways, yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, right, markets have been in the environment where when we dump 2, 3, 4% on Bitcoin in stocks, anything, buy the dip, wait a few days, and you'll be massively up. I think there's a shift happening right now. I don't think that playbook that's been working all year is going to work anymore. I think that what's going to happen is you're going to see anytime we have a major Bitcoin dip, you're often seeing funding rates spike. You're seeing open interest go to the positives. And you're seeing aggressive longs take positioning because everyone wants to be a hero right now and catch the bottom. What up, Aaron?
My bad, boys. I was like, why am I not showing up? And then I realized I'm retarded and my camera was not plugged in.
Oh, well, it happens to the best of us, dude. It happens to the best of us. How are you?
I'm good. How was your trip?
It was awesome. Awesome. I'll send you guys some terrible pictures very soon.
My brother, Farn, do you want to close the shade real quick?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, we were just, it's like you listened to what I said before, and you literally just got into it, where I was telling people, this is a market where you can't read it like we did a year ago. This, like, now when you see bonds coming down, that's not bullish for the market right now. Like bond yields coming down, that's not bullish for the market anymore. What you're seeing in the price action of gold, it's actually kind of terrifying when you're looking at the dollar taking a reversal, and everybody thinks the dollar is going lower. Everybody's like on the narrative that the BRICS is going to dethrone the dollar, and all of these things are going to happen. They're going to lower rates, and therefore the dollar is going to come down. But if they lower rates across the board, which they're doing, right, the dollar is not anymore relatively speaking to others, getting weaker than other currencies, which is what the DXY is. And this is why when the dynamics start to change and we're looking at, all right, what was the narrative that took the market up? It was artificial intelligence. It was technology. And what's happening to those companies? And you look at the charts and you're like, this is not looking that great anymore. And the fact that we actually try to do another all-time high in most things, in some like of the major indexes, and we couldn't. And instead of doing a higher high, we did a lower high so far. It's making me think that this is a change of paradigm. And because I mean, I exited stocks a very long time ago. It was I said it publicly. And I haven't gotten back in, and I'm still way, way above in every single one of those exits than where they are right now and where they have been lately. So I just think everything looks different. What about you, boys?
Yeah, I basically agree with you right now. I'm waiting to see how the market reaction is to the rate cuts, because I feel like it's not going to be that vertical climb that everybody's expecting. I feel like whenever they first start cutting rates, we're probably going to dip pretty hard.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think rates actually, because the spread actually becomes wider. This is something that people are not expecting either. It's just that I'm old as fuck and I like to look at really boring stuff that no one cares, like gives a shit about. But when you're looking at bond yields, when they drop rates, you would imagine that, all right, the spread is going to reduce because now the bond yields are going to catch up with whatever is going on right now. But instead they drop even more because they're go ahead.
No, just like in my opinion right now, markets are really just flatline thinking in the sense that for example, Bitcoin, everyone just looks at Dixie and Bitcoin. Oh, Dixie looks bearish, so Bitcoin should go up, but they totally negate the fact that we've been kind of decorrelated with Dixie going up or down and risk on doesn't catch a bid. that will change. And so when Dixie does go up, generally speaking, this is what we saw around 2022, it's going to be paying for Bitcoin. But the first step. The second step is, and people don't even look at tether dominance.
None.
Okay, it's ridiculous, which is looking extremely bullish, mixed in with Coinbase, which looks like death right now, sprinkled in with a little bit of stocks, and they're potentially putting in a lower high across the board, potentially, while Nvidia is looking bad, while policy is changing, while trend went from an uptrend on the weekly to a downtrend on Bitcoin. You know, where most go wrong, in my opinion, is they're too slow to understand a trend shift. And in my experience, you know, you can make the most amount of money being early to the trend shift. And what you don't want to do is be late while, you know, we've all positioned, we've all prepared for this. We then get that nuke. And then that's when everyone starts positioning for, let's say, shorts. That's the mindset you don't want to be in. And in trading, you have to be really, really, really flexible. And just like water, you need to be fluid in the sense that, you know, what worked last year, the beginning of this year, is not going to work again, in my opinion. There's a shift in structure, and we see this on like crypto Twitter, on just like the forums I'm in. People are too, like, they're not understanding that aspect yet. They will eventually, and the only way to get people to understand is through a big red dildo, in my opinion. But
There's no lube,
right?
None.
But as of right now, people are totally blindsided. It seems obvious to us, right? But then, like, no one looks at the peso versus the dollar. No one's looking at yields. And to me, it's just really obvious. And right now is a great time to be defensive. Really good time to be defensive.
Yeah.
And my bad. One thing that a lot of people are missing with the Dixie correlation is, when Dixie was going up, sure, Bitcoin wasn't going up, but stocks were. Bitcoin didn't follow stocks. Like usually, sometimes it doesn't follow it to the upside. But when Dixie starts going up, stocks are going to go down, and Bitcoin is most definitely going to follow stocks at the downside.
Yeah, and also the narrative, right? Like, especially when we get to Bitcoin, it's very simple. Like now, I feel like we've been doing this for, I mean, myself, I've been learning by falling off the bike so much, right? That I've learned. And what I've learned is just look at what the narrative is. And the narrative, when we hit a top on Bitcoin, was there's mass adoption, there's celebrities supporting it, there's a country that just took it, there's more people coming in. And now we got to another peak when Donald Trump was selling us all on the fact that Bitcoin's going to be the shit, and now that he's going to use it as a reserve also for the for the monetary system and all that. Like, they're literally repeating the same things, and people are not realizing that it's just like the same type of news. And the same thing with bottoms. When everybody goes, "Oh, this is dead." Like the dollar right now, that's another big trend in front of all of us, which is everyone thinking the BRICS is going to kill the dollar. Now that they're going to drop interest rates, the dollar is going to come down. And this is where we started chatting last week, and we're like, nah, dude, I think dollar's going up. The DXY is going to go up, and I think we're there. So I think,
and I agree with you 100%. And like most look at Dixie, but they don't look at Euro, which is the highest weighted foreign currency to Dixie in the basket of currencies that it's measured by. Euro's not looking the best. It actually is deviating. My meme line looks like it wants more downside. That's implicated for Dixie. You know, it's funny to me because bulls have a very just anything that fits bulls, perma bulls narratives. They'll run with it. They don't want to like talk about the elephant in the room, which is you're 100% right. We had literal president candidates talking about Bitcoin. We have senators who want to make a reserve with Bitcoin. We have celebrities. We had news talking about Bitcoin to 100K. Everyone talked about 100K again. It totally reminded me of 2021 when my Uber driver in Asia, maybe not in the States, but in Asia, is whipping out the trading views and showing me EMA lines and talking about cross. And I'm like, oh my God, we have topped. And we are only at 73K. We've topped. This is it. And we in Fart talked about this. And then we mega dumped in Tokyo. And I believe right in that Iran attacking Israel, I think there was a shift there. I think that the moment things shifted, people are de-risking. And now we have Bitcoin selling off, down 2% on the day. Our short is massively printing. And right now is the perfect time to just understand this shift, because if we're still early, I know people look at Bitcoin from 70s and it's at 56. In my opinion, we haven't even seen the real move down.
Oh, and can I say something? Can I add something else? When people say something can drop below a certain value, That's what he does, right? And
Yeah,
everybody's like, I don't think now with the ETFs, it's impossible that Bitcoin can drop below $50,000. It's literally impossible. There's like all these signs sprinkled everywhere, but I think you always want to get to the charts.
Bitcoin's
Absolutely.
can't drop below $50,000. Hold my cerveza.
Hold my coronas, motherfuckers. Let's do this. All right.
Cool. Let's dive right into it.
The first one people want to get into, and we'll do Bitcoin whenever we get to Bitcoin,
Perfect.
is peso dollar, which finally people are starting to ask about this. Whoever of you guys want to do that, and the next one would be Tesla.
I'll do Tesla.
Sounds good.
Let me whip out my peso dollar. It's hard to find it.
USD MXN. And on the weeklies, there's some.
Or I can do it. I can do it. I already have it pulled up.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah,
I have a chart on it. No, I have a chart. I have a chart on it.
Yeah. I mean, we've done this before.
No, I have it. Yeah. There's just so many pairs on so many different exchanges. Let me see. Perfect. Okay. Let's analyze this, because keep in mind, guys, like I've been in markets for a long time, and I spent all my days and hours watching things. And this was basically Alejandro's the first person to ever talk about this, which I think is very interesting, because if you do back test this and relate it back to all the other times, it's highly, highly interesting to see the correlation with this and risk on. Okay, so cool. So as of right now, I'm going to go to the monthly chart, and keep in mind, we've been looking at this. I did a quick just range. With Forex, you don't really need to overthink it. It often just trades in ranges. The top is like a mid-range, and then this is like the extremity high. And okay, so let's see what's going on now. So this monthly chart's looking quite good to me. We can see here that the 9 is freshly crossing the 21. This is basically a foreseen event of a silver cross to the upside. If I go and throw my 34 off and throw on the 55, we can see just how close it is to silver crossing. Very close. Currently, we would need basically to go up a little more for this 21 to go above the 55. The fact that we have a fresh cross of the 9 now going above the 21 on a monthly is extremely interesting to see. If we go back and relate this chart, and let's just quickly see here, when the first time basically the monthly 9 went above the 21. Let's see if we can real fast see that. Let's see here, right here.
Look at that.
So as soon as this monthly 9 got above the 21, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this so we don't lose it. It was right basically here is when the cross happened. You know, this is interesting to me. Right here and right here, we can see that big moves have occurred when this monthly 9 crosses above the 21. 54%. This one right here from just, let's say, the first rejection, 19%. This is a big thing to see in the chart right now, especially on a monthly. We go and take a look at BBWP. It's basically confirming to us that momentum is strong. The volatility is breaking out, so it's not corrective, it's more expanding. And it is getting more to the extreme levels, but very much like what we saw here in April of 2020, it can go to extremes and then stay in extremes for a while. And we are now just approaching slight extreme levels, but this still can go up a lot more. And this is a monthly, so it takes a lot more time to develop. That has implications for the peso. To me, right now, we can see here really clearly. As soon as we got this monthly closure back above $18.53, what had happened? Well, we dumped into this meme line, retested this EMA 100, this green line, while also backtesting the meme line. Keep in mind, this was steady resistance for a few months, but backtesting this is strong to me. This solidifies the support. You're now getting the 9 pressing up on support at 1853, solidifying the actual support at this zone here. This is a major zone for the peso right here, this green line. As long as we're above it while we're crossing, meaning the 9's crossing above the 21, we have, in my opinion, a free move to $22. Now, this will take time. It's maybe not will happen in 1 week. But as you can see here, the reaction, as soon as we reclaimed this green line and we consolidate and we base, it gave us a free ride straight to this $22. Here as well. Reclaimed it, consolidated, straight line to the 22. This actually rose a little more. But the idea is here, we should be seeing $22 within the next coming weeks, in my opinion. And if we go to the weekly here, I think it gives us a better view, in my opinion. You know, this weekly here is very strong. We see it's getting supported through and through by the 9, which is exactly what we want. And even if we lose the weekly 9, not on a closing, but just under, wick below, we still have support on this 21 here, perfectly lining up with this 1853. That's 2 time frames, high time frames, showing me on the EMAs that this 1853 is a crucial level. It's also a welcoming sign that we now are above the weekly EMA 100. You know, price doesn't like to basically sustain rallies above this EMA 100, right? If we go here, this was quickly deviated. Here, this was quickly deviated as well. It reclaims it 1-2 weeks, slaps down, right? Reclaims it, and then 1-2 weeks sells down. So here's a little different because we reclaimed it and we've already had multiple weeks above. That's a shift, in my opinion. That's what you
check
want
out your 55.
And then, yeah, let's check that out. So then, like, let me throw that on, and you can see here fresh silver cross, beautiful silver cross right here. You know, it's interesting to see this because on all time frames, right, weekly, monthly, looking bullish. And if the weekly is silver crossed and the monthly is giving us that bullish cross, that 4 scenes of silver cross, you know, I think it's not dumb to assume that the monthly probably will silver cross if it gets a little higher up in 20s. This is strong. So, like, let me see here. So this crossing up so far has resulted from cross in a nice 14% move. You know, it's hard to find when these silver crosses occur. Like the last one we truly had that was sustained is right here. And this is the one I was talking about on the monthly, right? The monthly 9 crossed above the 21. And then we silver crossed here. And then after silver crossing, this from wick high rejection was a 32% increase. Now, just out of curiosity, because we're seeing that 30 to 25% move come about a lot, I'm curious to see where that would take us. So at a 24% move here, that would take us directly to that $22 level. And I do find it interesting. Now, so far, USD and the peso is essentially really strong. That's the point I'm trying to give out here. It's extremely strong. This has implications for Dixie, in my opinion.
Well, this is what's interesting about this, because Dixie, the dollar was coming down hard for a long time. And then because this is the peso losing value against the dollar. So if it goes up, the dollar is getting stronger against the peso, but the dollar was getting weaker against everything else. So this is why this is a very different scenario from all, like looking at the euro against the dollar, looking at the pound against the dollar. This is a very different scenario. And this is why I use it as a leading indicator and just hasn't like basically failed, because this is telling you this is another type of carry trade that's happening where people are pulling a lot of money, and especially it feels like American institutions went into the peso. Peso against dollar came down, which means the dollar lost value against it. The peso got stronger. But meanwhile, while the peso was getting stronger, it was also paying you 11% a year compared to the dollar that was only paying you 5.5% or 5%, depending on where you caught it. So this is very different.
It is. You know, and I don't even think the peso's weighted against the Dixie in the sense of, and I could be wrong, but I don't think it's in the basket of assets that it's weighted against. So you're right. It is different, you know, and right now, when we see this fib retracement, we're pressing against the 236. Massive area. We can see here we had business around this golden pocket zone. Once it got reclaimed, we've been basically up only. And we even back tested this beautifully as a bullish retest to break out. Now pressing the 236. If we just get a bullish fib retracement from this range here, I'm interested actually to see, you know, if we take essentially this low to this high on a bigger range. I'm curious to see what we'll get here. You know, and let me get that better so it's more posted on, you know, because it's interesting. This is very bullish. So what I'm going to do is a bullish fib retracement here. And what we can see here when we do it more bigger, you know, this golden pocket zone here has been majorly rejected across the board. Where does this sit, right? This sits right at this $21 to $20.80. I find it interesting that once we get above there, we basically get a free ride to the 0.5 zone, currently sitting at 22.50. You know, that's good confluence for my 22.15 level that we technically should be reaching within the next few weeks, in my opinion. overall, the reason this retracement I like putting on is because it can give us more confluence of our zones, right? I can show a meme line and say we're going to go here, but when we have a fib retracement pattern also giving us those same lines with a monthly 9 crossing above the 21 with a weekly silver cross, it's hard not to be bullish here. Now, if I quickly finish this analysis, I'm just curious actually to see where BBWP is on the weekly. I didn't check that. And we can see it is at extremes. So ideally, what bulls, Peso bulls want to see here is just some consolidation. Maybe it comes down a bit, test this 9 again, it'd be perfectly okay. What we want to see is some consolidation where we can actually reset BBWP, especially on the weekly. Once this gets reset, this then will give momentum to bulls. And essentially, since we have this fresh cross here, the way to play these are you bid the 9. So, if we get a nice dump into the 9, this will be an opportunity, in my opinion. And keep in mind, this still would be a nice dump. From where we're at now to the 9, 3.7%. On Forex, it's something not to, scoff about. That's a big move. So ideally, this is an opportunity. If we test the 9, this also can be a shift in structure. We're now forming higher highs and higher lows. You can see that here with this last higher low. Is this going to break this high and form the higher high? Most likely. But then I would be more catered to watching for a pullback, especially with BBWP. And it makes sense. You bid the 9. We have this last higher low here. You know where you're wrong. And this lines up exactly with our meme line. So ideally, we start deviating $18.50. We probably come back down to this 100 then, right at $18 flat. Overall, extremely strong chart. Many things are telling us, different setups are telling us that the shift in structure has happened. Peso's breaking out, and this is a real move, and it's sustainable. Now, lastly, on the daily, I find this very interesting to me because we can see here volatility is really momentum's going down a lot. This is exactly what you want to see, and you can see even though we're going up steadily, this chop here. This is chop on the daily. We get a green, red, green, green, red, green, red. This is chop, and this is exactly what bulls want to see to get this down and reset, to give us a sustained move to $22. I would be looking at that in the next few weeks as a potential opportunity. Getting above this $22 opens up a lot higher. But for now, we'll just focus on this 22. And when we reclaim that, I'll add another meme line here. But overall, very strong chart. We're getting support on all time frames. The 9 is working beautifully, which is what we'd want to see in an uptrend. This is in an uptrend now. There's been a shift. And I do think that it's worth watching closely because the correlation here is, it's very underspoken about. And we can see here this 9, especially in the quarterly, the 9's about to cross the 21. If it can just get, around that $21, $22, this will cross. This hasn't happened in a very long time. There's not many times where this 9 has crossed above the 21 after it being down. It has not actually. So this would be the first time we got this cross, bearish cross. Now it's flipping back up. Bullish quarterly, overall very strong chart. And I'd be very cautious of the implications that has.
And I'll tell you also this, something to add to the analysis right now. And I don't know how much even though you're in Mexico, that in Mexico, there's a big fear that the government is becoming an authoritarian government and they're going to absolutely just abolish democracy. They're going to change the constitution. They're like basically just kind of like going the Venezuela route. That's what everyone fears right now. So at the same time, everyone is screaming that the peso is going to go to 30 to 1, which I think that's exactly what we're seeing that break because everything was oversold. So now when everyone's bullish on it, it should take a little break, come down a little bit, and then keep pushing forward. So it also
lines up with the weekly, right?
Yeah.
Resets the weekly BBWP, gets the daily more down, resets the monthly, consolidates, gets every, because a 3.7% dump is pretty big for a currency.
Absolutely.
It comes, it retests the 9, resets, and then it gives us the feel to go up more.
Yep. And I'd say, all right, I'm going to do this in Espanol, and then I'll give you Snowflake, Alex.
Perfect.
We picked the right time to go to Mexico.
You really did, motherfuckers, because you don't understand how expensive everything was going from being an American, like last year, which was the top of the peso, basically, like the peso against the dollar. Peso was stronger than the dollar. I went to Mexico, to Cabo, and everything was so fucking expensive. And people stopped traveling and stopped going to Cabo. And we have someone here in the chat that's actually from there that is in tourism. He owns the bar at one of the bars at the airport. And he's like, there's fucking no one showing up right now. No one. And I understand. It got too expensive. So now they're getting a break. They're probably going to get more Americans to go and all that stuff. Just like, you guys are doing great down there. Enjoying.
The funny thing is we also went to Tokyo during the peak of the dollar versus the yen. We're just,
Did you really?
lucky travelers. Yep.
And I went to Greece when the euro was 20 years low at 97 cents per dollar.
Under. Yeah. Which, by the way, it hasn't happened since the inception of the euro, basically.
Oh, yeah.
So good for you. Oh, motherfuckers. I'm going to see where you guys are going. I'm going to bet on that currency.
There you go.
All righty. Snowflake for you, and I'll be right back.
Cool.
Vale, tenemos nuestro análisis del peso como de que no íbamos a empezar con una tabla mensual. Quiero que vean esto en la mensual y que entendamos, esto es una tendencia alcista que viene desde el 2008, 2013, 2020. ¿Por qué tengo esto? ¿Por qué señalamos estos puntos? Porque estos son cruces importantes. Cuando prendemos nuestros indicadores y empezamos a voltear a ver. Bueno, antes que nada vamos a hacer análisis de velas, yo creo, y de formaciones para que la gente lo pueda ver. Aquí tenías básicamente la M de McDonald's al revés. Eso es lo que estamos viendo acá. Y esto es agosto del 2023 hasta mayo del 2024. Y pueden ver cómo tuvimos este primer alto, pero en reversa, bajo. Y luego tienes esta M de McDonald's al revés. Normalmente te da un patrón de reversión y te dice que va a subir. Este velazo, justamente fue el que me dijo, algo se está cocinando cuando subió el peso de la nada 18.3 y luego volvió a bajar y que todo el mundo dijo, no va a pasar nada. Ahí está. Y esto fue antes de todas las elecciones, esto fue antes de todo el pedo que se empezó a armar con la presidenta de México y todo eso que están ahora hablando, esto pasó antes. Y a menos de que el peso hubiera sabido que en México íbamos a cambiar la constitución y bueno, todavía no sé si es oficial o no, pero ese desmadre que traen, el peso tuvo que haber sabido, mínimo este movimiento lo tuvieron que haber sabido y alguien sabe y se metió completamente en dólares aquí, en este lugar. Ahora, ¿qué habíamos visto hasta ahí? Habíamos visto desde el 2020 una tendencia bajista que claramente se rompió. Lo pueden ver acá. Sencillito, ¿no? Ahí la estás. La tienes el breakout aquí a la alza. Es fácil de ver. Y empiezas a acumular velas verdes y esta es una vela bastante alcista. La roja es un hammerhead, donde tienes el cuerpo gordo en la parte de arriba y bastante delgado en la parte de abajo. Eso te dice que muy probablemente esto fue el fondo y acá vas a empezar a trepar. Vale, empezamos a trepar. De nuevo, estamos viendo la tabla mensual. Cuando vemos la mensual podemos ver mi promedio del 21 es amarillo, mi promedio del 9 es azul. Cuando estos se cruzan así y el 9 sube encima del 21, eso significa que hay fuerza en el movimiento y que probablemente el 55 vaya a ser el siguiente que se vaya a comer el 21 y eso nos daría un cruce plateado, aunque no sé si ya lo tenemos en la mensual, creo que no. Lo voy a aprender. No, todavía no, pero va en camino. Pueden ver, es el naranja. Entonces, va en camino. Cuando volteamos a ver la semanal, aquí sí ya es una cosa bastante agresiva lo que estamos viendo. Ah, no, perdón, en la mensual, esto fue lo que había mencionado Alex. Esto que están viendo acá, estas líneas, ¿no? Verticales que están viendo azules, es cuando el 9 subió arriba del 21. 9 sube arriba del 21, 9 sube arriba del 21. Y pueden ver exactamente qué tipo de movimiento se da cuando eso pasa a la alza. 43%. De nuevo, esto quiere decir que si tienes pesos, estás perdiendo 43% en contra del dólar. Eso quiere decir que si te vienes a vivir a Estados Unidos y tienes todo tu dinero en México, eres 50% más pobre, casi, 43% más pobre para ser exacto. Es en esa. Ahora vamos a ver la segunda, hasta dónde fue. La segunda es un movimiento bastante largo que no podemos tomar como uno, personalmente creo, porque este es un 71%. Eso quiere decir que perderías 70% de tu patrimonio si te quedas en Estados Unidos y tienes tu dinero en pesos. La que sigue es el 2020. Y esta también fue un movimiento de 33%. Si sacamos un promedio y lo quieres ver a la baja, vamos a hacer un 25% cuando hubo este cruce que es apenas acá. Y de nuevo, estamos hablando de una tabla mensual. un 25% nos ponen 22 pesos por dólar. Y ahí es donde te empiezas a dar cuenta que el dólar tiene bastante fuerza en contra del peso, empujando a la alza. Y es chistoso porque el dólar había estado bajando todo este tiempo que el peso ha estado perdiendo terreno, el dólar ha estado perdiendo terreno en el DXY, que es el promedio y la canasta con la que el dólar se compara con todas las demás monedas. Entonces, esto nos dice que este es un cambio de paradigma potente en todo lo que es la economía y que esto no es lo que todo el mundo cree. Si todo el mundo cree que esto es lo que está pasando con solamente México y por la presidencia, están, en mi opinión, bastante equivocados, porque esto fue un movimiento que ya venía desde antes. Ese movimiento junto con este fondo se dio. Entonces, aquí lo que estamos viendo es simplemente un carry trade del otro lado, como el que vimos en Japón. En México es sencillo, la gente viene en Estados Unidos, que se dan cuenta que algo va a pasar, pone Estados Unidos una cantidad fortísima de dinero, enorme, la pone en el sistema mexicano. ¿Qué hace eso? Que el peso empiece a ganar valor contra el dólar, que es básicamente este movimiento para abajo. El dólar empieza a perder terreno, pero eso quiere decir que toda la gente que llevó sus dólares al peso ganaron este porcentaje. Entonces, digamos que eres un gringo y que te sabías que esta jugada iba a venir y llegaste hasta el fondo. Le ganaste 36% de valor a tu moneda, ¿no? Si vendiste aquí abajo. Digamos que ese es un trade perfecto. Pero no solamente eso por el exchange. Le ganaste 11% anual también, y estos fueron 4 años. Entonces, cuando liquidas acá, le sacas un 11% por 4, básicamente un 44%, más aparte lo demás. Estás hablando de un trade de casi 100% de ganancias y le pegaste a todo y eres de los que empezó a empujar el precio para abajo. Y ahora, aquí abajo, ¿qué es lo que haces? Aquí abajo lo que haces es cambias tus pesos por dólares, te vas al dólar, compras bonos del tesoro en dólares, que es lo que estamos viendo. Estamos en un rally súper alcista en los bonos y la gente no comprende esto. Nadie habla de esto en las noticias y aquí es donde tienes que ponerte bastante buzo. Y acá ya tienes otro 24% a la alza, más aparte lo que te ha pagado el dólar, que por cierto no es tanto porque este movimiento empezó apenas el 24 de abril, no han pasado, ¿qué? 6, 7 meses, lo que sea, hasta acá. Entonces, estás viendo la fuerza de esto y tienes este cruce acá. Cuando volteamos a ver en la semanal, y les quiero poner este gráfico y hacerlo más grande para que todos puedan ver bien, en la semanal tenemos un poco de lo mismo, pero en la semanal lo que sí tenemos es el 55 fue cruzado. Esto es un cruce plateado, ¿no? Y eso significa que va a tener muchísima fuerza el precio a la alza. Lo que estamos diciendo acá es que muy probablemente, porque estamos viendo en la semanal la volatilidad en el sistema de Alex está bastante topada. Lo que personalmente yo creo es aquí, en este punto, todo el mundo, todos, hasta la gente que me decía que estoy idiota de que el dólar iba a subir en contra del peso, que el superpeso, todos en este momento creen que el peso va a perder contra el dólar brutalmente y se va a ir a 30 por dólar. Aquí es donde esto se puede tomar un descanso. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo está de ese lado. Ahorita todo el mundo está viendo lo que está pasando en México y todos están diciendo, están de acuerdo conmigo de que el peso va a seguir subiendo. ¿Y qué es lo que normalmente haces cuando estamos hablando de tradear? Esta es una buena lección de Elite Trading Academy, perros. Cuando ves un cruce plateado a la alza, ¿qué es lo que apuestas? Normalmente en lo que quieres apostar es un retesteo de la 9. Cuando viene el precio y toca la línea azul y se recarga en ella. Y vean los subidones cada que eso ha pasado acá. Si hubieras comprado en este retesteo de la 9, te hubieras podido llevar acá un 12%. Si vienes acá en el retesteo de la 9, justamente acá, te hubieras llevado un 8%. Y esto lo hubieras hecho solamente en meses y en Forex, que es ridículo este tipo de movimientos. Entonces, puedes ver que en la semanal también lleva mucha fuerza, pero nuestros indicadores de volatilidad y momentum nos están diciendo que el movimiento está un poco sobrecomprado, por lo que puede darse un descansito, regresar a 19.5, tal vez a esta zona de los 19.2, a testear el 9 y de ahí volverse a la alza. Nuestro siguiente objetivo son tranquilos los 26 y de ahí los 22. Eso es lo que estamos viendo. Y cuando volteas a ver la diaria, es un poco de lo mismo, donde ya te había dicho que este cruce plateado había pasado acá y ahora tienes todo este movimiento a la alza. En Forex quieres tradear más en timeframes más grandes. En mi opinión, hacerlo en la diaria es un error. Lo quieres hacer en la semanal. Así que atentos a los cierres semanales. Pero con la narrativa y todo lo que estamos viendo, creemos que el peso tiene mucho terreno por perder contra el dólar, pero no va a ser tan rápido como todos piensan. Y no va a ser inmediato. Y si es inmediato, que Dios ampare a todo el mundo. Pero no lo creemos. Creemos que estamos viendo consolidación, sobre todo cuando lo ves en la diaria. Acá puedes ver velita chiquita, 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 está agarrando cariño, está encima de la 9, pero puede tranquilamente venirse a los 19.5 y de ahí seguir trepando. Así que ese es el peso contra el dólar, damas y caballeros. All righty, boys. That's good. That's a good analysis to start, because I think this is one of the most interesting charts that no one looks at. I love it. It's my favorite.
Yeah, exactly. No one's looking at it at all.
Yeah.
I've not heard anyone talk about it.
No, and even when you tell them, I actually did it on a buddy of mine on Twitter. He's posting always about the reverse carry trade with the yen and whatnot. And I was like, the actual best indicator to know that this is fucked is the peso dollar. And everyone in the comments, normally they roast me for everything I say. And everybody was like, yeah, this fucking checks out. Why? I'm like, no one knows. No one knows. But I think everyone knows. It's insider trading, and it's just America trading their, like, if you transfer all of your money, like whatever cash you have, into the Mexican economy to just be held in Mexican bonds, you're going to make their currency stronger against yours, which will give you the trade automatically. So that's what I think happens. I think it's big money, big banks going into their Mexican side and going like, you take care of this, you put it in bonds in Mexico, which pays you 11% a year. And then you have the epic win on the also on the exchange rate, because let's say at 25 pesos per dollar, you put all of your money, your dollars, you put them in pesos, you start earning 11% on those pesos, and then the peso starts gaining 20% on the dollar. So you won over 4 years, 44% just on passive income, plus the appreciation, which is fucking huge.
Don't you find it funny when all those people in the comments are like, stick to cars, you fucking retards?
It's always, by the way, when I do cars, when I do cars, they tell me also I don't know anything and that I should stick to something else. Like, there are some people that only know my channel from this, and they're like, when I talk about cars, they're like, dude, get back to numbers. You have no fucking clue of what you're saying. So I never know what I'm saying, Farhad. So get ready.
Yeah, you can never ever win with crypto Twitter, or just
Never.
Twitter in general. That's what I realized. I got roasted and roasted and roasted for 2 weeks. We're gonna dump. I'm stupid. I called for 49K, and well, they're not laughing now.
And by the way, when you win, no one acknowledges it.
Oh, of course not. No, of course not.
You're still like, it's like that example I told you. This year, all of my boys, everyone watching my channel before we started this, one with UNG, one with Tesla, one with Lucid, one with Coinbase, one with Rivian, all of these things. And then there's people like messaging me, dude, thank you so much. I made some money. And then there's people commenting, yeah, but don't forget, he said that Bitcoin was going to 12,000.
I mean,
Like,
it went to 16.
It was really close.
Yeah, very close.
It's the same thing with Solana. Like, if you really look at it, it wasn't that far off. But either way, whatever. You'll never win. So let's not focus on those.
You got to
guys.
remember, these guys have 100% hit rates.
Yeah,
I know.
We can't compete.
I know. You can't see it, but that's what they do. Let's go with Tesla. And I'm going to listen to you. Going to go run, take a piss. Let's go.
You guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to start with Tesla on the monthly. And what we see right here is that we had a little bit of a move up, and we hit the median, and we're rejecting the median right now. And we still have about 19 days and 6 hours to go. But as of now, the median and the 21 EMA are holding a strong resistance. And this is a very, very bad sign for bulls whenever you see the median act as resistance. You don't even necessarily have to see this candle turn red. Even this, as like some people would call this an inverted hammer, but the reason it's not is because it's moving from an uptrend. So whenever you have it on an uptrend, it's not an inverted hammer, and it ends up being bearish instead, especially because you're rejecting the median. Whenever you reject the median, you have a statistical probability of hitting this bottom 38.2% zone. You can actually get a number from it. You minus this from 100, and you have a 61.8% chance of hitting this level right here, which aligns with this green 55 EMA. And this, because of how many times we've tapped this 55 EMA and we have found support here last time, it's very unlikely to hold the next time it taps. and it's very likely to come down to this bottom 50% or the 61.8%, somewhere between these areas, between $184 and $172 area. At that point, we're going to be so close to this 100 EMA right here, and we're going to be tapping these previous lows, which we tapped many times before, that in my opinion, this 100 EMA is going to become somewhat of a magnet, where prices are going to just want to come down here to tap this. And this is currently sitting at $152.50. So if you look at our momentum indicators right now, on the HPDR momentum, we were starting to flip up, but now we're starting to reject the positive territory and starting to flip back into the negative territory. And at the same time, we're getting volatility starting to tick up as well. So if this volatility does tick up, well, this breaks back into the negative territory, that would line up with enough juice to break towards the 61.8% area at $173 area, if not all the way down to this 100 EMA sitting at $152.50. On the opposite end, though, if you look at the Joule on the monthly, the Joule is starting to try to flip up, and it's kind of rejecting the bearish control zone right here. Last time we broke into the bearish control zone, we flipped up, we rejected this yellow moving average. We tried to flip back down again, test the bearish control zone, and we're rejecting it so far. So the bears were not able to push it into the bearish control zone, and we are getting this first sign of a light blue cyan buy signal. It's not technically confirmed yet. This could flip back into a white by the end of the month and then flip back into a dark blue sell. But for now, it's still light blue buy. And as long as we're closing above this blue 38.2% zone, it's going to stay as a light blue buy signal. In that scenario, the best case scenario I can think of is we come back down, test this area right here. We hold it as support and go sideways for a little bit while the momentum indicators reset. And then we can try again for this top blue 38.2. But as it stands right now, I would not bet on that happening. I would bet a slightly higher probability of this area breaking and that Joule flipping back to a white neutral signal and then eventually back to a dark blue sell signal. Let me switch to the weekly. The weekly right now is bouncing exactly at this bottom of the 38.2 zone, but it's doing the exact same thing as the monthly, or it's rejecting the median. As long as it's rejecting the median, you can't exactly consider it bullish, and you have to assume that it's going to come back down to retest this area right here, this blue 38.2. And if you look at the weekly right here, the 21 is starting to cross above the 55. So we are getting a little bit of a weekly silver cross. So if we were to come back down to this blue 38.2 area, it would be a retest of the silver cross as well, which would be considered healthy for the price action on the long-term uptrend. But if we do break below this area right here, which also aligns with the 38.2, that'd be the area I would consider for a breakdown, and it would invalidate the silver cross, and we would come back down towards the 61.8, which is right around these previous lows right here, right around $193. At that point, I don't think these area lows would hold, because this would be a high, and this would be a low, then this would be a lower high. And then at that point, we would have to look for a lower low. And that would be somewhere around this 88.3% zone, which right now is sitting at $168. We look at our momentum indicators. HPDR momentum is trying to flip up. It's still not within the positive territory yet. It's still within negative. So this could be considered corrective until it breaks up into the positive territory. And the volatility is starting to flip down, which also tells us that this is a corrective move and it's not going to be an impulsive move to the upside. That we should be looking for our next lower high before it ends up breaking down again. And the Joule right now is starting to flip, try to curve back around, but it's still on this dark blue cell. It still has not switched to a neutral. So as long as it's like this and this setup, we have to assume that the overall setup is still bearish. And let's switch to our momentum chart.
Bling. Didn't do it.
Oh,
there it is.
It did it.
There it is.
It always does that. I don't know how to turn that off.
It's
No
like
clue.
some experiment now. Just like whenever you click on TradingView, we hear it. It's testing me or doing something.
It makes me, you know how you can train some dogs to just like hear clicks and then they get hungry instantly because every time you click up, yeah, that's us right now. We hear the ding and then we know that we
snap right back into it
in degen mode.
All right, to give some hopium to the bulls right now, if we look at the monthly stochastic momentum, the momentum is pointed up as long as price is above $172 and about like 15 cents roughly. Not only that, but if we zoom in on it, we're rejecting the bearish control zone. So we tried to come back in, bears tried to push it within the bearish control zone and they weren't able to, and the momentum started flipping back up. So this is not exactly super bearish. This is more on the bullish side. That we see the price about like $40 above of the momentum pivot, and we're also rejecting the bearish control zone. So as long as it stays like this, that would and we stay above this price, that would make me lean towards that we end up basing around that 38.2 area and consolidating before we try again to the top 38.2. So this is the most hopium that I can find right now. This is actually some pretty strong hopium because the momentum pointed so heavily up on the monthly. Go to the quarterly. So the quarterly is on the other hand, the quarterly is a little bit bearish, where the momentum is pointed down as long as quarterly is below $279.10. We have about 19 days and 6 hours left for this to go. So sure, like we could move up another $60 by the end of the month. Is it likely? Probably not, but it's always a possibility. And if we do flip up that's say $60 by the end of the month, and we go to 279, 280, we would flip up from here, and that'd be a rejection of the neutral zone. So that would be telling you that the bears tried to push it below the bullish control zone into the neutral area, but they were not able to get it into that area, and then it flipped back into the bullish control. But as long as we're below $279, that's just an idea, and it's just a dream. Go to the weekly. Right now, the weekly is also pointed up as long as price is above $206.90. We have about 2 days and 6 hours, so it's always possible that price can drop like $14 in the next two days and 6 hours. But as long as price is above this area, we have to assume that it's still bullish. But on the other hand, we're seeing that volatility is dropping as well. So whenever volatility drops and momentum is pointed up, it tells you that this is going to be a corrective move rather than an impulsive move, and that we should be looking for a lower high versus a breakout to the upside. The only thing that will flip that around is if this momentum stays to the upside and this number goes down while this volatility starts ticking up. If that happens, that's going to give you as much indication as you need that the price is insanely bullish and that we're going to keep moving up from here. If we go to the daily right now is pointed up while price is above $221.11. So as long as and we're currently below that, and we have 5 days left to go. So as long as price is below that area, we have to assume that on the daily it's bearish, which will lead over to the weekly, and then that'll lead over to the monthly.
Very nice. Very nice. And by the way, that all makes sense on Tesla because there's going to be so much fuckery because they have like the robo-taxi thing. So they're going to hype everyone up to the robo-taxi thing. And unless my guy says literally it's ready to go, everyone's going to dump right after.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
So you're leading, that's October 10th. And it's funny that you need to get to $270 something. It's just ranging in such an interesting place where it doesn't really let you make a choice because it is indeed making a lower high, but it's also making higher lows. So it's fucking around like Bitcoin did forever. And now it's like starting to show some good stuff.
Right. I'm going to the restroom real quick.
Sounds good. Then, well, I'll tell Farhan afterwards. Alex, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Shall we show our short on bluffing for people to see where we at?
Yeah, why not?
Do you care about explaining?
No, why not?
Yeah. Okay, let me just do this in español for everyone. Ahorita les voy a enseñar Tesla. Vamos a platicar de eso. Nada más rápido. Tenemos nuestro short abierto en Bluffing, el exchange que usamos. Y para todos ustedes que quieran tradear con nosotros, les dejé acá abajo lo del Discord. Es gratis entrar. Ahí Alex le dijo a todo el mundo, éntrenle, carnales, porque se viene la fiesta. Entonces es lo que les queremos enseñar, ese short, para que puedan, si no quieren estar todo el puto día haciendo esto, pueden copiar simplemente lo que hacen Alex y Farhan, que es literalmente el combinado de sus dos análisis en Bluffing. Es lo que tenemos. Whenever you're set, sir.
Okay, cool. So I first just want to go to my Bitcoin chart, quickly talk about...
Share the screen. There you go.
Okay, cool. So we're just gonna, okay. What had happened the past week has been actually interesting to me. So when we were right here, it was right here, this massive pump up. You know, on the Discord, I was talking pretty heavily about watch this big squeeze to rejection of this 4-hour EMA 100. Why am I saying that? This is a big point on the chart. Now, yes, we've been chopping around it, but overall, if we keep backtesting, this has been a big spot for support or resistance on Bitcoin. And so when we first lost this, many don't look at just like the bigger picture. And so when we rallied megally from our support zone at 57 back up to the top of the range, I noticed that, well, all we're doing is backtesting this EMA 100 on the 4-hour, or no, this is the 3-hour, my apologies, on the 4-hour for the very first time. You know, this to me was interesting to see. Now, the issue was here, this massive pump up. I couldn't take a short here. I was telling the community on Elite Trading Academy, this diagonal. We still, yes, we are above the daily EMA 100. Yes, we're above the daily 9, the 4-hour EMA 100, but we still can't disregard this massive meme diagonal that basically has been telling us big moves is coming every time we've lost it right here and here, or reclaimed it like here. And so in summary, we deviated. We lost the 4-hour EMA 100. This was the short zone. This is when I shorted, and I gave the short to our community here. I told them I'm taking a short because everything I do is not financial advice, rather just a suggestion for you if you want to watch what I'm doing. So I told them I'm shorting at 61,000. My stop's at 61.2. Now keep in mind, when I took this trade, my risk at 61,000, I was only losing 0.3%. Right. And I told people right here, I'm targeting 49,000. And it made sense to me because if we go to the weekly here, which I like this chart when I'm showing my weekly, we're in a downtrend on the weekly. And so basically what we would want now is a lower low, right under 49K. And this is where I got roasted a lot. A lot of people said I was dumb, right? When we get massive pump ups like this, people get blindsided. When you just go up only, and I remember this was a pump on a Friday too. It was very ominous, I guess. Whatever. So we took the short here. We massively printed. I told the community after this 4-hour bullish hammerhead was happening. Usually hammerheads form near local bottoms. We instead of 49K, right? Because as a good trader, you can take good entries, have good stops, but you also need to understand as a trader, you need to get paid. And I told everyone I'm closing my short here at it was at 53. 300, 53, 600. And then the weekend goes by and we're all chilling. Everyone's antsy. They just printed hundreds of percents. We did 250% on that short. But I know how this game goes. And I know that there's no free lunch here. Aggressive shorts were stacking here. And basically, essentially, what I was watching for, and this is exactly what we talked about on our town hall on Sunday. I wanted to do a town hall for 2 hours on our Discord to just basically get everyone ready for this week. And this is what we talked about. I talked about the scenario of the 4-hour megally pumping. What I was talking about is how we technically here never hit this EMA 100. This is a big spot for me overall. It made sense for us to do this, massively pump into it, and then megally reject hard. This will get everyone bullish. It'll make bottom longs feel extra horny, and it'll make shorts that shorted here start sweating. And it also, though, was a 10% pump. This is something that big pump in only a few days to happen. And so what we essentially talked about was shorts up here. I mentioned the 57.7, right? Made sense. If this was major support, 57.7 rallies into 57.7 are opportunities for a bearish retest. But we also have to understand Bitcoin's never that clean. It likes to go up a few $100 above where we want to short. And so I understood, well, this 4-hour EMA 100 sitting roughly around this diagonal here that I just drew on Town Hall. And so what I was talking about here was shorting 58s. Why I was getting that level was because if we go to the weekly, and remember, I like looking at the 9, the 21, and the 34. And we slap on the 34. What did Bitcoin just recently lose? Let me move this meme line here. What did we just lose? The 34. And this was holding for a very long time. And so to me, it was very obvious. And to me, I was telling Farn, this is like the perfect short setup. Why? Because we're on a weekly chart, higher time frame, check. The trend is down right now. Another check in the box. On top of it, we're getting this 21 going above the 9. We talked about this on our town hall, and I still have it on my chart. All these vertical lines here are representations of the weekly 21 going above the 9. And we came to the conclusion that as soon as the cross happened, we at least dumped 30% here. And then here as well, from wick high to wick low, 30%. Very interesting to me. This very rarely happens. And so what we saw here was the same thing. On top of it, this 34 lined up perfectly with the 4-hour EMA 100, right around 58,200, 58,000. And so in summary, what we had done is shorted all of this whole weekend. Yesterday, when we got this pump up again, I added here, right up to the top. And so now, why am I saying this? Well, because this is very interesting to me, because if I go and share my trade now, these are the type of trades my system mixed with Farn's can allow me to take. low risk trades. Ready? So we took the short here. If we go and zoom in, you can see here, you know, our entry, if we go and just take this off, our entry is literally the top. Yes, I was off by a few hundred. We went to 58,200. I shorted.
No one's going to be mad at you. No one's going to be mad at you.
I shorted at 57,950, but I added yesterday. I saw it as an opportunity, and everything I do, I post on Elite Trading Academy's Discord. And so what we see now is this clean rejection. This is what we wanted. We talked about all weekend. We'll know we're right, potentially, if this 2 hour starts deviating the EMA 100. We go to the 2 hour here. Actually, they don't have my EMA chart, but essentially that was something we were looking at. This EMA 100 potentially deviating fully, and then we're now getting that follow through. Currently, I do think that this dump has essentially given us momentum to test these lows here, right around 53K. Now, since we know the weekly is down, and we also have confluence of that weekly EMA 100 right around 45,000, I do think there's a high degree chance we're going to fill this inefficiency. Now, the short I gave you, we at Farn right now have been, you know, trying to backtest strategies, understand something for potentially copy trading. Now, we're running this account up. So currently, we started this account with $1,000. Now, in under, you know, in a few trades, we're now pressing $3,000 profit, a nice 71% up. You know, this is beautiful because our last trade, we perfectly closed it, perfectly shorted it at the top, and now we did it again. And our ads were also perfect. And so currently now what I'm saying here is, right, when you're getting a risk to reward like this, you know, we're like, when I gave this trade out, the stop loss was 58,250, right? Because of my ads, it's a little higher, but then we adjusted it to 58,150. This is beautiful. This is like godly risk to reward here, making $18,000 profit. Let's just say we hit my 49K target, almost $13,000 profit to lose under 400 bucks. And keep in mind too, you know, our whole community was prepared for this because of Sunday. So we caught the long on Sunday. We got that massive move up. I made a few hundred, sold, used that as a buffer for my stop loss for this trade. And now we're all printing. And that's kind of how it is. So overall, this is a very PvP market, player versus player. And we are in a downtrend. So most need to understand that most don't know how to short. And when it's player versus player, you're going against people like me and Farhan and people who don't understand how to short. Why? Because 90% of people have entered crypto in an up-only market. And when stocks are going up, Nvidia is going up, everything's going up, they don't know how to short. And shorting is a lot harder than longing, because with longing, you long, you close the app for 2 days, you're up 15%, 20%. With shorting, you get liquidity grabs. You have to see the bigger picture. You can't just short 57.5, because what if your stop was at 58.1? Boom, you get stopped out. You have to see the bigger picture, understand bull traps, and just the extremity trades. And luckily for the community, I'm an amazing person to short. Farhan is an amazing person to short. We kill it on the shorts and the longs, and that's currently where we're at now. So currently, I'm going to lower my risk on this short, and we're going to keep the TP the same. And now we have a free short with around 85,000 size. It's beautiful because we multiplied our last short from 17K size to now 85,000 size, and it's profitable. We're at 50-something%. So it's chef's kiss.
Not bad, right? Not bad.
No, not bad at all. So in the past week, we've done 300% so far. Not bad. And keep in mind, these are the hardest times in markets because 90% don't know how to short. So it's beautiful to see on our Discord. 90% of people are printing. People are saying for the first time too that they've taken their first ever trade and they're making 100%. Very abnormal results, but our community, I believe, is the most profitable. So that's where we're at. That's the short we're running. Yes, CPI made it a little murky today, but the thesis was rally up on Monday, Tuesday chop, Wednesday dump. And why? Because I just have the bias that now things are shifting with the economic policies and the rates and everything. Under basically, if you lift up the rock and you actually see the details of things, it looks fucked. So I was comfortable holding a short, especially when the trend is down. Our job was to catch the extremity. So our risk was always, we knew we were wrong, and that's what we did. So
yeah, those are the most beautiful trades in my opinion. Whenever you have the risk reward so tight that you would lose like maybe $200 if you're wrong, and you would make 12 or 13K if you're right. Most beautiful trades.
Those are my favorite.
Those are some beautiful trades. And I've seen beautiful trades, by the way, the most beautiful ones on earth. All righty, let me jump on this. Already did Tesla, but I'm going to do Tesla in Spanish. You're doing Snowflake. Who's doing Snowflake? Alex is doing Snowflake. And then we have Stellantis, which Farhan, you'll enjoy doing Stellantis after. All righty, let me just explain what we just talked about and let's go and also do a shameless plug. Perfect. Lo que estaba enseñando Alex ahorita fue nuestra cuenta en Bluffing, porque empezamos el experimento del copy trading para que puedan copiar estos tíos, ¿no? Tenemos un sistema que han desarrollado entre Farhan y Alex, entre los dos. Farhan es muy bueno haciendo longs, Alex es muy bueno haciendo shorts, y entre los dos pueden apoyarse con sus dos sistemas, porque los dos usan dos sistemas diferentes, que es muy interesante también, cosa que yo he estado aprendiendo de que trading no nada más se trata de poder ver líneas donde está chocando el precio y es como tener una idea de cada que pase qué, voy a hacer qué. Entonces es lo que estamos viendo. Empezamos la cuenta con $1,000. Tenemos en este momento creo que son como 7,000. Y esto ha pasado en unas cuantas semanas. Simplemente no hemos querido compartir esto con ustedes porque queríamos perfeccionar literalmente todo el sistema para que ellos se sintieran cómodos, para que todo el mundo se sintiera cómodo, yo me sintiera cómodo compartiendo con ustedes y puedan poner, si no tienen tiempo a hacer todas estas mamadas, sus trades en automático. Lo que quiero compartir con ustedes es el Discord, porque pudieron haber venido por acá a darse una vuelta a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Está el enlace aquí abajo, se los estoy dejando aquí abajo para que puedan entrar. Es absolutamente gratis entrar acá. Todo esto, obviamente aquí tienes las reglas, aquí ves el Discord, está en la descripción de abajo el enlace para que lo puedan entrar. Pueden ver acá el análisis de Alex, literalmente con toda la gente y también con todo lo que ha estado imprimiendo. También pueden ver el de Farhan por acá, donde todo lo que está haciendo. Pueden venir a platicar con nosotros en el chat general, con toda la gente por acá ganando bien. Tenemos el criptolingo es para que todo el mundo pueda entender qué significa qué, que son H1 una hora, H4 in my opinion, desviación, bla, 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 todo esto para que todo el mundo también pueda entender todo lo que estamos platicando en estos en vivos. De nuevo, todo esto es malditamente gratis. Tenemos todos los P&Ls de la comunidad por acá que están encantados todos, me imagino. Y honestamente, estos tíos no les puedo decir gracias lo suficiente porque cuando me fui se encargaron de ahora sí que hacer muchos en vivos con todos ustedes, que espero la hayan disfrutado. Vengan a pedir también tablas, ¿no? También, gracias a todos los que han estado compartiendo sus testimonios con nosotros. Si quieren venir a compartir sus testimonios, vamos a lanzar la página de Elite Trading Academy y los vamos a poner ahí, los testimonios que nos manden. Gracias a todos ustedes por ser parte de esto. También tenemos acá nuestros enlaces. Si quieren entrar a BitGet, que es un exchange donde pueden hacer lo mismo que vieron ahorita con Bluffing. Tiene mejores fees que Bluffing, pero no requiere KYC y además de requerir KYC, no sirve en Estados Unidos. También tenemos Bluffing, funciona en todo el mundo, Estados Unidos también. Ahí tenemos el primer copy trade. Yo creo que también lo vamos a llevar a BitGet por si andan en BitGet. Vamos a probablemente mandar una lana de las ganancias por allá y empezar a hacer lo mismito. Será básicamente lo mismo donde se sientan más cómodos. Así que vengan, dense una vuelta a nuestro Discord y aprendan con nosotros, ¿no? ¿Por qué no? Y ahora lo que voy a hacer es compartir mi gráfico de Tesla y vámonos para que podamos seguir. Ok, boys, gonna do Tesla, let's go. Estamos viendo Tesla en este momento y estamos viéndolo en la semanal, pero lo quiero poner en la mensual y darle acá para que podamos ver. Voy a quitar mis indicadores. Simplemente con esto, podemos ver que literalmente venimos en una tendencia bajista. Estamos intentando romper esta tendencia bajista justamente en este momento. Lo pueden ver aquí y ha sido bastante eficaz. Si has tenido esta línea y has podido ver cada que el precio toca y rompe, has podido shortear rico. Lo que estamos viendo también es que el precio está, y recuerden, todas estas son velas mensuales. Lo que hemos visto es que el precio vino para abajo, creó estos mínimos por acá de los 102 en febrero del 2023 y desde ahí empezamos a subir y tenemos un bajo más alto, pero no tenemos un alto más alto, tenemos un alto más bajo, básicamente jugando con nuestros sentimientos como siempre estos precios, ¿no? No diciéndote exactamente a dónde quieran ver. En la mensual perdimos la 9, está bajo de la 21, que esto pasó acá, eso también pasó acá y eso te está diciendo que hay debilidad en el precio. Y eso te da bajones, literalmente. En Tesla, 58% en esa ocasión. Acá, cuando la volviste a perder, te dio un bajón de 40%. Y aquí fue donde tocaste. Ahorita está intentando volver a retomarla, pero no lo está haciendo efectivamente. Tenemos también acá un poco de congruencia con el sistema de Farhan, con el EMA 100, donde está en los 150 y estamos viendo que toda su zona azul se está moviendo en altas temporalidades a buscar un objetivo por acá. En sencillo, la vela de Tesla cierra en 19 días y 6 horas. Si quieres ser alcista, tienes que romper este alto en los 270. Para que Tesla pueda seguir trepando como loco, tienes que cerrar este mes aquí arriba. Y no está fuera de lo que la gente pensaría y no estaría fuera de la racionalidad. ¿Por qué? Porque Tesla va a anunciar el 10 de octubre, que son ya literalmente en un mes, el robotaxi. Y normalmente el precio antes de un anuncio súper hypeado lo acompaña a la alza. Sobre todo cuando estás hablando de algo que puede cambiar al mundo, ¿no? Como serían los robotaxis. Vamos a ver en la semanal rápidamente lo que tenemos. En la semanal podemos ver que estamos a punto de tener un cruce plateado, un Silver Cross por acá, pero todavía no lo confirma para nada. Pero también cuando tienes confluencia de estas líneas por acá, probablemente el precio venga a buscar ese objetivo. Entonces, si eres bajista, no quieres ver, o sea, si eres bajista, quieres ver que Tesla rompa los 207 a la baja, que tenga cierres abajo de este nivel en los 207. Y si eres alcista, simplemente tienes que romper y tener cierres arriba del 221, que aún no lo logra hacer. Es esta línea que están viendo acá. Cuando volteamos a ver en la diaria, rápidamente veamos Tesla, podemos ver que literalmente el 9 está encima del 21, viene para abajo, estamos siendo rechazados por el 9 después de esta vela de acción, donde el día de hoy abrió en 224 y está desplomándose en tiempo real. Esto lo están viendo, esta es una vela diaria. Y el promedio 9 está en los 217.59, ahora el precio está bajando, probablemente venga a buscar el 216. Esto enseña un poco de debilidad y de nuevo se está peleando con esta línea que viene de tendencia a la baja. Básicamente, lo que estás buscando es que Tesla no rompa esta zona de los 207 y puedes ver que ahora en la diaria el promedio de los 100 está justamente ahí en los 207, donde estaba en la semanal el 21 y el 55 encontrándose. Eso agrega mucha confluencia y lo que a mí me hace pensar que el precio muy probablemente sí venga a los 207 y veamos si lo va a romper a la baja. Pero de nuevo, simplemente si eres alcista, quieres ver cierres arriba del 221, pero continuos. Y básicamente, si quieres confirmarlo, porque ve esta vela lo negativa que fue, es cerrar arriba de los 234. Pero si cierras abajo de los 207, en este momento, abajo de los 207, un cierre diario, la cosa se vería para abajo y nuestros objetivos a la baja son por ahí de los 150, 180, más o menos por acá. Si llegamos a los 180, romperías este bajo, lo que te haría hacer un bajo más bajo y probablemente la tendencia vaya a continuar. Entonces, pendientes al precio y los movimientos de Tesla, está bastante interesante el precio. All righty, let's go into
one of the worst charts we've looked at, and we keep looking at it.
I have PTSD
Snowflake
with this stock.
I know you do.
boys.
I
Why?
bought it in the 300s. I bought it in the fucking 300s.
Okay, so here we have Snowflake. You know, you really have to ask yourself, why? Why would you even want to look and buy this? And let me explain why. Okay, so we're on the quarterly. There's no reason even to use the EMA. There's not enough data. But keep in mind, this chart, the genesis is only from 2020. So that's fine. We had this major dump. You could argue this is a bull flag. Why it's a bull flag is essentially because we see it's not vertical. It's not basically straight, meaning it's not consolidating like that. It's more consolidating in a slope. Often in bull flags, it's exactly what you'll see. I'll draw it here. So we do it like this, right? And then we do it something like this as well. You know, we'll use this wick high, something like that. You know, to me, this looks like a bull flag. Now we're getting the breakdown on it. And this is terrible because it's on a quarterly. It's my first point. Now, we don't have a lot of data because it's not a lot of, this chart hasn't been around for a long time. So let's go back to the monthly. And what do we see on this monthly here? Well, you know, we were talking about on stream when I analyzed this 118 level is very key. And the fact that it even was in the mid-range of this, which is something I drew here. We just extend this out, but too many lines, so we're going to use it in this range right here. The fact that it was basically in the mid-range here while the 9 was heavily pointed down was not a good sign. I'm curious to see how the 55 is looking as well, if it even wants to populate. Let's see. Nope,
I don't think
there's
it will.
enough data. That's fine.
Yeah.
And so not a good sign. And so what we're seeing now is we're breaking these lows. Keep in mind, these are the lows that were formed back in 2022. And essentially, losing this low and getting a monthly under this breakdown level, to me, is a terrible sign. This monthly closure of last month was a terrible sign. Why? Well, if you go and take this last closure here, we closed below at A. We closed below this last monthly closure, which was in July. Not a good sign. Usually when you get closing below last closures, it confirms a breakdown. The fact now that we're pressing the low, to me, where do I chart this, right? Where do I put another meme? There's nothing. You're just now playing in the, I call this the should-have-bus of the chart. It's nothing. You're just hoping at this point that we deviate SFP and maybe bounce. But even if we bounce, we still can't negate this 9 now pressing this tiny meme line I have here right at $137. So even if, and this is what I love doing with these charts, even if we get an insane bounce, 27%, we're so back, still could just be another rejection of the 9. Now let's go into a lower time frame, like a weekly here. And this was something I was talking about. If you were bullish, you'd want the 9 to get reclaimed, and this would give us a move back to 150. Slightly happened, moved up after it reclaimed this line. Nice pump to 145, but didn't, and this just shows the weakness. Could not even reach the 34 or this meme line here at 156. Why? Well, because to me, this is very weak. And it's weak because this 9 here, usually if we can at least reclaim the 9 after it's been held down for so many weeks, we go to the 21, reclaim that, we go to the 34. Once we reclaim the 34, we get a free ride to the 100. Just like here, got above both of them. Where did we go to next? The 100. This is weak because we keep rejecting the 9. Now the 9's heavily pointed down right at 119.76 on the weekly, telling me that any rallies up to here could definitely get sold off. This isn't strong at all. And this is we would have known that with this 9 going under the 21. This would have been the sign. And I would bet that there probably is a silver cross to the downside. Let me check. Yep,
There
right
is.
here. Yeah, so right here is the silver cross to the downside. This would have been the coffin hitting the nail hitting the coffin, essentially, of why we're more bearish and why we'd expect this to get rejected right when there's a cluster of EMAs here. Right before it's about to cross, things are about to move, you get this cluster. This exasperates the EMA resistance, in my opinion. Rejected the 21, fell below the 9, full-on deviation, slight bounce, right? This was fine. It needed to bounce. Another lower high to just another lower low, essentially. Rallied up, potential lower high on a wick basis, and now we're making that lower low to basically this week. Not strong. That's not good. If we go to a daily here as well, remember you really have to ask yourself, why would I put my hard-working cash in this chart? And I really can't tell you why. For me, I'm all about triggers and extremity trades, but this is too much. The chart, when you get something like this, it's basically the structure's been so broken down that it's going to take bulls extremely, like, so much work, so much liquidity to even just repair it, right? Getting back above here is a 30% move for a stock that's been in a steady downtrend. If it even pumps up all the way here, over a little over 30% now, like I said, this thing, 29%, is going to just hit resistance and can just roll over. When you get something like this in a quarterly that looks so bad, the structure is bad. This is just like Nike. We don't just buy the dip on things because it's down, and we have this hopium that, oh, it's down, so it has to bounce. Well, no. I mean, oftentimes what I see is buying the dip ends up being like a cult. People end up losing money for no reason because it makes them feel like they're doing something productive, like buying this all the way down. How is buying the dip here and here and here? Now you're just back red. And all these people that were buying for months are now red. And so what this leads to is capitulation, which I believe is what we're seeing on this quarterly. And then this can go a lot lower. If we just take a quick fib retracement, let me go to the monthly, and I'll do it. Yeah, on the monthly. And I'll do it from this wick high here down to this closing low right there. Nice. We're basically in the unknowns of the chart. So like when you get a negative number, it's not obviously going to go there, but it just exasperates the weakness. Now we can see here, I don't use these fibs diagonal, but that's fine. We have a diagonal resistance at $80. Big drop still from there. I mean, if it hits the fib level here, that's still a 30% move down. So overall, ask yourself why you're bullish on this. If you are and you're thinking about buying, maybe take a cold shower, because there's really nothing here telling me that this is bullish. I mean, even if we just go here to the hourly even, right? We just put in a nice evening, what's it called? A shooting star reversal on the hourly, fell below the 9, rejected the 34, and now we're rejecting again. And again, this again can just look like a bear flag, in my opinion. You have this right here, and right, it's sloping up. We got the rejection, which is the flagpole, consolidating, rejected. Now we're falling below it. Right, on all time frames, we're getting massive weakness on all time frames. I'm interested, before I finish this quick analysis of this terrible chart, what BBWP is looking, right? Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is corrective. Maybe we're going to just go to the moon, and maybe this chart has bottomed. Well, why we look at BBWP is because it kind of can tell us if, okay, is BBWP a volatility and momentum hitting extremes? It's not. So right now we have a very strong signal. This is fresh. This is happening. It's not corrective. And what this tells me is this can go a lot higher. This can go all the way up to 90 to 97%. The fact that we're only at 43% now, tells me that the volatility is expanding because it's above 15%, but also it's had some time to reset slightly, curve a little bit. This can now make a next leg up, which tells me that this breakdown is fresh, and this is something you wouldn't want to long right now for the hopes that we're going to bottom. Because as the trend is down and as momentum and volatility is expanding, this is telling us that it's confirmed, it's real, and it's still very young, meaning we can still go up a lot more, especially when you make these like double bottoms with like a higher low here. I don't really use anything like that. This is an RSI, but this just shows the strength that momentum wants to go up. If this keeps expanding up, this is going to exacerbate the move down. So something to be mindful of. All I could see is $80 being a point of maybe a bounce, but we still can't negate this weekly 9 perfectly lining up now with resistance at 117, 118 level.
But by the way, just to add to what you said, there's confluence at the area of 81.31. I can't remember how you got that, maybe through the trend line that you drew at first.
It was the fib retracement trend line that it has diagonal. That's all I could see. Yeah,
so it can bounce on top of it. The reason why I think we did this one of the times with Farhan's indicators, and we were like, it's most likely going to go to 81.31 because there's nothing else on the chart. So I have the 81.31 from that time. And 5 days ago on the news, if you go down a little bit on your trading view on the right side where it says snow at the bottom right.
Yeah.
There, go up a little bit. Read that news.
Yeah, so 5 days ago, snow is a trending stock. Facts to know. Let's see before betting on it.
That basically the fact that they're like, yeah, Snowflake is a trending stock.
Yeah, trending to the downside. I didn't even notice.
Yeah. So it's like it's got all the fuckery elements in it.
Yeah, it does really. And like you really have to ask yourself, because I gave this scenario. We start holding and we compress up here, it'd be fine. We didn't even get that. So let me delete that. It was wrong. We slightly bounced, but it just fully rejected. This is like a trap. This is very a trap. Weak. It was a trap because you saw on this weekly, we reclaimed the 9, but we fully deviated it, rejected it, and now rejecting the 9 again. It's a trap. This was a bull trap because this was a shift, right? We haven't gotten above that weekly 9 in a long time. The fact that it got above in 1 week, people are longing based on that trigger, and it fell right below it is not a good sign. And so that's why also I like Farhan's HBDRs. Because I don't have any kind of data here. I don't know. His HBDR range is very OP for that when we're in the shit abyss, up or down. And so overall, this chart looks like it definitely could still capitulate more. The levels we're all talking about, let's just call it 84, is still 20-something% down. Do you really want to throw $1,000 in that and be down $250, $270? I personally wouldn't. So, there's other things to buy, there's other things to watch, but
I'd rather copy trade you.
Coming soon.
Yeah, but it's so true. Thank you so much for that. Now, the next one you'll enjoy, Coinbase. Farhan
Great.
and Stellantis.
Love
There
that.
you go. All righty, I'll share this with everybody. Snowflake, una acción que en verdad, y lo habíamos puesto acá, tenías el triangulito, sencillo de entender, con una tendencia que estaba pareciendo que estaba creando bajos más altos, pero a fin de cuentas la rompió a la baja. Estás viendo una tabla trimestral. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses y puedes ver que rompimos el bajo de los 110 y ahorita estamos cotizando en 109.16. Faltan 19 días, 5 horas para tener este cierre y un cierre abajo de esa línea básicamente en esto te va a decir que va a reventar a la baja. No es una buena tabla en que invertir porque donde lo veas, básicamente todo está muy castigado, no tiene fuerza en ningún lado. Tenemos niveles importantes acá, pero también podemos ver que el promedio del 9 está bajo el 21 y lo ha estado todo el tiempo. Esto es demasiado bajo. El precio pudo retomar los 21 y ¿qué pasó? Venimos a esta línea donde fue rechazado y nos llevó para abajo creando nuevos mínimos. Ahora, gente dirá, Alejandro, pero esto podría ser uno de esos casos donde el precio haga esto. Sí, pero todavía el movimiento no se acaba de dar. Entonces, no puedes decir que este es un movimiento ¿cómo se dice? Que se va a voltear el precio a la alza en este momento, un cambio de tendencia, porque todavía no lo es y tiene demasiada fuerza a la baja todavía esto y momentum a la baja. Además de que los indicadores que está usando Alex para volatilidad y para la expansión para la expansión de volatilidad o momentum, nos están diciendo que esto no es un movimiento correctivo, que lleva fuerza para abajo y todavía tiene bastante camino para poder empujar el precio hacia abajo, en la dirección en la que va el precio, que es hacia abajo. Esto es en la mensual, una vez más. Podemos ver cómo hemos sido rechazados por la 9 todo este tiempo, la pudimos retomar, pero luego el 21 nos dijo que no, y luego fue esto. Y ahora ve lo lejos que estamos simplemente de todos ellos. Vamos a la semanal. Acá les pongo esta fotografía. Déjenme elimino los indicadores rápidos, los promedios, para que puedan verlo más clarito. Tienes claramente esta línea de abajo de tendencia que una vez que la rompe intenta venir a retomarla, la rechaza, bajas, vienes a volver a retomar este nivel y vuelve a caer. El nivel estaba en los 136 y vuelve a caer estos mínimos de 109.36, que es lo que estás viendo con el precio. Y ahora, cuando lo ponemos en la mensual, podemos ver que aquí tuvimos un cruce plateado a la baja y el precio literalmente nos tiró con este cruce un 37%. ¿Había pasado este cruce a la baja antes? Sí. ¿Qué pasó la última vez que se dio este cruce a la baja? Aquí. Sencillito. Te dio un 61%, por lo que todavía probablemente quede el doble de ese movimiento. Y eso creo que va a coincidir para nosotros con esta línea. 60% estaría en 65. Todavía para llegar a los 81, 31, te va a quitar otros 29 dólares. Puedes ver que el precio, una vez más, cada que tienes este tipo de cruces, para hacer tus cortos, de acuerdo al sistema que estamos utilizando por acá, uno de los sistemas que estamos utilizando para acá, y ha funcionado cada vez. Entonces, Snowflake tiene demasiada debilidad en precio, no hay dónde encontrarle que se va a parar esto y simplemente aventándote un fib retracement, ¿no? ¿Dónde se lo echó? ¿Desde hasta arriba o desde acá? Espérame. No, espérame. Sí, no coincide nada con esto. Y cuando empiezas a ver números que literalmente están cayendo así, ¿cuál es no, o sea, siguiente objetivo en esta tabla serían 28 dólares simplemente con esto. Personalmente, esto es una tabla que no merece la pena que le estén tirando dinero encima y podemos ver cómo el precio es tan débil. Aquí intentó romper el 9 por encima con este subidongo a los 137, simplemente no los puede retomar. Así que atención acá, acabas también hace 4 días de crear un nuevo bajo más bajo que el de antes y no tiene por qué cambiar la tendencia todavía. Además de que tienes una noticia acá que te dice que deberías de comprar Snowflake porque se está volviendo popular. Eso es el primer indicador de que no deberías de comprar Snowflake. Y además la tabla, una gran mierda la tabla. El volumen en general es 148,000 dólares cuando el promedio es 7,29,000, lo que también muestra aún más debilidad en esta tabla de Snowflake. Vámonos. Vámonos con Stellantis. Who's the? Oh, Farhan's doing
What's around
Stellantis.
it?
Muted, but I remember to unmute myself.
You did, yeah. Doesn't count. Doesn't count because you did it right.
All right, let's get it on. Okay, let me switch to my monthly chart.
And Stellantis. Let me look that up. Do I have anything on Stellantis?
I don't even know what they do.
They pretend to make cars. Oh, hang on. They pretend to make good cars.
I've never heard of this brand ever.
Hang on. Are you being serious?
Yeah, I've never heard of this.
Dude, Stellantis owns Maserati.
If
Yeah,
Lauren hasn't
GM,
heard of it, I've definitely not
Chrysler.
heard of it.
Yeah.
I thought Ferrari owned Maserati.
No, that was so long ago, dude. So long ago. Stellantis is going to go bankrupt, in my view, and I think the chart just goes and kind of supports that.
Let's remove the HPDR so we get a better idea of the long-term trend.
What do you got? Monthly?
Oh, this thing looks terrible.
Yeah.
So it tried to make a little bit of a uptrend over here. It swept these highs. I would consider this swing failure pattern, which is whenever it goes above the previous highs and it ends up getting a sharp rejection and it closes below. So we have a swing failure pattern right here. We took this liquidity to the upside. The only liquidity left to take is this liquidity right here. So let's to go back to the HPDR. So right now on the monthly, we still have about 19 days to go. But previously, we always found support at this 100 EMA. Right now, we bounced off of it last time, and now we're solidly below it, and we're about to get, in about 19 days and 5 hours, we're going to get a close below it. The 100 EMA is currently sitting at $15.62. So if we break that area, we're very likely going to come down to this 88.3. I don't think we're going to break right below this 88.3, which is currently at $14.67, because you only have an 11.7% chance of continuation from here. So it's very likely as we hit this area, we get a little bit of a bounce, we test the 100, most likely reject there, and then probably consolidate right here while these ranges move up. And then at that point, I would think that we're ready for the next move down, and my next logical target would be this 200 SMA, which is currently at $11.60. And if we look at our momentum indicators on the HPDR momentum is pointed very heavily down, and it's well within the bearish control zone. It's below all of these previous drops before. Last time we were in this area on momentum was in March of 2020. And you guys remember what happened in March of 2020? That was the big COVID nuke. And we're getting volatility pointed up as well. Was it like that in March of 2020? Yep, exactly the same in March of 2020, where momentum was pointed heavily in the bearish control zone and volatility was breaking out. But now we're getting volatility at literally the exact same area where it was in March of 2020. And we had, it doesn't look like that much on this chart right now, but if you were to take the measurement, how much of a move down that was about 42% down in one single candle.
Holy, and for such a huge company, that's ridiculous.
And we're getting that exact same setup right now, where volatility, momentum is in the heavily in the bearish control zone, and volatility is pointed very sharply up. And then we also look at the jewel. The jewel is pointed very, very vertically downwards, no chance of a curvature, and then we're below the pink and the yellow, and we're about to break within the into the bearish control zone. So multiple different signals are telling us that this thing is insanely bearish. I would not look for it to go straight down, though. I would look for it to consolidate somewhere around this $14 area, maybe like high to mid 14s. Retest this 100 somewhere around $15, and then after that, I would look for the real move down. And we're looking right now at the 9, which is crossing freshly under the 21. The last time we did that was over here, and we had from cross to the bottom about a 28.69% move down. Nice. We're getting that exact same EMA cross right here. The last time we had it before that was over here.
That was a big one.
Yeah, that was an even more severe move down. That was, oh my God. That was a 64% move down since that last cross of the 9 below the 21. So now not only are we getting our momentum indicators and volatility indicators giving us the same setup as 2020, March of 2020, but we're getting our EMAs giving us that as well. So how much more points of confluence do you need, right?
Yeah, I mean, you tell me. I'm already sold on the fact that this is going to go to 0.
And then we check on the weekly. We ended up making a little bit of a bounce right here at the 88.3%, which is the same level we're at on the monthly right now, which is why I think this is a very good bounce area for at least a little bit of a mean reversion to make a lower high. We tried to make a bounce, but we couldn't even get above the 5 EMA. And then we ended up rolling over, which tells you if we can't get above the 5 EMA, the trend is very, very strongly towards the downside. Because the 5 EMA is the fastest moving average that I use. So if you can't get above the fastest one, that tells you you're very likely not even going to test the 9. You're not going to test the median or the 21. You're just going to keep going straight down. But if we look at our momentum indicators right now, HBR momentum is starting to flip up a little bit, while the volatility is flipping down. So that would give you a statistical target of the median. This is going to be like about 2 days before it closes, so the median is going to move down. But right now, it's sitting at somewhere around $17.94. I don't think it's going to go up there. I think the median is going to come down. It's going to align right up with this 9 EMA and this gap over here, which is currently sitting at around like low $17 to somewhere around mid $16. I would expect it to go there, and then based off of the setup that we have with the HPDR momentum and HPDR volatility, it would give us a statistical target of that median. It doesn't tell us if we're going to break it or not. It just tells us that we have to target that median. And based on the monthly setup, we have a bias that it's very likely going to reject that median and continue back towards the downside, while these statistical ranges move up. And then when the ranges move up, then you have enough juice to continue going down. Because right now it's very hard to break the 78.6 or this 88.3% level because the odds are so high against it. But once they move up, and say instead of we're at the 78.6, we're at the 50%, then you have another 50% chance of continuation from there. That's more than enough to be able to get your next move down. But for now, I would be looking for, based off of this setup, a little bit of either a consolidation or a bounce. Like the worst case scenario I can give based on that setup is that we end up touching the 78.6, and then we end up like consolidating there. Best case scenario is that we end up bouncing, probably tap this top 38.2, maybe this 9 EMA, fill this gap, and then from there I would be looking for further down. And based on the HPDR, the next target that I would have after that 88.3 is somewhere around $10, that low $10 area, and that is pretty significant dump from here. That is about like 31, almost 32% from here. So this is like, especially whenever you're seeing it reject the 5 every single time, it's not something that I would even want to touch with a 10-foot pole with longs. And then we have silver cross the downside right here as well.
Yes. And then again, those are kind of like a little bigger moves towards the downside than the one that you saw with the 9 and the 21 flipping.
Yeah. The 9 and the 21 gives you an idea that the silver cross is going to happen soon.
Yeah.
And once the silver cross actually happens, that's the move you're looking for. And we have that on the weekly, which is a very powerful silver cross. I don't think we're going to come up to test the 21 because it's a little bit high, but I can easily see us coming to retest this 9 EMA and filling this gap. And that would be a perfect setup because whenever you have a silver cross, you always want to retest the 9 EMA and base off of that to give you an idea of how strong the cross is. Were you considering it?
No, I was going to say, but I wasn't going to say anything, but I was agreeing with you. But also, if you connect the minimum of 2020 with the minimums on the chart, you put a trend line down there from 2020 and you make it pass through the other ones, that exactly gives you confluence, like the lowest. Yeah. Can I show you with my chart, or you want to do it? Hang on. Let me show you. 1 second. So look at this. This is on the weekly, right? Ooh. This is 2020 right here. Then you're looking right here, the other ones, and then right here, it went up, it rejected and came down. Well, guess what? That is exactly, that rejection is going to be where the 9 is. So yeah, you might have a pretty good shot at entering a great short right here. It's at around the area of 1675, just like what you're saying. Just with that, like to add to your to what you're saying, because it's just adds more confluence.
Yeah, then the area that I have as a logical stop loss, if you're very conservative, I would close it whenever we get back above that line or the 9 EMA. But if you're more of an aggressive trader, you would wait until it gets back above the 21. Yeah, and then at that point you would cut it if you want to be put more risk onto the trade. Which, in my opinion, this on the monthly, it's probably something that some people might want to put a little bit more risk on. No financial advice, but something that some people would want to put a bit more risk on, because the trend is your friend until the end. And right now the trend is down on the weekly, and it's down very heavily. On the weekly, like it's literally just been straight down. We've tried to have like little bounces. The biggest bounces we've had was like 10%. So if you're bouncing up 10% and you're dropping 49%, so that gives you an idea of how strong the downtrend is. We're barely getting any type of bounces. Any bounces we get immediately sold off, as you can see by these wicks. Immediately, every single bounce gets sold off. So I would expect for these ranges to move up while the price consolidates and then it dumps again. That's just my personal bias right now, based off how the monthly looks and how the weekly looks. I would assume that it just makes a lower high and dumps again. And then we're looking at the daily. Daily is now very strongly below this blue 38.2 zone. As you see, every single time that it's lost it, it's had a very, very significant dump. Like last time we lost it right here. I'll start it from here to be fair, because we opened over here. So we had a dump from there about 16% before we ended up having a little bit of a bounce and we rejected the top of the blue zone, and then we ended up moving down again. So if we were to count a 16% bounce from here, that would be perfectly at the top of this blue zone right here, this blue 38.2 zone. I don't think it makes it that high though. I think the highest it gets is somewhere around the median, which is currently around that high $16 number that we were looking at before. And that would also line up with the 9 EMA on the previous chart, and very likely right with that meme line, that diagonal meme line. So I would look for it to be, if we do bounce. I'm not saying we're going to bounce for sure. But right now, we're statistically likely of bouncing. If we bounce, I would look for a rejection over there, and I would look for significantly more downside from there. Let me see if there's anything on the RSI.
There's going to be 99 drives of bearish divergence.
That'd be funny if there is.
No, it's a record.
Let's see. Is there not enough data for the art? Oh, there is. Okay, so we don't have any divergence yet on the monthly, but we do, if you guys see this, shoulder, head, shoulder, and now it's breaking down. So we have a head and shoulders on the RSI, which is basically confirmed at this point because we're below the neckline. And that the first target we would have is the bearish control zone. And right now, that bearish control zone sits at $11.92, right around that $12 number, that short-term number we were looking at before. So we have multiple different setups giving us that same $12 area. And then we look at the, let's see if there's anything on the quarterly. Beautiful. There is a drive of bearish divergence in the quarterly within the bullish control zone. And our easy target from that would be this green 55 EMA, but it's currently sitting at $13.60. Our next target from there is going to be these previous lows right around $12. Our this RSI indicator, Caretaker's RSI, tells you what price it would need to be to hit these areas right here. So if we target the bearish control zone, the price would need to be at, you guys got to take this number with a grain of salt because this is going to move up a lot. But right now it's sitting at $3.81. Because this is a major stock, and each one of these ticks is 3 months. So by the time it moves up, very likely it's going to go from $3.81 to somewhere around $10. And at that point, I would say that we're probably going to hit that area, and then the best hoping I can give is if we hit $10, we bounce up and we close above 12. If that happens, then technically we have another lower high in place based off of our wick lows, and then we can consolidate while the momentum oscillators reset. We make some bullish divergence on the RSI, then we can try for the highs again. But until then, like, it looks extremely bearish. And if this happens within the next month, this move plays out, then you can kiss that $10 number goodbye, and we're probably going below $4.
Yeah, how are they going to get out of this one?
Some hoping I can give right here is on the weekly. We have some inverse head and shoulders on the RSI right here, where we have a shoulder, we have a head, we have a shoulder.
Oh yeah,
it's literally not valid until we break above the bearish control zone. We need to get a weekly close above the bearish control zone, and right now the bearish control zone sits at $16.90. So if we close above $17, we'll exit the bearish control zone and we'll have a measured move from this inverse head and shoulders to about right there at the neutral zone, the middle zone of the RSI, which makes sense after you get out of the bearish control zone and touch that. And that right now is at $19.81. But until we close above that $17 number, though, this is just an idea, and this divergence, this inverse head and shoulders is not going to play out. And very likely, if it fails, we're going to test the bottom of the bearish critical zone, and that number sits currently at $10.18. That $10 number we were looking at before
keeps coming up. Yep.
So there's more and more setups that are coming up right now that are giving me that $10 number, and the more you get, the more likely it's going to be. Right now we have some on the weekly, we have a little bit of the jewel flipping from a white neutral to a light blue cyan buy, but it's not a reversal signal yet because we're still below everything. We're mainly below this pink fast moving oscillator. So as long as we're below that, it's considered to be corrective and bearish. And we have extremely low volatility right here. You see these lines, whenever they go up and they turn red, that's when you have high volatility. And whenever they're down here and they're low and they're blue, that means you have very low volatility. So we have enough juice to, as long as we're below this and we're bearish, to have a very significant move to the downside. Now, and with this low volatility, we can probably go from $15 to $12 or $10 in one monthly candle, because this volatility is so low that you have enough juice to go to push price action significantly higher or upward based on which way the momentum is pointed at. Let's look at the momentum real quick, and then we'll get an idea of which way the volatility will likely break. So as long as price is below $24.22, monthly momentum is pointed very sharply down. On the weekly, it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $14.95, which we're about like 5 cents over right now. We have 2 days and 5 hours to go. If we can close over this, the weekly will start flipping back up, and then we would be able to retest this silver crossover here. At the very least, this 9 EMA at around high 16s. Maybe if we're lucky, we can go up to $18 to retest this 200. Both of those I'd be looking at sharp projection points, and at that point, I feel like this number is going to move up significantly, and the price is going to be below it. So then it's going to be that much harder for the bulls to keep momentum towards the upside, and it's going to be a perfect retest of the silver cross, and it's going to be a maintain of downtrend because we're still making lower highs. So we're going to end up making another lower high over here somewhere in this area if we bounce before we roll over again. On the 5-day, momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $15.03. 2-day momentum is down as long as we're below $15.43, and the daily momentum is down as long as we're below $15.42. So every single high time frame setup right now is telling you that momentum is pointed very sharply towards the downside, and the volatility is about to expand. Whenever you have that setup, you can tell within the next couple of weeks we're very likely going to have a significant move towards the downside based off the volatility and the momentum.
Very, very nice, sir. And I agree. And I think this shit's going to fucking collapse tremendously. I just wonder if they're going to finally let him collapse or if they're going to get bailed out again.
Quick, put more 399 Ghiblis.
But you know that they're trying to sell Maserati right now. But then who the fuck is going to buy Maserati? Like, sounds like the worst idea ever. If you were like, Alejandro, you want to be a partner in Maserati? I'd be like, no, can I just get some money up front, please? Because that shit's going to go to zero. Oh, there's no way.
Can I invest in Fisker instead?
You might as well, right? Except that already fucking went to the bottom.
To be honest, it was kind of disappointing for me when they released that MC20. They're like, give us $260,000 for this.
And by the way, they keep making other versions that are more expensive.
So retarded.
I legitimately think at some point I'll be the CEO of one of those companies when they want to blame on some idiot. They want to blame it on some idiot that everything went down, because it can't be that hard to be like, hey, this makes no sense. I also feel like, you know, the people that make movies, people that make movies are the creatives, but the people that tell us what to do are not creatives. They're just people that work behind the desk and say, no, that's never going to work. This is what you want. Or when I advertise for someone on Instagram or anything, they're like, I'm hiring you so you can talk to your audience, but this is what I want and how I want you to tell them, which you can't do that. It's the same thing with the cars. I feel like whoever's making these cars have never driven a car. Never. There's no way. There's no way.
If you're looking for a V6 car with the doors that go up, would you rather pay $260 for that Maserati or pay like $260, $280 and get a McLaren Artura?
Yeah, 100%.
Easy choice. It's easy choice.
And it's new, warranty, everything. Yeah, fuck yeah. And also, it might catch on fire, so you can use it as a barbecue grill at the same time. So I'd say McLaren.
You can use it as an insurance scam.
Also, that's also another great way of looking at it. What was I going to say? Okay, I got a good one for you, Farhan. You ready? Ravian.
Nice.
Can't miss it. All right, I'm going to do Stellantis. Let's go. Aquí tenemos Stellantis, damas y caballeros. Para los que se preguntan quién es Stellantis, Stellantis son los que hacen coches y hacen marcas como Chrysler y también Maserati, etcétera. Son ellos. Por alguna razón tuvieron, bueno, no por alguna razón, por la inflación subieron y su acción llegó a tocar los 29.60. El día de hoy están cotizando y esto fue literalmente en marzo del 2024, ¿ok? Marzo del 2024. El día de hoy están cotizando abajo de los $15 en 14.99. Bueno, está oscilando un poco el precio por acá. Podemos ver un poco el patrón que lleva. Mucha gente dirá, güey, está haciendo altos, más altos, más altos, y esto se ve bastante alcista. Pero cuando prendes tus indicadores favoritos, puedes ver que el 9 está a punto de bajar del 21. La última vez que eso pasó, te voy a dar las últimas dos. Tienes este movimiento, que fue un movimiento de 31% a la baja, y te voy a dar este movimiento acá, que fue un 62% a la baja. Cuando volteamos a ver los indicadores de Farhand, de momentum y volatilidad, nos están todos en temporalidades grandes, dando exactamente el mismo tipo de escenario que se dio en el 2020. Yo creo que todos nos acordamos qué pasó en el 2020 y lo podemos ver sobre todo en el gráfico, así que no se pregunten, no hay misterio alguno. Otra cosa que me gustó bastante fue la confluencia que existe con este trend line, esta línea de tendencia, bueno, esta meme line que tenemos por acá, que conecta abril del 2020, fue retesteada en septiembre del 2022, el fondo del mercado, y ahora fue rota a la baja y esta línea va a confirmar, recuerden, nuestra confirmación es simplemente un cierre abajo de los 15.11. Si cierras abajo de los 15.11, tu gráfico mensual, tu vela mensual que quedan 19 días y 5 horas, te imaginas lo que va a pasar. Ahora, cuando volteamos a ver en la semanal el gráfico de Stellantis, vemos un poco de lo mismo, aunque aquí ya tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Acá, esos cruces plateados a la baja se han dado exactamente igual que los de antes. Te voy a dar el último, que nos llevó 37% abajo. Y antes de ese, que fue el del 2020, básicamente, nos dio un 66% para abajo. Así que te puedes dar una excelente idea de qué es lo que te espera en este momento. Recuerden, ¿qué pasa cuando tienes un cruce plateado a la baja? Lo que quieres hacer es apostar en contra del 9. El 9 es esta línea azul que están viendo acá, el promedio del azul. En este momento hay una coincidencia bastante chida acá. ¿Por qué? Porque pueden ver dónde está el precio en este momento, en los 14.96, pero puedes sin problema alguno venir, cerrar por acá, hacer esto, retestear este nivel, que sería literalmente el encontronazo con la línea, que es justamente donde está también el promedio de los 9, y de ahí continuar su movimiento a la baja. Nuestro siguiente objetivo de este movimiento y este rechazo sería los $12.05, pero el número que sigue apareciendo en varias temporalidades son los $10, que es más o menos por acá, para que se den una idea de los $10, que la última vez que lo vimos fue en el 2020, en los mínimos de COVID. Volteamos a ver la diaria, a ver si podemos encontrar algo más de confluencia. Pueden ver que en la diaria todavía no tenemos el cruce. No, sí, el cruce plateado a la baja lo dio aquí arriba y ahí vas para abajo con muchísima fuerza, con el 9 estando, disculpen un segundo, con el 9 estando arriba el 21, digo, abajo el 21 que es el azul, el 21 está arriba y pueden ver que son rechazos duros. Así que Stellantis no se ve nada bien. Además, también algo que había notado es, voy a quitar mis indicadores rápido, aquí hay un gap y este gap también se junta con nuestra idea de que va a venir a retestear el 9. Recuerda que el 9 va a bajar porque el precio está tan abajo. Entonces, muy probablemente sí veamos este rechazo por acá. Si quieres abrir una posición en corto, bueno, si yo fuera a abrir una posición en corto, lo haría donde esté el 9, ahí en la semanal, lo pondría ahí en los 16.74 y mi stop loss lo tendría, si no eres agresivo, por ahí de los 17.63, pero si eres agresivo, usaría el 21, que está en los 18.87. Stellantis se ve cocinado, señores, como este pavito. No tiene por qué seguir subiendo, no tiene ningún fundamento en esta economía. Aunque bajen los tipos De nuevo, no es algo instantáneo a menos de que nos manden cheques. Si a la gente le mandan cheques, ese dinero va a llegar mucho más rápido y crear inflación más pronta. Pero si no mandan cheques a la gente y transferencias de banco a todos los dueños de negocios pequeños, muy probablemente esto vaya a sangrar y no sé hasta dónde pueda llegar, porque Stellantis, en mi opinión, tiene que quebrar, a menos de que el gobierno lo salve una vez más, que también es una posibilidad. ¿Y por qué tiene que quebrar? Porque ahora sí que no se pudieron subir a la tendencia de nada, de los eléctricos, todos sus coches son una cagada en general y pues sí, pues es lo que pasa cuando es un mal producto, punto. Por eso tiene esta caída tan en picada que podemos ver acá, que ya desde la parte de arriba de este año a hoy, estás hablando de un 50% de caída. Así que eso es, damas y caballeros, Stellantis para ustedes. Vamos con una favorita del grupo, Coinbase. Coinbase, let's go, let's do this.
All right, cool. Get this up. Yeah, so Coinbase was something, let me just share it. This was something, I was talking about pretty extensively the last 2 weeks. I saw an easy short opportunity on Coinbase. Why do I say that? Well, it's really simple. Let me turn this 34 off so we can see it better. And what we see here is, this 9, the blue line, has basically been acting as major support on Coinbase this entire time. This was a big area of concern when last month, the last monthly closure, we lost the 9. On top of it, my bias with Bitcoin was solidified simply because of what Coinbase is looking like. We don't have a lot of data with this 9, but we have enough to use it. We can see here it pressed price down heavily. Any kind of rallies into the 9 got heavily rejected. And then as soon as we reclaimed it, we never lost it. Major breakout, dump into it, major breakout, consolidation, breakdown. Now we've lost it. And this is why I was talking about in our Elite Trading Academy Discord and to you guys that this is an easy short opportunity. Very likely after we lose the 9, after dumping this much to the 21, made sense to get some kind of bounce. To me, we were in an EMA range. The 21 currently sitting at 164 and the 9 sitting around 184, 185. Not only that, I had this meme line here right at 187, 186, 187 that basically solidified resistance for me, which was the 9. And so what we got to this month was we got a nice rally. Keep in mind, from the lows, we basically rallied 13% straight into resistance, bearish retest until proven otherwise to rejection. Now it's down 16%. And this is why I talk heavily about the EMA 9 on the monthly. The 5 can be nice, but all the 5 does is basically can be a forewarning to me that we're going to lose the 9. Once we lose this 9, it's solidified, and to me that the trend is now heavily down and we're entering those bear market territories. Not only did we have the 9 here, but we had the 5 as well. So it made this short a high degree confidence short. And so what we have now is we're losing the 21. Major support here was support when we bounced and hit the 9 and the 21. And now we're seeing the 9 start curving down. Honestly, this chart's not looking good now, and I'll show you why, and it's more evident on the weekly. This chart's not looking good because if you can see this deviation to rejection, we've now lost this $156, $157 zone. This was a big level. This was right before, this is the level we held right before we had a massive breakout to the $200 region. And now what we see is we've totally deviated that from this weekly closure, lost the EMA 100, which was a nice point on this chart. It's been a big major point of support. It came all the way up, nicely corresponding with this meme line. And now what we're seeing is we got to rally into it. Is this a bearish retest again of the EMA 100 on the weekly? To me, I have to look at that as such because of what volatility is telling me and momentum, which it's freshly going up. This basically from lows is expanding, and this is a lot more. Like this can keep going if it wants to. You can see, from the 50%, we can easily go to the 90%. Very much like here, what had happened when price consolidated, right? We had this massive breakout when we got that expansion. Now it's on the flip side. So now trend is down. This was the lower low. This was a higher low on the month, on the weekly, just like Bitcoin. But the difference between this chart and Bitcoin is this chart looks a lot worse. Why do I say that? Because we're now targeting the weekly EMA 100 on Bitcoin, whereas Coinbase has already officially lost it. And so currently as it stands, we have nothing but air right until like 125, 120. For me, it's really, you have to ask yourself why you'd want to buy this, and then also why the bias on being bullish on crypto would, be reasonable. And as it stands, it's not. The daily here shows us that this 156, 157 range is a big level. The fact that we're now consolidating under it is a little trappy to me. And I say that because what we see is this 9's perfectly still, this 5, which I don't like using on the daily, this 9 here, it still has a long way. Basically, if we rally up to 165s, easily can reject from there. You have to watch closely. We haven't tapped the 9 in a long time, in multiple days. So rallies up to this 9 on the daily, to me, we have to look at that as an opportunity to short. Now, if we're wrong, we start reclaiming it, fine, but we still have this 21 here, right around 180. And to me, this is an interesting level because it's right where we rejected and broke down again last time. When we lost it right here, and then we had this fake breakdown, quickly got reclaimed, nice reaction up. So this blue line is very big, just like this 156 line's big. And why I have more of a bias that this daily is not going to hold, even though this candle's nice. These three this one was very nice. This one's a hammerhead, but currently as it stands, it's not doing anything to the structure. And we can't negate the what's it called, the weekly 100 that we just lost and testing now and rejecting. When people look at the 4-hour, the 8-hour, the 12-hour, and the daily, it can sometimes lie to you. And that's why we have to zoom out and look at the weekly. And when you look at this weekly here, the picture kind of comes together nicely. You see the downtrend, you know where you're wrong because this is the last lower high before a lower low. So even if we got right back to this 188, 187 zone, I'll be looking at this as an opportunity to short. And very much like on Bitcoin, we can see here, we have this fresh cross, 21 going above the 9. If we throw in the 55, don't think there's a silver cross yet, but it's getting close. And this is on a weekly. This is very implicative to potentially a bear market, in my opinion, especially since the...
I'm sorry, especially on your weekly, when you're looking at it as a whole and go back all the way, literally all the way back. The last time the 9 went under the 21 was the mega fucking dumps of all dumps.
Good catch.
That was the last time, literally.
Exactly.
And he just did it.
And so what we're seeing now is that's the same setup I had with Bitcoin that we talked about on Sunday. We are targeting the EMA 100 on Bitcoin, but this, I have to ask myself, is this front running Bitcoin? Because it's already lost its weekly EMA 100. Now the counter to this is, well, Alex, there's not a lot of data with this 100. Fair. I mean, I'm not saying there is a lot, but we still can see it acted as support. So there is still enough to know that if this flips now to resistance, this will be bad. This will be the first time we've gone under it too, since it's populated. But fine, if we don't use that, that's perfectly fine with me. What we have to then do is look here. Let's see, what's it called? This basically what you mentioned, this 921, even if we take the 55 off, fine. And based on what we can see here, right, based on the monthly EMA 9 rejecting, losing for the first time this entire bull market, it's lost it on last month's closure. On top of that, we have these massive engulfing candles on the weekly. Same with this one, nice little 3 candles, right? Power of 3s, 1, 2, 3, slap down, reject. Massive engulfing here. On top of it, though, even if we're just using our meme lines, this is still valid resistance after a deviation. We have to look at this first as the bearish retest because we do have this crossed. It is fresh. The last time we did cross, it was down only. Nice little bounces, but where did we always reject? The 9 or the 21. And so currently as it stands, the 9 is sitting right at that 188. Very interesting to me. I do think that this 9 will reject, and that's what we'd expect with this cross here. Overall, it's not a good sign. This chart's not healthy. And if you just look at the quarterly here, it kind of says it all. So when we're looking at the quarterly, it was looking extremely good. The issue here with this quarterly is this is a massive, massive, massive rejection candle. We haven't actually had, and it's not confirmed, 19 days, but if it confirms like this, keep in mind, we haven't had this ugly of a candle in a long time. Never in Coinbase's history. Why it's ugly is because of this. You never want to see
it's
a wick body.
Well,
yeah, that I was gonna far near stealing my thunder, brother. So the quarterly though, it's not good when you get rallies up, massive rejection, shit ton of people are trapped here. On top of that, we now have, it's almost like you can visibly see, it's like a weight. We have all the weight now pointed down with this wick body here. And then, yes, it's engulfing. That's not good. That's not what you want to see on a quarterly. On top of it, even if we want to just be crazy and use a 9 on an, very young chart, we are now under the 9 as well. If we, in my opinion, the 5 will probably be wiser to look at than the 9, and we can see that even better. So, this 5 here has been nice support, even on this last quarterly. Here almost went up to it, front ran it. Now we're losing it on top of this disgusting candle we're forming here, mega top candle. This is interesting to me because when we put all of the analysis we've been doing, all of the USD dominance charts that we've looked at, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Coinbase is looking really bad. And oftentimes what we'll see is Coinbase will do the majority of the sell-off first, and its moves down are always exasperated because you're getting that little sprinkle of volatility with crypto mixed in with weak stocks, mixed in with bad Bitcoin. All of those 3 things are in a combination of just it getting screwed over. And this, from the cross, let's just see when we first got, a nice bounce here. From the cross, from first bounce, 41%, just straight down. And that's why we have to be mindful of this as a short opportunity in rallies, because the trend is down, A, but B, this was just like a huge, huge point in the chart that I didn't even notice. Losing just that 9 really is not a good sign. This was like the first time any major crypto thing has lost, any major crypto stock, Bitcoin, MicroStrategy, anything like that, BlackRock. This is the first one that's lost its 9 on the monthly. I don't know if this is a front-running thing that's going to happen with Bitcoin, because keep in mind, it's still not above its 9, but it hasn't closed below its 9 yet. So like is Bitcoin lagging behind Coinbase, which is interesting because we usually use Bitcoin as the front runner, but Coinbase looks significantly worse. So as it stands, yeah, I'd be very careful. We need to watch this 120 as an opportunity until proven otherwise. We'll see where this monthly closes. So let's go to the weekly here. Ideally, if the weekly can close back above this let's call it $211, it'll look a lot better because now we're shifting structure. We've broken the lower high, and we've deviated the 21, the 9, reclaimed support, and now we can flip this cross back up and negate it. But as it stands, we have to look first at 187 if we get any rallies, and that to me is a short opportunity. But as it stands, yeah, I'm not touching this. This is more playing in the middle. If we get rallies into this, I'll look to maybe short, something like that, and then that. Because I know where I'm wrong on this trade. But essentially, right now, I wouldn't want to be longing this at all because where's your logical stop, right? We're just in the middle of the chart now. I can use this as a mid-range. We dash it, and we're just like in the middle now after breaking down. And I have the extremity support right at this 115 to, we'll call it 123. This is a big zone. We lose this zone, I do think it's going to be over for Coinbase for a long time. We saw here, once we lost this zone, it basically was under it and chopped around for 602 days. So, it's going to be quite damaging. This is probably going to solidify the bear market thesis that I currently have, but I can't call it a bear market yet. And Coinbase looks extra bad. It looks even worse than Bitcoin. And so that's something we can't negate. We have, if you are bull bias on crypto, you really don't have to be looking at Coinbase because this won't do well, especially if Bitcoin is starting to turn bear. And it often tops and it often bottoms and starts to move quicker than Bitcoin does, in my opinion. So something to watch. Extremely weak. The trend is your friend. We are in a downtrend. We're rejecting the EMA 100 on the weekly. We've deviated this 158, so that's now resistance, and we have to start looking at this 120 to 115 zone, which I know it doesn't seem like much on a weekly, but that is still a massive 20 to 24% drop. This corresponds with my thesis that Bitcoin will eventually go and hit that weekly EMA 100, something Coinbase has already lost. We can't assume that Bitcoin is going to lose it just because of Coinbase, but it's something you mentally should know and watch carefully. And that's kind of where we're at on this chart. And this momentum volatility, BBWP is essentially telling us this move's happening. And volatility and momentum are very strong right now, and the trend is down, so we have to expect more downside.
Yes, we do. And I'll ask this question again. If Bitcoin loves and front runs inflation, what does Bitcoin do when inflation's coming down, right?
Exactly.
And what about exactly? That's mostly what I see.
And
Also,
again, not many people talk about that because right now we're seeing an easy trap. Oh, inflation's coming down. It's bullish. Like Fed are going to cut way less. It's bullish. It's bullish. It's bullish. Well, wait a second. Like, let's backtrack and see what happens in a disinflationary environment to Bitcoin. And you see the trap. It's obvious. It's funny because no one talks about it. Disinflation apparently is bullish, and inflation apparently is bullish on Bitcoin. So
yeah, everything. It's all.
it's all
everything.
Bullish. Right.
It's so true. Thank you so much for that. And then
Mhm.
I'll have Superverse for you
Okay.
after Farhan's review. And I want to add a little to yours before I jump into Spanish. I had added this meme line that goes from January 2023 and goes through here, and then perfectly bounced off here. And it lost it. And now that meme line will also be around the 100 EMA to be perfectly and beautifully rejecting the price when it comes down, which is at 165, which also coincides kind of like with your meme line and the rejection right here
Right
at
around
160.
158.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So even more confluence to add to it. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Vale, pues. Estamos viendo Coinbase y lo estamos viendo primero en la mensual, ¿no? Que se veía bastante bonito todo esto, pero cuando nos acercamos un poco y vemos, recuerden, Coinbase es una acción relativamente nueva por la que no tenemos tantos datos. Izquierda a derecha está cotizando en 154.68. El alto más alto que tuvo este año son 284.19 y de ahí no la ha podido romper. ¿Y qué hemos visto? Para toda la gente que está aprendiendo con nosotros, este alto, un alto más bajo. Lo que sí es que no ha creado un bajo más bajo que este. Todavía estamos por encima de eso. Lo que le da a mucha gente la esperanza de, no, todavía podemos subir más. Coinbase todavía puede subir más. Y ahorita justamente estás básicamente peleándote con esta zona donde hubo bastante acción de precio, 3 meses seguidos literalmente rangueando por acá y acá tienes otro mes para agregarle, entonces 4 meses. Ahora, algo importante que nos enseñó Alex es la única vez que perdimos el EMA 9 en Bitcoin fue acá, ¿ok? ¿Qué pasó cuando se perdió? Tuvo un bajón de 86.69%, bastante bonito. Y acá estamos una vez más siendo rechazados. Obviamente esta vela mensual todavía tiene 19 días y 5 horas, pero pueden ver el rechazo que ocurrió en los 183.90 y ahora también estamos siendo rechazados por el 21 que está en 164.92. Eso es bastante bajista. En la mensual, de nuevo, tenemos que esperar a que obviamente se dé todo el movimiento, se cierre la vela, que de verdad en 19 días estemos por acá y eso se vería bastante mal. Lo interesante de esto es esta línea de tendencia que colocamos por acá. Obviamente una línea meme que pues ayuda solamente a soportar darnos un poco más de confluencia en nuestras acciones. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí la trepamos, luego acá nos dijo que le íbamos a perder, acá la ganamos, trepamos, bajamos, pero nos intentó engañar de que se iba para abajo, no pasó. El siguiente mes sí cerró abajo y empezó a actuar como resistencia y después tuviste y la rompiste una vez que se trepó el precio sobre la 9. Y eso tuvo bastante fuerza y se fue para arriba. Pero pueden ver que aquí en febrero del 2024 vino a rebotar en esta línea y ahora estamos por debajo de ella. En la mensual no se ve tan fuerte y tan agresivo, pero cuando nos vamos a la semanal, podemos darnos cuenta acá de que estamos hasta siendo rechazados, no solamente por esta línea horizontal en los 160.99, pero ahora también por la misma línea meme que va en diagonal. Eso es bastante malo. Una cosa que vale la pena notar en la acción de Coinbase es esto. Me voy a echar tantito para atrás. Acá, el 9 y el 21 se invirtieron. Eso quiere decir que el 9, el azul, se fue abajo del 21, lo que nos da una señal de debilidad de precio. Esto pasó en diciembre del 2021. Me imagino que algunos de ustedes que han estado acá todo ese tiempo se dieron cuenta y eso significó un bajón de 88% en el precio de Coinbase. No lo habíamos vuelto a ver desde el 21 hasta literalmente acá, en agosto del 2024. Y en agosto del 2024, digamos que el movimiento se dé algo parecido al del 88%, estarías poniendo un target de 24%. No se va a dar probablemente, pero Divídelo a la mitad, ¿qué te parece? A la mitad en un 44% coincide con esta línea de los $122, ¿no? Para mínimo tener esa idea. Cuando tienes esta debilidad y lo estás viendo en tus promedios, y también puedes ver este doble tope de McDonald's, que es súper famoso, empiezas a crear nuevos mínimos porque estos mínimos se rompieron y vas para la baja. Simplemente voy a quitar esto para que lo puedan ver acá. Tenías este mínimo y dijiste, no lo voy a romper. ¿Cómo de que no? Rompiste el mínimo y ahora tienes otro mínimo por acá. Puedes ver cómo está escalonando para abajo. Ahora, normalmente, cripto va delante de las acciones, pero esta vez parece que Coinbase va delante de cripto cuando lo estamos viendo en la semanal de esta forma. También podemos ver que el 100, el promedio de los 100, va a coincidir exactamente con esta zona de los 160 y esta línea que también va en diagonal, que está básicamente rechazando el precio. Este rechazo, si se llega a dar, nos va a llevar el payaso porque no hemos perdido el promedio de los 100 una vez que populó y subió en la semanal. No lo hemos perdido hasta hoy. Entonces, esto también sería otro indicador bastante bajista en el precio de Coinbase. Y cuando volteamos a verlo así, podemos ver que estamos consolidando debajo de la línea horizontal de soporte, que es en 160, y también de nuevo en la diagonal. Acá estás viendo también un cruce, un Silver Cross, justamente que se dio en esta zona, y ese Silver Cross sigue vigente, y ahora el 9 también debajo del 21. ¿Qué es lo que nos dice? Que cada que puedas retestear el 9, y esto de nuevo, estamos en la diaria, el 9 es la línea azul que tengo aquí abajo, y va a donde a coincidir con esta zona por acá. Si eso se llega a dar, muy probablemente Coinbase vaya a visitar los 122. Si llega a perder el nivel de los 122, este cochinito ya se coció y está listo para ser servido, ¿ok? Entonces, esto todavía se ve muy bajista. Coinbase parece que está liderando a cripto. También cuando volteas a ver al dólar, no perdiendo niveles, quedándose fuerte, estás viendo bonos bajar, rendimiento de bonos bajar. Eso quiere decir que hay un mercado muy alcista en el mercado de los bonos americanos, eso quiere decir que mucha gente está comprando dólares, lo que a mí me dice que en los próximos meses vamos a ver el dólar volviéndose mucho más fuerte porque la gente está yéndose por seguridad. Ahí estás viendo el petróleo bajar, están todos los indicadores del universo aquí para decirte que te vas a ir al nepe junto con el peso mexicano, que de nuevo, tal vez se tome una siesta en estos días, porque ahorita todo el mundo ya lo cree, y la tabla de desempleo literalmente entrando en niveles donde va a dar saltos exponenciales. Así que atentos, esto es lo que es Coinbase y pues vamos a darnos una vuelta a ver una de las favoritas de todo el mundo, Rivian, of course.
Unmuted.
Well
There
done,
we
sir.
go.
We're hitting the road running.
We're fucking back. We're so back, boys. Do you think Bitcoin's about to hit $89,000?
In the midst of it so over, I found there was within me an invincible. We're so back.
We are so back. Get it.
So we're gonna start with the monthly, and as always, the monthly looks absolutely terrible. This is straight downtrend on the monthly.
It's insane. Yeah.
We retested the top of the blue 38.2 zone, and we held the 5 EMA, but now we're getting followed from that. We're about to lose the 5 EMA. The first target we have is sitting right here at this blue 38.2 zone, which right now is at $10.51. And let's see if our indicators line. So currently our momentum indicators do not align with it. They're showing us that momentum is still pointed up, while volatility is pointed up. But the fact that we've lost our 5 EMA tells you that based off of the next monthly open, this is very likely going to flip down, whereas volatility stays flipping up, which gives us enough momentum and volatility. You can consider enough juice to break down and hit this blue 38.2 zone around $10.50. I would consider that the most hopium I can provide is that from this downward move from $8, we ended up making a high, but we have not made a higher low yet. So the most hopium I can give is we can end up making a higher low somewhere around that $10 area, while all of our momentum indicators and volatility resets, then we can try again and break this high. But it's not very hopeful right now that this lower high higher low is gonna hold, because based off of the momentum reaching the extremes, whenever it reaches extremes, it's bound to flip back down. every single time when it reached this area, it ended up flipping down. So that happens when the next monthly open and momentum does flip down. It's going to be very unlucky that we hold this area, and we're probably going to come back towards this median, and this median is going to go up after the next monthly close. Very likely it's going to be somewhere between $8.30 to around $8.90, which is going to be a retest of the previous all-time lows. And if it does hit that area and we get to the previous all-time lows, I feel like there's going to be a lot of people who bought these bottoms all the way up through here who are going to start puking their positions, and they're going to start selling, which is going to drive price even lower. And at that point, I would be looking for us to hit somewhere around this $4.96 to $5 area, which would be a significant drop from previous all-time lows. And then we look at the week. At the weekly broke back into the blue 38.2 zone. We've been holding it for a little bit. Now we're rejecting every single major EMA. And then you also see that all these EMAs are bunched up right here. You have the 5, the 9, and the 21. Whenever they're bunched up like that and you reject them, that gives you a very bearish sign. Which is the opposite is true, that whenever you close above them and they're bunched up like that, it's very bullish. Right now we're rejecting every single one and we're making a little bit of a doji. We still have 2 days and 5 hours to go. We want to see this, or the bears want to see this turn red. If this turns red, then very likely we're going to come not only break this 38.2 zone at $12.30, we're probably coming down to the 61.8, which is right now sitting at $11.30. And at that point, when we get to that level, we're going to be so close based on the monthly chart that we're very likely going to come down to that mid to low $10 area. Maybe consolidate there a little bit, somewhere around right here, consolidate, make a little bit of a bounce, try to touch this 61.8 at $11. But I would be looking at that as a bearish retest before we end up going lower back toward that $8 number. And if we look at our momentum indicators right now, momentum is trying to flip back up, but it's still within the negative territory, while volatility is flipping down. So that's telling you that this move up, if we do get one, which we're kind of getting a bounce right now, is going to be a corrective move and not to make a lower high, and not a move to break this trend and make a higher high. And the jewel also is at the same time. The jewel is pointed vertically down, and it's crossing below the pink fast moving oscillator. So multiple different setups are telling you right now that this is bearish, and we're probably going to go somewhere towards $10. Let's go to the 2-day. 2-day supports the bounce idea where we have multiple different lows right here, and then we're making a higher low based off of a wick. But we are at the resistance right now. We've tested the top of the blue 38.2 zone, and we're rejecting it. As long as we keep rejecting this area, we have a statistical likelihood of testing the median, which right now the median lines up with this meme line right here, right around $12.46. And if it breaks below the median, we have to go back down. We have a statistical likelihood of going to the bottom 38.2 or the 50%. And right now, the 50% seems more likely to me based off how significant this area is. That we rejected here, we rejected there, and then we rejected here. That's what which gives us that high $10 number. So we have another different setup giving us that same $10 number. Now let's look at the RSI. Let's see if there's any bearish divergences. There's probably going to be some hidden bearish divergence, to be honest. I'm trying to find some hopium for you fellas.
My man.
Nothing on the monthly. Not enough data. Yeah, like I thought, we have multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence here on the weekly. And we've just confirmed another drive on this move up right here. So at the minimum, we have to target this bearish control zone right here, which currently sits at $9.45, right around that $10 number.
That $10 number.
Now we have another setup giving us that same $10 area. And with this many drives of hidden bearish divergence, it's very likely to play out. This is right now on this play right here on the hidden bearish divergence. You have 1, 2, and 3 drives right here. 3 is usually the magic number for hidden bearish divergence to give you the real move. Check the 5-day. 5-day also has 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. The target is the bearish control zone, $9.61. 3-day, nothing. 2-day, we have some regular bearish divergence. The target is the bearish control zone, sits at $11.82. And on the daily, load, please. So the daily, we have nothing. So the 2-day, the 5-day, and the weekly are also all giving us bearish divergences, and basically every single one of them is targeting that $10 area. And if we go to $10 and we don't bounce significantly from there, I feel like we're going to break those $8 lows.
That would be really fucked, because if the price keeps going, like, how can that go lower? This company should be worth so much more, but you can't fucking tell Price what to do. That's crazy.
Do you know who Hard Rock Nick is from crypto Twitter?
No.
He's this guy who goes and whenever prices are going down, he goes like, okay, I need the price to go up. Every single day I check price, bad price. I'm over invested by a lot. It is what it is. Can the devs do something?
I mean, I've seen that. By the way, everyone on Twitter is always posting the same thing. It's crazy how originality has completely gone out the window. It's like the same thing. The Wall Street Bets guy, he's just copying status updates from someone else. Like whenever the price goes down, and he goes, "Who the fuck you selling?" There's 89 million accounts doing that. I feel like there's not a lot of real accounts on Twitter.
Definitely not. Absolutely not.
But then I see the Instagram and TikToks, and everyone's doing the same fucking stupid dance. So I just think most are NPCs.
The thing about it is, the charts will tell you exactly how much something's worth. And most people don't want to, it seems so obvious, right? Well, obviously, Alex, but like when you have a bias, so you have what you think it should be worth versus what it's actually telling you. And right now, no one wants to touch that chart. Money's not going into that. There's no momentum. It's very much like Nike. Why would you buy Nike if it's telling you it looks fucked, rather than just buying it because you think, well, it's Nike and it's going to go up? And well, no, just like do what the chart's telling you. And like it seems easy in hindsight, but like that's where the emotions and psychology come into play.
Be honest, fellas. Before, Nike was the only player in the game. Now, why on earth would you buy Nike over Lululemon? They make way better shit for the same price.
Not only that, also it's retarded that people don't account for all the creators selling merch. And the reason why and the reason why they're trying to pass that law in California, which I think it passed because I'm in the clothing business. Now there's a law called the 707. The 707 or 707B, what it says is that if you're a clothing company, you need to become fully net zero, like carbon zero, and you need to recycle buy all of your all of the clothes that you make, all of the cloth has to be recycled, right? Like you can't just do new rolls. And the other thing is, for any returns or anything that's going to waste, you have to recycle it. So you have to open a charity and give it away to people. So they're trying to eliminate, because they're trying, I don't know if you've noticed, but they're trying to eliminate every single small business so that Jeff Bezos can have them all. So yeah, the more, and obviously Nike is like, hopefully we can do this, stick these fucking idiots with these new tax laws, and that's that.
Well, Gavin Newsom knows best.
I fucking hate that motherfucker.
He reminds me of a dude selling shitty used cars.
I know, but he's so good looking. He's like, if you watch a movie, I don't know if you ever saw Independence Day with Will Smith.
No. Sounds familiar.
You guys don't. Okay, I'm so old. Independence Day with Will Smith, the president of Independence Day, looks just like Gavin Newsom. Like he's a TV movie, you know what I mean? Like politician. And that's all that matters. Because I had one of Belen's friends, was a total fucking idiot in my view, only voted for him because he was good looking. Straight up. Yeah.
Wonderful way to pick your politicians.
Yeah, I told Belen to stop talking to her. So we'll see.
My man Donald John Trump is the most good looking man I've seen in my life.
I've seen good looking people, but not like Donald Trump. Okay, so Farhan Pith, Pyth.
Oh, I love this one.
Okay,
dude,
and then I'll do a shameless plug after. Yeah.
Certain guy I hate is very heavily invested in this coin, so I love to see it go down.
And Pith? Wow.
Yeah.
Never even heard of that.
Good. Also on Rivian, we have like this nice trend downtrend that hasn't on the monthly, weekly broken out.
That's sort of lower high.
Yeah. I mean, the 9 just getting rejected, dude. It's so bad. Last time he got rejected, it was a 60% drop right here on the monthly. And now it's getting rejected again. Okay. Rivian. Vamos a ver, Rivian, lo primero que estamos viendo es la mensual, damas y caballeros. Podemos ver que es literalmente una gráfica que viene en caída libre desde el principio. Estos fueron los bajos que acabamos de todos que compramos y espero que todos hayan vendido, o si siguen por acá, pues bastante suerte. Les deseo que de verdad siga subiendo esto. Personalmente me gustaría ver que Rivian la rompa, pero es lo que estamos viendo. Rivian está en este momento cotizando en $13.41, obviamente oscilando. Lo que estamos viendo en la gráfica mensual, que es una gráfica bastante sencilla, es esta línea que viene para abajo, donde el precio simplemente no puede pasar. Nos ha dado un fake out acá a los 18.70 y tantos, que fue el mejor momento para poder deshacerte de tu posición, y volvió a retomarla y sigue para abajo. La cosa que me está llamando la atención rápidamente y que nos llama la atención viéndolo es este rechazo del 9, literalmente lo has visto una vez que pasó acá, ¿no? Porque este fue un fake out, pero este sí pasó. Y esto fue un bajón de casi 60%. Ahorita estás peleándote con el promedio de la 9, que es esta línea azul, que está en los 14.32 y ni siquiera ha podido treparse. Además de que el 9 está muy abajo, el 21, que acaba de popular, porque también Rivian es una acción bastante nueva, como pueden ver. Nos pinta cosas bastante bajistas y esta es una vela de tope también, que no ha sido confirmada, pero un cierre debajo en la... y esto también va con la confluencia de lo que está diciendo Farhan, que si tienes un cierre mensual abajo de básicamente los 13.30, te confirma esto para abajo y empezarías a buscar nuevos objetivos a la baja. Cuando volteamos a ver la semanal, nos cuenta básicamente un poco de la misma historia, pero un poco mejor estructurada para todos nosotros. ¿Por qué? Déjeme, simplemente lo llego para acá. ¿Por qué el 9, siendo perdido o ganado, tiene un bastante buen rate de bajón? Lo pueden ver acá, fue un 25% a la baja, cada que el 21 se trepa encima del 9. También acá lo tuvimos. Este fue un bajón de casi 60%. Tuvimos la trepada del 9 encima del 21 acá. ¿Y qué fue lo que nos dio? Un subidongo de 50%. Y ahora estás a punto de ver esto una vez más pasar, donde el 9 va a caer del 21 si seguimos por acá, porque está en los 13.80 y en los 13.58 el 21. Puedes ver también que el precio ha sido rechazado por estos EMAs cuando ves bastante confluencia de precio, donde ves bastante confluencia de promedios y el precio es rechazado. Eso es bastante bajista o alcista si es levantado. Y en este momento estamos viendo esto, es bastante bajista, como pueden ver. Por acá. Ahora, cuando voltamos a ver la diaria para todos ustedes que están siguiendo esto más de cerca, podemos ver que tenemos un Silver Cross a la baja, justamente acá. ¿Y qué es lo que tienes que hacer cada que toca el 9, que está justamente acá? Ahora sí que apostar en corto. ¿Cuál sería tu stop loss? Aquí en donde están tus promedios arriba? Puedes irte o sea, lo menos agresivo sería 13.86, totalmente agresivo sería un rechazo del 100 en los 13.64. Otra cosa que vale la pena notar es, muy pocas veces hemos perdido el promedio de los 100, y de las veces que lo hemos perdido, estás hablando de caídas brutales. El promedio de la 100 se perdió acá atrás y puedes ver una caída de 60%. Que todo esto sigue confluyendo con lo que estamos platicando. Y acá tienes el precio cayendo del 100 acá en agosto 24, y eso fue en los 13.68. Y el precio continúa siendo rechazado por el mismo gráfico, por el mismo promedio. Puedes ver acá el cruce plateado y ahora estás, bueno, ya había perdido fuerza acá, pero continúa esto y se está abriendo el gap más del 9, mucho más abajo que el 21. Lo que nosotros estamos viendo es que hay demasiada confluencia en esta zona de los $10 y lo que nos tiene que aguantar es esto. Si rompes estos mínimos de acá, muy probablemente vas a empezar a ver números ridículos por ahí de entre $4 y $5 con el precio de Rivian, que se me haría una locura, pero todo es posible en este planeta, señores. Si quieres ver algo alcista en el precio de Rivian, un poco de hopium para ustedes, aunque hay muchas divergencias escondidas bajistas en la semanal, en la de 5 días, en la mensual, aunque no en la diaria. Si quieres ver a Rivian trepar y eres alcista, tienes que poder treparte encima del 21 y del 9, pero encima, por acá en los 13.70. Si no puedes retomar los 13.70 y tener 2 cierres fuertes en la diaria, esto probablemente también esté cocinado y sobre todo con este cruce a la baja y este rechazo en la 9 te esté diciendo lo que te estamos diciendo, que esto va para abajo. Y ya, básicamente. Eso es como Rivian está atorado en estos momentos. Vamos a ver Superverse. Superverse has nothing to do with the Spider-Verse.
I don't think so, unfortunately.
Ah, damn it.
I think it's the universe of grifter YouTubers with their shitcoins.
By the way, not even Iggy Azalea's great ass is doing anything in this case to get us.
No, don't
anyway.
say it ain't so. I was promised I was the future of France.
It's not?
I guess not. I guess they don't. I guess the big asses is not enough to get you to the future of France.
God damn it. No.
Yeah.
Ready.
All right. So, this is an interesting chart, and this is something I'm going to walk through. So, like right now, this chart for now is showing relative strength. And why I say that is because even on this massive dump today, yes, Bitcoin's going up slightly, but not much has changed. But overall, on this weekly, it's showing relative strength because this weekly on Bitcoin hasn't been the best, in my opinion. And even on 2 weeks ago when we had the nice dump, it still was holding this EMA 100 on the weekly. Not a lot of data with it, but when we see a crypto, like an altcoin specifically, pumping while the markets are kind of going down, to us as traders, we call that relative strength because it's strong relative to Bitcoin. So when I'm viewing these coins, you have to remember this doesn't mean it's an investment device by any means necessary. It just means that for now the momentum is strong with it. We see BBWP on the weekly looking strong, looking like it's reset. It's now formed like a trough here, and now what we can do is we can start assuming it's going to expand. But the issue here is, the trend on the weekly is still down on Super. The issue is on these altcoins, they just get really big ranges because the volatility is a lot more than Bitcoin. So the ranges then theoretically would make sense that they're bigger. And so when you get these moves, and even if a coin is showing relative strength, we still can't we can't disregard the trend. And right now, what I'm seeing is a high, a lower high. My bad. A lower high, a lower low, a lower high, and then a lower low here. And right now, what we're doing potentially is forming another lower high. The issue, and this is why I don't like trading altcoins, is because they don't work as clean with my system as they do with Bitcoin, because they're very predatory. You see, we deviated this EMA 100 on the weekly 2 times, and then we reclaimed it again. Now we're basing, and now we're above the all moving averages I use. That's good, but like the issue here is the trend on the weekly is still down. So someone who only trades off these could get smoked, because what I personally am seeing on this chart is something like this. It would make a lot of sense, and I'll explain it on a daily more. But if we get like a move like this, maybe it reclaims like a bit and then deviates down, we'd have to look at a back test, because even though it's looking good, we still have to let price prove to us that it's actually flipped the levels. So something I was talking about when Bitcoin massively rallied to that 64K region is cool. Let's not long up here because that's just wrong. Let's wait for a back test and see if it actually holds the levels. And that's kind of what we'd want to wait for Super. Wait for the weekly to close, watch for the downside once we hit this resistance. And then, we just ideally want it to back test and actually hold. Because if you go to this daily now, you can see this EMA 100. But just like what I'm saying here, it can go above, look really good. And then, that is just the lower high to going lower. That's the issue with these coins, is they're just not real cutthroat and clean as they would be with like Bitcoin. And that's a liquidity thing. So I'd watch for that, because even though if you see here, after reclaiming that 100 for the first time, it's been up only. Yes, we tested the 9, but we still haven't tested this 100 yet, proving to us that it's actually support. Had you used the same reasoning here, you would have waited for an actual back test of it, and then we lost it. Here, this back tested, but this going under the 9 would have concerned you, along with going under the 34, holding the 34, going under the 9. It would have been a point of caution. So why I'm saying that now is that's what I'd be expecting here. It makes sense to go up a little bit more, especially with the strength of these candles. The way BBWP is not, it's approaching extremes, but not at extremes yet. And how the weekly BBWP looks, to me, it makes sense to go up a little bit more. The next zone I have is 96, we'll call it 97 cents. To me, I'm looking for a reaction there. There's a high probability chance that we will come down after hitting this zone. The question then is, do we hold any? Do we hold it? Do we flip these into support, the 9, the daily EMA 100, which then essentially will bleed into the weekly, reclaiming the 9, the 34, and the 21, and then going back down and testing that as a proven method of support. Keep in mind, if you just look at this chart, it hasn't really been above these moving averages in a long time, so it'd make a lot of sense to wait at least for price to prove to you that it's strong and it's holding and it's basing and forming another higher low. But for now, the weekly is still in the downtrend, so we can't disregard that. And we know it's flipping, in my opinion, shifting structures when we break this wick high here at $1.14, called like $1.1472 is the point. If we can flip that and break that high, the last basically rejection high here before dumping, to me, then that's a flip. The structure is very good. We've then silver crossed on the weekly. It's very close to crossing. We need this basically 55 to get back above the 21 essentially. The 9 right now in the weekly also is getting almost above the 21, not confirmed yet, and that's why this point here is going to be interesting, because we can start holding, consolidating. This will theoretically move these up, and the cross will happen, but it's not happening. You don't want to front run it even before the 9 has officially crossed above the 21. Wouldn't be wise, especially when we're approaching resistance and we know that the weekly downtrend is still valid, still strong. We did make a lower low here on August 5th. Makes sense to bounce out. The ranges are a lot bigger. We're backfilling too a lot of this liquidity here that people just shorted, massive selling here. So it makes sense to fill some of this inefficiency here. My question is, are we going to actually flip this zone? Or are we going to roll over, form another lower high here because the trend is your friend? And if we do, then you know where you're wrong. You can just have your stop above there. But yeah, overall strong chart showing relative strength in the sense that we are pumping more on this than most alts are seeing, ETH seeing, Bitcoin seeing. Good sign. Usually with relative strength, let's assume then, right? Let's assume we do come down, we hold this level, and then let's say I'm wrong on the short, Bitcoin pops back up above $60,000. The charts that show relative strength in a kind of red market right now end up getting the biggest pumps. We saw that with INJ, we saw that with the Render, Chainlink. It finally showed relative strength. Solana. The issue is it's not a sustainable thing. Usually 99% of the time, these rallies don't sustain. And you end up getting stuff like this, where you'll pump and then you'll dump. So these are good metric tools for volatility to trade, but I'd never ever invest long term in these coins ever. But for now, we are potentially having a setup here. Watch the lower high region around like $1 to 97 cents. You're wrong if we break this last high right around $1.15. Basically, if you just go here, use this wick high here, $1.1426. If the short's right, if it is a lower high, if we deviate the EMA 100 on the daily. To me, if we get all the way back to 70 cents and close the daily under there, most likely then precedes us losing basically the weekly 9. And if we get back under there, then this will just be a trap. This was a weekly lower high, and we'd have to look for lower, and I have 30 cents. So
nice.
Yeah, you're not really working much with altcoins, and it's different. It's totally different territory than Bitcoin and even stocks. But if you know what you're doing and you can play the volatility and have it leveraged on your side where risk is always, factored in, you can make good amounts of money. Most go wrong because they don't have a structure or a system catered to alts. They'll treat a Bitcoin trade like an altcoin trade, and that's wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah, and even then, they're predatory as fuck in their movements. Like they really go over, they go over every single level possible to make sure that they fuck you really good.
Exactly.
Me.
And they'll leave you feeling dumb, or I need a chase. It was right because it stopped me out and then it's going up. And it's just very predatory. That's why I don't touch altcoins personally.
100%. 100%. Lucid, Alex.
Cool.
And then, okay, I'll do this one and then we'll go into, I'll do a shameless plug. Don't let me continue without the shameless plug.
Perfect.
Por favor. Ok, tenemos aquí Superverse. Esto es un altcoin. Podemos ver el tope que tuvo fue casi $4. En este momento está cotizando en 87 centavos. Ahora, este fue el tope. Tuvimos esta zona de consolidación por aquí abajo por bastante tiempo, que duró literalmente desde mayo del 2022 hasta noviembre del 2023. Bastante dura la cosa. Una vez que se trepó encima del EMA 9 mensual, puedes ver el pompazo que dio y ahora viene para abajo, se bajó y ahora lo está rompiendo una vez para arriba. ¿Qué estás buscando en este momento si eres alcista? Que esto no sea un simple fake out. ¿Y a qué me refiero con un fake out? Bastante sencillo. Que no te vaya a hacer esto y se doble para abajo y luego se vaya a ir. Así. Es bastante posible y pasa en casi todos los gráficos como ustedes lo han visto. Y esto mismo sería, bueno, no sería un fake out de esto porque es bastante grande en tendencia. Podemos ver que estamos arriba del promedio del 9 y el 21. No hay muchísimos datos en esto y también tenemos que decirles que esto no funciona tan bien con el sistema que les hemos estado platicando y enseñando, porque simplemente estas cosas tienen muy poca liquidez y son muy fáciles de manipular y se mueven muy agresivamente. Entonces, por eso también nosotros no tradeamos esto, pero cada quien haga de su vida el papalote más bonito y vuélelo donde sea, ¿no? Ahora, vamos rápidamente a la gráfica semanal. ¿Cómo de que no? La gráfica semanal nos puede enseñar, para empezar, tienes un posible hombro, cabeza, hombro formándose. Eso que nos quede claro por acá a la baja. Aunque la fuerza de esto superando todos los promedios en la semanal lo hace ver bastante bien. Nada mal. Lo que tenemos que ver es empezar a voltear a ver esta zona donde está la flecha, donde acá tenemos estos dos picos. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando lo volteas a ver en la diaria, ¿no? Y te acercas, estos son los siguientes máximos. El problema de esto es que este alto fue más alto que este. Este ya empezó a bajar y acá estás empezando a crear nuevos bajos. Esto aquí, aunque tengas un cruce plateado por acá, un Silver Cross, el 9 esté encima del 100 y que esté enseñándote mucha fuerza en el precio y sí, estés creando un alto más alto que este y acá estás creando bajos más altos, podría ser simplemente rechazado antes de llegar acá y no romper eso. Yo creo que la posición sencilla de poder hacer y buscar una entrada en algo sería un corto acá, en donde están los 96 centavos, y puedes tener tu invalidación aquí arriba, en el 1.15, casi. Una vez que rompe eso, te está diciendo que el precio lleva demasiada fuerza a la alza, aunque acá también tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro a la alza, y eso tendría un objetivo, hombro, cabeza, hombro, por acá. Y esto tendría un objetivo de ¿qué? Invertido, obviamente. Esto es alcista. Segundo. Ah, cabrón. Tomamos la medida por acá, lo rompió acá. Y eso te llevaría a esta zona, al 1.2. De nuevo, todo esto tiene, este precio tiene fuerza relativa en contra de todo lo demás. Y fuerza relativa nos referimos al hecho de que, vean, esto ha pasado acá antes. ¿Pueden verlo? Como el precio le gana para arriba y parece que ya todo se va bien y luego no, y luego tiene estas caídas tan grandes. Es por eso que no funciona tan bien lo que hacemos nosotros con esto, porque son movimientos y diferentes requerimientos de liquidez en estos activos que hace que los precios sean muy predatorios y te quieran venir a comer el nepe vivo. Pero por ahora se ve bien esto. Lo que quieres asegurarte es de no tener cierres debajo del 81, poder seguir trepando estos promedios y ver si vas a ser rechazado en el 96 o no. Es básicamente todo lo que tenemos por acá. Y ojo acá con estos altos, a ver si los puede romper en el 1.14.5. Si puede romper eso, se ve bastante alcista. Por ahora se ve bien esto, tiene bastante fuerza relativamente hablando de todo lo demás. Así que bien por ahí para Superverse. Ok. Bueno, what was next? I forgot.
Hmm.
What
Oh, it
was
was
PYTH.
Yeah.
Oh, PYTH. Yeah. And this is far hands. I know it because he likes it.
Mm-hmm. One of my
Mhm.
favorites. My favorite after Brett. Send both to 0.
Send them.
All right. So on the, should we do the weekly or the monthly? Let's start with the monthly because the monthly looks kind of worse. So on the monthly right here, we had an initial spike up. We went up. Then we ended up coming down and breaking these closing lows. We haven't broken the wick low yet. We've tested it a couple of times, but we're still finding a lot of weakness over here, where we can't even get above the 5 EMA. And this time we haven't even gotten enough juice to retest the 5 EMA. So at this point, as long as we're below here, I would be looking for possibly a retest of this 5 EMA somewhere around like 32.5 cents. But I'd be looking for as our next lower high before we end up breaking down below these wick lows here. And if we do break these wick lows, I feel like we're going to retrace this entire pump, and this thing is going to go below 1 cent, as close to 0 as physically possible, which warms my heart to see. We switch to the weekly. The weekly right now has broken below the blue 38.2 zone, and now it's retesting it. Not only that, it's retesting the 5 EMA, and it's rejecting there, which tells you that there's very significant weakness in this coin right now, and that we're very likely going to come back down to retest these wick lows, probably break them and go to the 78.6 level, which would also be a break of these lows here, and that would put us officially into a monthly and weekly downtrend, like retracing the entire pump from the origin of when this coin came out. That'd be somewhere around 21 cents. And if we look at the HBR momentum, that's starting to flip back down. It's well within the negative territory, and it's about to break into the bearish control zone over here. At the same time, volatility is flipping up, and it's about to break into the positive territory. It's about to break closer to the bullish control zone. So that tells you that volatility is supporting the move down, and you should be looking for a very sharp move down relatively soon. And then we look at the jewel. The jewels, there's not that much data on the weekly run on the jewel, but it's giving you this dark blue sell signal, and it's still within the bearish control zone. That tells you that it tried to get out of the bearish control zone, but it wasn't able to, and it was smacked right back into the bearish control zone, and bears took control again. So you should be looking for a continuation of this move down rather than a reversal. Get the 5 day. 5 days, not much there. 3 day, 3 days, same thing. Where volatile momentum is starting to go sideways after this little bit of a pump attempt, and now it's about to break back in towards the negative territory. It's at 4.35%. It's very close to breaking back into negative, while volatility is consolidating. So once this breaks back into the negative, very likely this volatility flips up from the consolidation area, and it's starting to get to very, very low extremes. It's currently at 4.35%. So whenever that flips back up, you're going to get a very volatile and significant move towards the downside. Very likely we're going to come down towards the 61.8% level, which is that same 21 cent number we were looking at before, to break those previous wick lows. And then this jewel would curve even further towards the downside. It would break within the bearish control zone, and it would stay within the bearish control zone. Like right here, we had a move down. We bounced off the bearish control zone, rejected getting into it, and then now we're breaking into it sharply, which tells you that bulls tried to put in some effort here, and they were able to bounce it a little bit before the bears smacked it right back down, and now it's healthily within the bearish control zone. And not only that, but you're getting a fresh dark blue sell signal within the bearish control zone. So you should be looking for it to go deeper into the bearish control zone rather than flipping around anytime soon. Go to the 2 day. 2 days getting us the same thing after this little bit of a pump. After this, why is it showing me this? All right, so momentum tried to flip back up after we bounced from the bottom of the blue zone. We retested the 21, and now it's starting to go sideways and flip back down again. At the same time, the jewel is still within the bearish control zone. It's trying to flip up, but it's on the white neutral. It has not flipped to this light blue buy signal yet, and very likely it's not going to as long as we close below this median right here. We're currently bouncing off the median. Right now, the median is at 27 cents. We have 1 day and 8 hours to go. So if we do close below that, that's going to give us our confirmation that we're going to end up breaking down towards that 21 cent number. If we don't close below it, I want to wait to see where this median goes. If the median moves down and we're still above it, at that point, I would say that we can retest it again before we try for the top. But if the median moves up and the price is below the median, then at that point, we have a 61.8% chance of breaking down to here. And then same chance of breaking down to that 21 cent target below. And this 2-day would flow into the weekly, and that would also flow into the monthly. And we look at the daily right now, the same thing where momentum is flipping down. Not only that, but you see a high right here, you see a high right there, you see a higher high right there, and a higher high. So there's no divergence over there. There's a little bit of hidden bearish divergence between this target and this target because the RSI, the momentum is a little bit higher, but it's very far from price action, so it's not going to be as powerful as if it was closer. On the Joule on the daily, we are getting it above all of the fast moving averages, and it's giving us this light blue buy signal. So that does support a bounce in the short term where we're bouncing off of this median. So we possibly could hit this top 38.2 while the Joule plays out, which is currently at 28.5 cents. And at that point, this median is likely going to move up a lot. And depending on where that median moves, is going to tell us whether we're going to retest this bottom area or we're going to test this 50%. But even if we were to test this 50% area, which is the green 55 EMA at 29.5 cents, I would still consider that a bearish retest because it's still making lower highs from this high, this high, and this high. And the last time we tapped the 55, we ended up deviating, and that became a very significant pivot. So we have to assume the next time we tap the 55, it's going to be the same as before, and it's going to be our next significant pivot towards the downside. Then we check the RSI, see if there's anything there. Nothing on the weekly. 5-day, nothing. 3-day. Okay, so 3 days working on a little bit of potential bullish divergence. It's not confirmed yet. We do have 7 hours and 27 minutes to go to confirm it. Which, to be honest, in crypto, that's an eternity. Anything could happen within the next 7 hours. But as long as we close above this high of 26.94 cents, we're going to confirm this bullish divergence, and then we would have an easy target from there, which is the 21 EMA. And that one is currently at right around 29 to 30 cents, which is that same 29.5 cent number we looked at before as a potential lower high. So if that does play out on the 3-day, the divergence plays out, we'd very likely go back towards, I believe it was the 5-day or the weekly. Yeah. So I don't remember which one it was. I don't see it. It was a 55 EMA.
Oh, it's the daily, no?
Daily? Oh, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
So that 3-day would give us enough juice to go back towards this daily 55 EMA, which we've held as a significant point, like over here. We tried to hit it over here, but we front ran a little bit. And when price initially broke down, that's when it broke the 55 EMA. It tried to bounce off it several times, and it broke it. And that's when we got our significant dump. From here, we dumped around 41% after we lost 55 EMA. So if we tap it again and then we lose it again, very likely we're going to get some type of a significant dump here. Let's see if we can get a fib target off that. What that would be.
Does it matter that volume is just going to shit too?
Not really.
Okay.
Volume only really matters for patterns. When you're just looking at price action, it doesn't really matter. Because whenever you're looking at like an inverse head and shoulders or a triangle, ascending triangle or descending triangle, you want to see the volume drop down as the price moves towards the apex.
Yeah, so it becomes more aggressive on volatility, then afterwards kicks in and it fucking expands like crazy, right?
Yeah. So right now, this is giving you a negative target, so you should kind of disregard this, but just know that it's going to be a very not nice move if that does play out and we reject this 55 again. Let me draw it from a different high and see if we can get something from there. All right, now this one is more reasonable. This one gives us a target somewhere around 10 cents. If we do end up breaking that 26 cent area and we break down towards 21, and we do not have a significant bounce to 21 cents. Like I want to see a bounce from 21 cents that closes over 26 cents. If that doesn't happen, very likely we're coming down to this 161, which is currently at 10 cents right now. And that would be from here. Like about a 60% drop. So not too bad, right? Not too bad.
Fuck.
5-day, no divergences. 3-day, yeah, we had that 3-day bullish divergence. That would be, if it does confirm, we're have to close above 0.2694. We get a retest for that 55 in the daily at that 29.30 cent number.
very likely we end up getting a rejection there. And at the same time, the RSI would be kicked back into the bearish control zone. And that would give us significantly more juice to continue going down towards that 10-cent number. On the 2-day, we have confirmed bullish divergence, but we've already hit the easy target. The next target is over here, right around that 30-cent number here before. So the 2-day and the 3-day divergences are giving us the same target. Daily is about to confirm some fresh hidden bearish divergence, where it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of hidden bearish divergence in the daily. So we'd have a target at the first would be the bearish control zone, and then bearish critical zone. Right now, the bearish control zone is at 31 cents, which we're healthy. Oh, that's bullish control zone. My bad. I'm blind. The bearish control zone is at 23 cents, which is very close to that 21-cent number we were looking at before. And in the next 7 hours, 23 minutes, this is going to close, and these numbers are going to go up. Or, yeah, they're going to go up. So very down, my bad. So very likely that 23-cent number is going to come down to that 21-cent number that we we're looking at on the previous chart. And then multiple different setups are giving us that same number. Because whenever price is bearish, the bearish control zone moves down. Whenever price is bullish, it moves up. So right now, because the way to know that we're in a downtrend is you look at the direction of all these moving averages. This is the most simple way. All of the major moving averages that point you down, price is most likely in a downtrend. So because of that, the RSI targets are going to move down right around that 20-cent number. So we have a hidden bearish divergence on the daily. We have a potential bullish divergence on the 3-day, which lines up with our daily chart to test that 55 EMA, which we've been rejecting every single time. So we should expect that next time we hit that, if the divergence doesn't form on the 3-day, that we would have a continuation of trend, and we would get another insane dump from there.
Looks pretty good then.
I think so. I think you should go in with several $100,000.
Why not? What, you know what? Let me sell my car. Just put everything in it. We already did Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, slightly. I did it technically.
Should we do Bitcoin or Nvidia?
I can do Bitcoin.
We should do.
Okay.
Yeah, I could do Nvidia too. We don't forget the shill too.
I'm literally about to do it because I forgot it before. So yes, thank you. All righty. I'll get on the shill.
The shill.
Para todos ustedes que nos acompañan en el Casino del Tío Salo con Farhan y con Alex, aquí pueden venir a platicar con nosotros. Este es nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Es completamente gratis. El enlace está aquí en la descripción del video para abajo para que no se lo pierdan. Y aquí Alex es donde le dio a todos ustedes el mega short en el que estamos dentro haciendo una bastante buena lana. Acá tienen también el análisis de Farhan para todo lo que necesiten. También tienen un chat general para poder platicar con todos, con toda la comunidad y aprender con nosotros, como de que no. Tenemos nuestro criptolingo por acá, donde les decimos exactamente qué significa qué, porque hay mucha gente que no explica ni madres. Entras a una de estas cosas y no entiendes nada de lo que están hablando. Aquí está en español y también en inglés. Tenemos los P&L cards de la comunidad, como de que no. Pueden ver que la comunidad está imprimiendo 220 de ganancia, 115 de ganancia, 28 de ganancia, 21 de ganancia, 138 de ganancia, 63% de ganancia. Vámonos, acá pueden pedirnos tablas para poder compartir análisis con ustedes. No yo, la gente que sabe. Estos dos tíos. También para todos ustedes, los que estén buscando tradear con nosotros y que no sepan qué exchange usar, les dejamos acá BitGet, que lo pueden usar, funciona en todo el mundo menos Estados Unidos, requiere KYC, buenos fees. Y aquí abajo tienes a Bluffin, que no requiere KYC, funciona en todo el mundo, incluyendo Estados Unidos. Y ahí también tenemos ya el copy trading establecido, lo vamos a meter en BitGet, pero se los había dejado ahí, así que acepten el invite de Elite Trading Academy en Bluffin o en BitGet. Vénganse a dar una vuelta con nosotros y tradeen. ¿Qué más? Tenemos noticias, preguntas, lo que gusten. Aquí está bastante fácil de usar. Ya saben que en la parte izquierda están todos los chat rooms y en la parte derecha todo lo que aparece de los chat rooms, sin lugar a dudas. Y todo está en la descripción de abajo, como de que no. Vamos a darle y vamos a seguir para adelante. ¿Cuál era la siguiente? Lucid, right? Lucid was the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, Lucid's looking interesting.
Yeah, it kind of makes no sense.
Yeah, no, it doesn't actually. You know, the monthly is interesting to me on Lucid. We're gonna tell go what I do monthly, weekly. You know, because it to me it looks like it's like at least locally bottomed. You know, and especially reclaiming the monthly 9. That's kind of a big point in the chart because we see here it didn't tap it that many times after February 1st of 2023. It's always been front running the 9. Which probably makes sense if we look at, I know Fawn likes the 5, so exactly. So it showed the weakness here, rejecting the 5, couldn't even get above the 9. But now what we see here on this monthly is very interesting to me, because what we see is for the first time where we reclaimed the 9, and we're now in that process on the monthly of price proving to us that this is now flipped from resistance to support. And that's interesting for me to see, because that's a big kind of shift just if we use EMAs. But then we know volatility here. If we throw on the Bollinger Bands, we see here that the monthly is starting to pinch, and this will take over time, more time, of course, it's a monthly, but you're starting to see it pinch, which is telling me that we're going to get a move on this chart soon. And as it stands, the monthly is not looking the worst. It's looking quite constructive in the sense of where we're just reclaiming certain levels. So when we go to the weekly here, the weekly to me, again, is interesting. That the monthly looks like it's reclaimed the level. It makes sense that the weekly definitely has. And this weekly is more visually appealing to me. And we see now we're just kind of clean consolidation above the massive moving averages here. You could argue this potentially could be a trap of like people doing the double top thesis on the short.
Put your 55 on.
And let me see.
I know you don't trade on it, but
no, I don't like trading on the 55. But I did notice that, and we are rejecting it. But oftentimes for me, it's like the more times we go up here, it's weaker. And if we are holding these levels, it's just theoretically we're most likely going to get above, but we are under the 55. We can't disregard that, especially here. Very interesting to me to see that. Overall, if price can keep consolidating, then what we're going to get essentially, well, we already got it, is this fresh 921 cross on the weekly. We also perfectly hit the 21 here and bounced. To me, this solidifies that the 21 and now the 9 and the 34 are acting as support, which is exactly what you want to see in like a trending market on the weekly. And keep in mind, when you're seeing it heavily pressed down for all these basically years, and then it flips it, it's reminding me a lot of this scenario. And keep in mind, we're only working with small amounts of data, but after it was pressed down, reclaimed it, back tested it 1, 2, 3, fell down, hit the 34 here, got back above. This is basically the recipe for a big move up, and so seeing that now, if I zoom back in, it's just constructive. And so it's not confirmed, 2 days and 4 hours to go. If this does confirm, this has implications on the monthly actually closing well. And for me, right, the trend is still down, but this is what you'd want to see with structure, right? We form a low, we go up and form a high, cool, sells off, but then we don't break this low yet. So then you could argue, okay, well, higher low question mark on just like in this range here. And then here we popped up, broke the high, we're coming down, we're not breaking this low. Usually this formation is what gives us that breakup, in my opinion. Be confirmed fully if we can just break this high. Would need to be a big move up. But we know volatility is also really contracted and slightly still just coming down, which tells me that the monthly pinching can still pinch more. But when we go and throw these Bollinger Bands on, we can see an interesting picture here. So 2 failed breakouts. Now we're back into the Bollinger Band range. To me, and after seeing the monthly, the way you make these pinches, you consolidate and kind of chop. That's kind of what bulls would want here. Hold the levels, chop, consolidate, reset BBWP, maybe gets to 50%, and then it tries it again, and it'll have the momentum. But trend is still down, but we're constructively seeing the weekly develop into something that hasn't in a very long time, which then when we go and view the lower time frames is telling me that there's probably a trend shift. Many were probably using this high as a short opportunity. When you broke it, we got the squeeze up. We came down. The third candle now caught us on the 21. We're slowly coming back up. To me, this still looks clean and looks like a back test. This is a deviation, but then this is another deviation. Now we're actually holding it. So, right, what I'm seeing now is like if we can get back above this high, $5.38, and it makes sense when you get a chart that's heavily sold off. No one wants this. This is disgusting. And keep in mind, this is what you're working with. But right, as a trader, we have to really analyze the things that we don't know for sure and just kind of put more probabilities and things, more confluences to see what could happen. And as it stands, you know, as long as we're holding the major moving averages, especially in the weekly, and the 9 is basically basing off it, the monthly 9 is now basing and acting as support. To me, it seems more likely that we could probably fill some of this out again, come back up, and then the reaction here, if we don't break this wick high, yeah, it definitely could roll over more because the trend on the weekly is still down. What I'm saying here to point this out is structure is trying to form where it needs to form. It's something we have to mentally note, but we need confirmation of the actual trend breaking, which in my opinion, you could use this as the lower high. I think it's more conservative to use this wick high rejection, in my opinion. So, you know, that's kind of what we're working with here on Lucid. It's weird that it's looking good. It's weird that, you know, Bollinger Bands on the monthly and weekly are starting to pinch. And then if we just view the daily real quick, you know, and I'm curious here to see this. Yeah. So we, you know, view the daily here. You know, the daily is still looking very constructive on a lower time frame. We see we're basically basing off this last wick high rejection. This is something I drew on this stream last time we looked at Lucid. And, you know, getting back above it and holding this level is important because you can see last time we, you know, lost it, rejected, came down. Now what we're doing is we came down, just gonna act like a trap because people get complacent to this price action. And it's still holding as support while reclaiming the daily EMA 9. You know, to me, that this is not looking the worst. And ideally, yeah, for me, we just want to see momentum start to pick up to get actual move to $5. It's a big move, and I understand that it's a big range and it's a big move. But that's kind of what you'd expect if something like is at least locally bottoming, you know, mean reversions on things like this, shit coins, you know, things that are heavily sold down can squeeze up a lot. You know, it's people then start seeing algos start getting turned on from the monthly reclaiming the 9, the weekly reclaiming all moving averages. People start analyzing it. Shorts get squeezed because if you just literally shorted this every time it hit the daily MA 100, you would have printed blindly too. So people get complacent to that. And so when we start flipping this into support, yeah, I think it has a chance to go to the $5 for sure. Especially when we know volatility on the weekly and monthly are basically pinching now. So a move is brewing. The weekly trend for me is still down. We definitely want it to break this last high. If it does break that high, then what you have here is a free ride to the 100, in my opinion, on the weekly. And then in that case, we just go and trade the daily.
Yes, on the 680.
Yeah. So like that's kind of what I'm seeing. It's interesting to see Lucid looking actually quite constructive and good, but we need that confirmation for sure. So like this week we're getting the back test, so it is proving to me that it's support. That's awesome. We can't disregard the 55 since we looked at it and it is resistance. We can't disregard it. I don't trade off of it, but that's fine. You know, breaking this high here and consolidating at $5.30 to me can open up the books to go into this 830 to even back to 940. Keep in mind though, you know, massive move we're talking about is going to take time, and bulls need to essentially keep consolidating constructively while resetting the oscillators to actually have a sustainable breakout. But you know, something to consider here. Nice downtrend is just the consolidation range. You know, nice little consolidation, forming structure, just like we saw in October in Bitcoin, just like we saw on Coinbase, right? We get these massive sell-offs, we start consolidating, price starts low key, forming structure, you know, just very low key, and then we get the move up. Maybe, we'll see. Time will tell for sure.
It's just so hard to think about like that going up like that, like Lucid going up like that, when there's absolutely nothing on Rivian's chart that looks good, on Tesla that it's looking iffy, right? More towards the downside. And also, what is the fundamental in the car world right now that's going to take them like, oh, people are just going to start buying a super mega overpriced car that can barely be produced. Like,
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. And it doesn't make sense. It's just like when I had to give the hopium on GameStop, that it was looking constructive too. I don't like doing that, but I have to. I'm a perma bear. I like being bearish, and I'm good at
yeah,
shorting. But like, if the chart's showing me it's looking constructive and we
bullish.
can
Yeah,
see it, then I don't know what the news could be. But maybe something does come out, or it's a trap. And if the monthly does lose the 9, then it's a trap, in my opinion.
absolutely, absolutely. All righty, let me bring this. And after Lucid, you said Nvidia. You wanted to do Nvidia, right?
Yeah,
Or yeah,
he said he'll do Bitcoin, and I can do Nvidia.
Bitcoin. Yeah, he's got Bitcoin. I can see it here. All righty,
Perfect.
1 second. Let me do Lucid. Ok, tenemos el gráfico de Lucid acá. Como pueden ver, para que no haya duda, Lucid tocó un pico de $64. Está en este momento tradeando en 3.80. Eso es el precio de estos días. Está en una tendencia bajista continua. Desde que tocó su máximo, no ha podido volver a hacer nada cerca y sobre todo por dónde está el precio. Pero cuando empezamos a ver a Lucid por acá y también el God damn it, dude, the 21 is right here at the 624, which is also where the daily 100 EMA is. Crazy.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to go there. It seems like it wants to.
Yeah, but like something's brewing. I mean, unless it's a trap, but it's looking pretty good, especially with the Bollinger Bands and BBWP.
Yeah. A menos de que esto sea una trampa, esto se ve bastante bien. ¿Por qué? Porque empieza a formar estructura. Empiezas a recuperar un nivel importante, un promedio importante que es el del 9. El 9 está en los 3.76. De nuevo, el precio está en este momento en los 3.80. Diríamos, faltan todavía 19 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela. Esto podría ser una trampa. Que no nos quede duda. ¿Por qué podría ser una trampa? Porque en este momento no hay nada en el mundo de los automóviles y menos en el de los eléctricos y menos en el de los eléctricos con alguien que no sabe producir a gran cantidades, etcétera, que vayan a reventar en corto plazo. No tiene sentido alguno, pero de nuevo, este es se los había dicho, este es mi Solana, si lo quieren ver así, del mundo cripto, comparado con Bitcoin, que sería Tesla, o con Ethereum en el pasado, que era Ethereum, pero yo creo que ahora Solana es Ethereum, pero bueno, da igual. Estamos viendo eso en la mensual, de nuevo encima del 9 y normalmente encima del 9 vas a retestear el 21. Y pueden ver, la última vez que estuvo encima del 9 y tuvo un cierre encima del 9, que la retomó, fue justamente este subidongo. O sea, literalmente desde acá atrás, ¿y qué fue lo que vio Lucid en ese subidongo? Hasta un 232%, para que tengan esa idea. Obviamente acá perdimos el 21, bajamos por el 21, el 9 se fue para abajo y ahí es donde estamos parados en la 9 en este momento. Pero nos vamos a la semanal rápidamente a ver qué podemos encontrar en la semanal, que bueno, ya encontró Alex todo esto. Yo nada más me estoy haciendo pendejo. Pueden ver una coincidencia y una confluencia acá. Con el mensual del 21, está justamente donde está el promedio de los 100 en la semanal. Y eso es la zona de los 680. 680, que también coincide con esto. Y aparte aquí hay una buena línea. La voy a poner acá para que la vean. ¿Ok? Ahí es donde está coincidiendo cuando lo volteamos a ver en la mensual para que lo vean. Está más o menos por ahí, más abajo. Está aquí con estos mínimos. Y bueno, pues también en la semanal va a bajar más rápido. Entonces tomaría esto como referencia en vez de en los 6.17. Cuando vemos en la semanal, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo a comparación de la mensual? 1, estás formando estructura en esta zona. Tienes este mínimo más alto, este mínimo más alto y lo que parece ser un mínimo más alto en este momento. Son 1, 2, 3, 4. Y además tienes un alto más alto y un alto más alto. Lo que te está diciendo que tal vez esto está viviendo un cambio de tendencia, sobre todo cuando consideras que justamente el precio en la semanal acaba de cruzar el 9 por encima del 21, que normalmente eso nos señala fuerza. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que hizo eso en la semanal? Para que tengan una idea y vean hasta dónde me voy a tener que echar para atrás, donde la línea azul se fue por encima de esta, fue literalmente aquí atrás. Y en ese movimiento, ¿qué fue lo que vimos? Este subidongo de acá para acá de 156%. Interesante, no podemos decir que no. Estamos también, una cosa que tenemos que ver es, hemos sido rechazados por el 55 acá y probablemente o tal vez esto sea una trampa. Tenemos que ver, esta vela va a cerrar en 2 días y 4 horas. De nuevo, 3.82. No quiere cerrar abajo de los 3.58. Si cierras abajo de los 3.58, probablemente el 21 vaya a subir encima por el del 9 y eso te quiere decir que vas a ir para abajo una vez más. Pero por ahora esto se ve bastante bien. La última vez, el 55, el último encontronazo con el 55 fue un rechazo. Y eso fue en enero 23, cuando el precio tocó los 17 y de ahí se fue literalmente hasta abajo, para que lo tengamos en mente. Y cuando volteamos a ver en la diaria, vemos un poco más de esta estructura siendo formada, donde ves el alto con un alto más alto, bajo, bajo más alto y bajo más alto. Y además en la diaria estás por encima de todos los promedios significantes. Estás encima del 9, estás encima del 21, pero esto va a cerrar en 3 horas y tenemos que ver cómo cierra. ¿Qué es lo que estás buscando si eres fanático de Lucid? Simplemente romper los 4.44. Si puedes llegar a destruir estos altos de acá, muy probablemente vayas a darte una vuelta o intentar darte una vuelta a los 5.27, que es el siguiente alto que quieres romper. Y si lo puedes romper, muy probablemente ahí vayas a tener un cruce plateado, un silver cross a la alza, que todavía no se ve en la tabla, y eso te va a llevar mínimo a los 6.17, los 6.80, que es donde tenemos convergencia con los promedios grandes en las temporalidades grandes. Así que, por alguna extraña razón, Lucid se ve bien, ¿no? Y no lo digo por nada más, saben que le metimos a Lucid cuando bajó hasta el pit, hasta el fondo, etcétera, pero el problema es, no tendría sentido que Lucid le vaya bien y a todos los demás no. Esta vez no tendría. Así que vamos a tener un ojo por acá bien pelado, esperar a que no sea trampa y paso a paso, nivel por nivel. ¿Ok? Y sobre todo asegurarnos de poder mantener estos promedios y no simplemente tener un breakout falso y volver a caer y volverlo a hacer y volver a caer. ¿Ok? Okay. Farhan, you got the Bitcoin and you're muted. There you go. Wait, you're still muted somehow. Oh, wait. I know why you're muted. You're not muted. There you go.
That's nice.
It's my fault.
We're still trying to keep Elizabeth Warren away from your Bitcoins.
You guys having fun with your Bitcoin? Did you see the guy from Dell also said, like, are you having fun with Bitcoin or have fun with your Bitcoin? So now it's kind of like a thing. Now with the CEO of Dell, he's telling people to have fun with Bitcoin along with Donald Trump, then we know we got to have fun.
I gotta bring this up. Huh.
Uh,
It looks a lot better than Bitcoin, so he can speak, I guess.
Yeah. Of course you can. Technology, baby.
I expected it to look a little bit different, but I guess he proved me wrong.
No.
Right here on the weekly on Bitcoin, we corrected down to the tried to go towards this wick. We couldn't quite make it. Now we're still above the 9 EMA in the 50% zone. As long as you're holding the 9 EMA, I can't exactly say that we're gonna break down, but it's looking like we're gonna break down because as you see this structure over here where we've held it for, like, I want to say since March of 2024, we've held this entire range. Last month, we ended up getting a close below that range. So while we're still below that, we have to assume it's bearish, but we can't say it's going to break down until we lose the 9 EMA. We lost it for a little bit. Now we're trying to bounce at the moment. But on the other side, to give the bears more hope, PM, is that you see the HBR momentum is breaking freshly down. It's in the negative territory. And it's about to break into the bearish control zone. So whenever that happens, whenever it breaks into the bearish control zone, we know that momentum is very strongly with the bears, and we still have a lot more to go before it ends up bottoming out. Like, it usually likes to bottom out somewhere in the 90% area, and we're currently at 48.84%. So we have a lot more to go down before we hit the 90s. And then we look at volatility. Volatility is flipping up. It's breaking into the positive area, and it's about to break into the bullish control zone. So volatility is supporting that momentous move down. So we should be looking that this momentum will break into the bearish control zone, and we will end up losing this 9 EMA. If you add both those points of confluence, then you can see, along with us breaking this multi-month range, that we're very likely going to break this 9 EMA and come down towards the 21, which currently is sitting at $48,300, right along with the 61.8% level. Then we look at the monthly jewel. The monthly jewel is flipping down, and now we have a confirmed close on it as well on the dark blue cell. The last time we've ever had a monthly jewel flip in that area was right back here in May of 2021 when we topped out at $65,000 and we dropped to $30,000 in the next couple of months. We have the exact same setup right now, where if we were to drop, I don't want to say we're going to drop 50% like we did last time, because like I don't know if you guys know with Bitcoin they have diminishing returns. So every single cycle, the pumps get diminished and the dumps also get diminished. So if we were to dump towards what I think we're probably going to go to, which is around that 40 low $40,000 area, somewhere around here, that would be a 42% dump, very close to that 50% ish dump that we had in spring of 2021, where we ended up dropping from here. We had about 55% dump. So about a 43% dump would make a lot of sense right along with that, with a little bit of a diminished return. And multiple setups, as I'll show you later, are pointing towards that $42,000 area. But let's go to the weekly. The weekly right here, we closed below the blue 38.2 zone. We retested it, and then we rejected it. And right now, not only are we not able to make it to that, but we're still rejecting the 61.8 and we're rejecting the 5 EMA. As long as we're rejecting the 5 EMA, we have to assume the trend is very strongly towards the downside on the weekly as well. If we look at the momentum on the weekly, H credit momentum is trying to flip up, but it's still strongly within the bearish control zone. So what could happen is it could flip up to this area, turn back down, and then get smacked back into the bearish control zone, which would align with Bitcoin moving up a little bit, possibly testing this 9 EMA, which is currently at around 59,400. I don't think it's going to get to there, to be honest, personally, as long as we're rejecting the 5. And because we rejected the 5 twice already, and we're still rejecting it, the second tap should have been a little bit weaker. We should have broken above it. But since we're not, it tells you that bears are still very strongly in control. And as long as we're rejecting this top 61.8, we're very likely to come down to this 78.6 and then this 100 EMA. With 78.6 right now is at $50,000. So it makes a lot of sense to get a little bit of a bounce here, because 50,000 is an important psychological level. Probably we get a bounce here, retest this 55, which is currently at right around 52.8 to 53K. Reject that, and then I would look for the 100, the test of the 100 after that. 100 right now is at $45,964. And if we go towards the jewel on the weekly, the jewel is flipping down, and we're getting a second close confirming this dark blue sell signal. Not only that, first we rejected the bullish critical zone, then we rejected the bullish control zone, and now we're rejecting the middle zone. So our next logical target is the bearish control zone right here. So if the jewel were to break into the bearish control zone on the weekly, we're getting a very significant shift on price action as well, which would coincide with us going down to test this 100 EMA sitting at $45,964, or right around $46,000. We're probably going to get a bounce there, but the reason why I don't think that bounce is going to sustain, I think we're going to go a little bit lower, is based off this second chart right here, this momentum chart, where we have volatility and momentum setup, giving you a setup. Let me go to the index. And this comes from the 5-day. So based off the 5-day setup, we have a setup on the 5-day where whenever volatility drops below 15%, and this time it dropped a lot below 15%. It went to 0, and it stayed there for 1, 2, 3 weeks of 0% volatility. So the longer you're at lower 0 volatility, the more violent your move to the upside or downside is going to be whenever volatility expands. So right now we went below it. Now we're expanding above 15%, and then we're basing off of that area as well while we continue to move up. So whenever you get this setup, whenever volatility drops below 15% and then expands, you have an 85%. This is backtested, by the way. This is backtested through the entire history of Bitcoin. That you have an 85% chance that price will move 30% in the direction of momentum. Right now, momentum is pointed down while price is below $59,140, which is that same 59,000 area we were looking at before as a possible retest if we end up getting a mean reversion bounce. But that very likely we would reject that area. And as long as we're below this, we have 85% chance that price is going to move down 30%. So if we were to take that target from where it first started expanding right up here and take 30% down from there. Right now, we're currently, we've came down about 17% on the wick low. Well, if we move down 30%, that brings us right down towards that $42,000 number we were looking at before. And then the average move is 30%, but it can also do on a maximum move around 40 to 45%. So if we were to take that, that would bring us below $40,000. I don't think this is going to happen personally yet, but this is always a possibility to keep in the back of your mind. That if we were to come down around that 40% area, 45%, that bring us down to like maybe $38,000, which lines right up with this 5-day 200 SMA. We have not tested this 200 SMA ever since we broke out in October, November. We broke above it, we retested it, and then from there we just went vertical. Ever since then, we have not tested this 200 SMA. So as crazy as it may seem, it would not be unlike Bitcoin to end up giving us the full move on this 5-day setup and coming down to retest this 200, maybe wicking below it a little bit and then closing above it. If that were to happen and we do close above it, we get a very sharp reaction and we close that candle green, I'd be more comfortable saying that this is probably the local bottom. We're very likely not just going to go straight back up from there. What we're going to have likely do is we're going to consolidate in this area, retest this consolidation zone, maybe pull back, retest the 200, and then at that point I'd be looking for the real move back up towards 60s and $70,000 area. But until then, while this setup is still firing off, I would have to say that pressure is very overwhelmingly to the downside based off of the statistical returns and the statistical data, which gives us an 85% chance the price is going to move at least 30% down from there. And 30% down brings us to around $43,000, $42,000. And which I believe is one of Alex's major meme lines, right around $42,000. So we have a whole bunch of different systems and points of confluence giving us that $42,000, $43,000 number. And that's where I think we would very likely find our next local bottom. If we don't find it there and we end up pulling the full move on the 5-day setup, then our next logical target would be the 200 SMA at right around $37,000 and $36,000. And if that were to happen, like imagine what the sentiment to the market would be. We went from 73,000 all the way to 37,000. People are going to say it's over, it's a bear market, and it's time to short this thing down to 12K. Which is, at that point, at the very least, we're going to get a mean reversion bounce and a pretty significant mean reversion bounce. We're probably going to bounce somewhere from here to like right over here, maybe up here, which is around a 20 to 30% move. That if that were to happen and we're still bearish, everyone is going to start piling onto longs, and they're going to end up coughing their positions up whenever we reject this area. And then that would give us enough juice to break below 30K. I personally don't think that's going to happen. What I think is going to happen is after we bounce from here, everybody's going to think it's a fake bounce and they're going to start shorting it. And they're going to start shorting it heavily, which would give us enough juice to break back up towards the high 50s to maybe $60,000 area. And if we break below 40 and then we end up reclaiming 60, I would consider that extremely bullish. And I'd probably say at that point, we're going to hit new all-time highs. But until we end up finding a local bottom, I would be more defensive. And I would say we have an extremely high chance of breaking towards the lower 40s, and lesser of a chance, but still a pretty good chance of breaking below 40K. But the number I'm looking at right now is between 42K and 44K on Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think we have two very important zones, like the bearish areas, and that has confluence with our meme lines and some averages, and that's alongside the $43,800, which is where the ETFs came out. And then below that, you're talking 28 to 32,000, which is the Israel conflict thing. I think I never want to say it's going to be hard to see lower prices than that, but I think the price has consolidated for so long in those areas and has been such a pivotal, important part of like the move up that probably those would be respected. That's what I would think.
I'm going to make one of those statements that ends up making people look absolutely retarded in the future.
Please.
I don't think Bitcoin is ever dropping below 20,000 ever again.
Yeah, I agree.
I would say so too. I would even imagine the 28,000 would be a hard thing to break in the future. Like that would be the new 14,000, if you will, or the whatever the fuck it was, 15,000. That's what makes sense in my head. But then again, I have no fucking idea. So let's see what happens. Okay. You're doing Nvidia, Alex, and then
there was one more thing I wanted to look at on Bitcoin. I completely forgot.
Do it.
Let me pull it up real quick. This also gives us more confluence with our idea for price going down to towards that $40,000 area.
Let us see.
Yeah, I think the weekly MA 100 is going to be a big spot.
Yeah,
for sure. That 5-day is so fun to play. When you play the 5-day and it works out and you get that 30% trade, it can just be like life-changing one trade boom, done. It's pretty
Oh
nice.
yeah. Hopefully one day I'll hit one. Well, I'm just gonna copy you guys with a copy trade. Not to be plugging in anything, but let's face it, it's way easier.
Yeah, it is. It is for sure. And with that's why I want to get the momentum pivots, because you get a 2-day setup, a daily setup, a 5-day, and a weekly setup.
And you hit it.
All of them are just great, amazing.
Yeah.
I want to look at the Bitcoin production cost. This shows you the amount of energy it costs to produce one Bitcoin and what the basement cost price is. Pull it up.
And this is a free indicator?
Yes, this is, you just search up Bitcoin production cost and you can see it on there. That's it.
So total is the bottom one, the 32,000 one?
No, this is my meme lines. I'm not seeing it. Let me remove my other indicators. Maybe it'll show up then.
Just one of the 500. Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah.
TradingView isn't ready for you, my friend.
There you
This
go.
one's disabled. Okay, now we have the production cost. So was it the monthly? Yeah, so it's on the monthly. You look at the monthly on the Bitcoin production cost. Each one of these red lines marks the lowest cost to make one Bitcoin. On every single one of our significant dumps, every single dump we've ever had, we ended up finding a bottom right here at the bottom of the Bitcoin production cost. Right here in December of 2028, we found a bottom there. COVID, March of 2020, as huge as the drop was, the wick low was the bottom of this Bitcoin production cost. We ended up going a little bit below it on the FTX dump, but you could consider that a black swan event. And then we quickly ended up reclaiming it, and we bounced back off of it, and we ended up going vertical to the upside. Now we have not retested that area, and that area right now is sitting at $44,777. So if we do come down to that,
I'm sorry, hang on.
No,
Isn't he doing the opposite of what he did in the Black Swan for FTX at the top?
yeah, where it went so significantly above it, like vertical.
Okay. Sorry.
And then we ended up finding a top exactly where we do at the high of the production cost. Like in April of 2021, we found it there. In November, we found our closing highs there. We wicked above it, but we found our closing highs there. Like just like here, we went below it a little bit, then we ended up reclaiming it. Over here in 73K, we ended up finding our highs at that top production cost. We still have yet to retest the bottom. Whenever we retest this top, like we did here, we test the bottom, test the top, we test the bottom. Most of the time, we test the bottom. Right now, that bottom is sitting at 44,777. So if it does wick a little bit below and it goes to 42K, that would still be aligned with this Bitcoin production cost. And that's what's telling me that's very likely we're going to find our next local bottom somewhere between $42,000 and $44,000. And that would be the next major opportunity zone, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the beautiful part about that chart too, I think, Farn, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is we won't break that low. I mean, Bitcoin's never broken that low once it forms.
Yeah, on a close.
Ever. So, which is telling us, yeah, that 40K range is very important. And if we do break it on a monthly closure, that would be that'd be the first time in history, I think.
And it would be nuts too, because then all ETF buyers and all ETF issuers would be underwater, under position, which is why we all like to think that that's going to be impossible to happen, right?
Yeah.
People like to think of these ETF buyers as like very sophisticated actors, but they're just degenerate gamblers, just like us. Once they see their money going down, they're going to sell. They're going to panic sell.
They're buyers until they're sellers. No one talks about that.
100%. I'll share the Bitcoin chart, and then we're doing Nvidia afterwards. And then for you, Alex, we'll do Banorte, Banorte.
Cool.
Vale, estamos viendo la tabla del Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Y algo que podemos ver sobre todo con los indicadores de Farhan es bastante sencillo. Podemos ver que tenemos el EMA 9, los 57,275. Esa justamente es la parte media del canal cuando estamos viendo la tabla mensual. No queremos perder eso, pero probablemente vaya a pasar. Si pierdes los 57,200 en la semanal, en la mensual, que todavía le quedan 19, 17 horas, muy probablemente vayamos a tener un dump Peru bastante para abajo. podemos ver que estamos creando altos más bajos y bajos más bajos simplemente en esta estructura. Cuando nos vamos al gráfico semanal, podemos ver también que tuvimos un cruce del 9 abajo del 21, lo que nos indica debilidad y podemos ver el dumper root que nos causó. Personalmente, yo puse este canalillo hace no sé cuánto tiempo lo tengo y puedes ver que lo está respetando bastante bien. Estos parecen fake breakouts a la alza, pero digo, algo completamente sin más ni más. Voy a borrar eso, nadie lo tiene que ver, es para el tío Salvo y sus pendejadas. También otra cosa, venimos a retestear los 59,491 en la semanal. Vimos que nos rechazó y bajamos. Ahora estamos intentando romper a la alza, pero seguimos en los 57,705. Cuando volteamos a ver la tabla, los indicadores como el HPDR y también todo lo que es momentum, volatilidad, nos están diciendo que este no va a ser un movimiento correctivo, que viene también una expansión de volatilidad muy pronto porque se puso en cero por mucho tiempo y eso va a hacer que Bitcoin tenga un movimiento bastante agresivo. En este momento, ese movimiento por estar abajo del simple promedio del 9 y del 21 debe de ser a la baja. Y normalmente cuando tenemos este tipo de movimientos, esperamos ver probablemente algo que tenga confluencia con nuestro promedio. Voy a quitar el 55 del 100. Nuestro promedio del 100, como pueden ver, está por acá. Y eso es donde nosotros creemos, sobre todo con con el último indicador que sacó Farhan, que es exactamente el precio neto de cuánto cuesta minar un Bitcoin. Normalmente nunca podemos romper hacia la alza ni tampoco hacia la baja el precio de lo mismo. Y en este momento está por ahí de los $45,000 también, 46,000. Eso quiere decir que muy probablemente si venga el precio a esta zona o mínimo nos da una alta probabilidad de ver eso. Cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, acá es donde puedes ver bastante la esperanza de todos los alcistas, ¿no? Estamos encima del 9, vamos a ir justamente al 21, que es aquí donde también se junta con esta línea que viene para abajo que dibujé. Y esto nos da confluencia a pensar de que vaya a haber un rechazo y este probablemente te dé una buena zona para personalmente abrir un short y poner simplemente tu stop loss en los 58,500. Es lo que yo voy a hacer, que ustedes hagan lo que se les hinchen las bolas, pero esto se ve bajista bastante, si me preguntan a mí, tíos. Y si prendo el 55, podemos ver que tuvimos el cruce plateado por aquí abajo y seguimos a la baja. Simplemente, pues, sigues con la tendencia, ni para qué cambiarle, ni para qué agregarle, ¿no? Es justamente lo que habíamos platicado en la mañana. Esto tiene cara y sobre todo cuando ves la dominancia de Tether, cuando estás viendo al dólar volviéndose un poco más fuerte, tiene cara que va a seguir el movimiento para abajo. Lo que sí es, habrá un escenario donde simplemente por donde está el promedio semanal de la 9, que está en 59,488, puede que tengamos un zampompazo a esa zona y un rechazo para abajo. Eso es lo que estamos viendo nosotros, pero por ahora no creemos que será difícil perder los $43,000 en Bitcoin y que el precio probablemente vaya a encontrar por acá un tipo de suelo, pero tenemos que ir paso a paso, día a día, semana a semana para poder darnos una mejor idea de esto. Pero por ahora nuestros indicadores nos están diciendo, o bueno, los de Farhan nos están diciendo que esto va a llevar fuerza para la baja y está esperando un movimiento brusco. No sabemos para dónde, pero todo el momentum indica para la baja, así que probablemente la volatilidad lo vaya a validar y vaya a perseguir eso. Pero, de nuevo, nadie sabe qué va a pasar mañana, como diría el gran Bad Bunny. Así que, vale, ahí tienen Bitcoin rápidamente y vamos a NVDA with Alex. Let's see. Here we go. All right, everybody, here we go.
All right, so this messy chart here, I just have my notes from our town hall. This is interesting though. So let's go back here when we were talking about it last stream. And it was looking good. We basically right here, this was a massive trap. And this is why I was mentioning pretty heavily, yes, things are great. Nice, silver cross, reclaim this diagonal, meme diagonal, was holding the 9. The issue was right here, if you guys remember, there was earnings right here, and this kind of made it murky. because with earnings, you never know. And I don't believe the chart and the news with earnings. With everything else, yes, but not with earnings. It's more a coin flip. And I again don't even look at the earnings now, so I know I'm just assuming they came in bad, because as soon as earnings came out, next day we essentially just mega deviated, and once we deviated back into this diagonal, which would have been my first sign of this isn't looking good, and then we basically rallied up to it and rejected it. That's where we lost all the moving averages, and then we rejected the 9, and then fully lost support. And so right now, what I'm looking at currently on Nvidia is 2 scenarios. Either one was we either come up to here and reject now, that'd be ultimate weakness, and also rejecting the EMA 100 on the daily, or another scenario was potentially a rally back up here to this 116, 118 zone. There I'm going to look, because the trend is still down. I'm going to look as an opportunity to potentially short here, because I know where I'm wrong. And we also have nice confluence with the daily EMA 34 right there as well. The weekly on Nvidia, now let me clean this up since I've talked about that. Nvidia is kind of that thing in markets where, a lot of markets are going to follow this. Why I like this 117 zone is because we also have this weekly EMA 9 right here. Every time we've basically deviated from it, we've always reclaimed it. So if we start rejecting that pretty aggressively, and then I use lower time frames as confluence, to me, then this will look as a zone where all we're doing is putting in a bearish retest of a major support range we were in. We lost it, we're bouncing, and so ideally we want this zone to get rejected. If we start reclaiming this, and then we also have reclaimed the 9 on the weekly, good chance then we have enough momentum to potentially break out, but we still can't disregard this diagonal, which has been working so far. This was a trap in my opinion, especially on the daily, but with earnings, it's a coin toss. So that's kind of what I'm viewing Nvidia as right now. We do have the 9 resistance coming up. We did base off the 34, and it's not a good sign in my opinion when you break down so hard. You test the 34 for the first time. It makes sense we had a reaction here, so it's making sense we did get a reaction as well right here. My question is it sustainable? Is this going to be a bearish retest? And that's where I got the scenario where we probably come up and then we roll over, because that's just what the chart is saying to me right now until proven otherwise. And the nice part about this chart is we know exactly where we're wrong. Out of curiosity, let me check the what's it called, the monthly. And the monthly also makes sense where we bounced. Reaction off the monthly 9. This has 19 days though, and Nvidia is extremely volatile. So for now, there's still a long time to go, especially in trading. So we'll see where this develops. For now, not really much has changed. It looks like a okay candle, but it's just not confirmed. But it makes sense we'd bounce right here for sure, especially with the monthly 9 right there. If we throw on the 5, we are now back above it. So we'll see kind of where this goes. In my opinion, it'd probably be wise to watch the monthly 5, EMA 5 on the monthly, just because of simply where prices respected it. Maybe we hold the 9 but lose the 5. Yeah, that'd then be a concerning factor, and we'd have to look at this as more an EMA range with more downside pressure breaking the 9 eventually. So something to consider here, especially if you do trade Bitcoin or other risk on assets, because Nvidia's market cap, I think Farhan mentioned, didn't you say it's bigger than the whole Chinese stock market combined?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. I guess I just assumed the Chinese stock market was massive, so it's just crazy. And
on earnings, Nvidia dropped enough to literally just erase the entire market cap of Ethereum, just like on earnings. So if whole Ethereum would have gone to fucking shit. On the daily is interesting too.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. And so this moves markets, and so it's at a precarious spot right now. We want to make sure and see what it's going to do instead of front running it, and that's why I think it's wise to just watch the levels we're approaching, which is resistance. We see a cluster here. Makes sense. Maybe wake up once basically 117, 116, we see the 9 now heavily down below the 21. I think you said a silver cross. Let me see.
Yeah.
Freshly as well. So it makes sense to reject here. And that has confluence of maybe a wick up. That's fine. I'll be wanting to take the extremity short potentially here because I'll know exactly where I'm wrong. Overall, though, what's going to happen is bulls are going to be calling this a higher low. They're front running this breakout. We need to break this high, in my opinion. Breaking this high then would mean we're breaking out from the diagonal again. Bulls, that's what they're going to be saying, though, that this is a higher low. The monthly 9 is bouncing. And I agree with them as 100%, but that's why we're going to be watching the EMA 5 on the monthly. And also we're going to see where this weekly closes, because if we reject off this 9 instead of reclaiming it with strength like we've always done, not the best of sign. That has implications 100%, because right now what we're seeing is a ton of resistant confluence right in the zone on many time frames, which are higher time frames as well. Makes sense we bounced. Let's see if it's sustainable, and if it's not, then this could be a short opportunity to also bearish retest. And if we do start rejecting here, we'd then assume, right, that this weekly is technically in a downtrend. This is the lower high. These lows won't hold, and I'll be looking personally at this $81 to $82 region.
Same. Perfecto. And then the next one will be Banorte. And I think we can call it a day after that. Let me just bring this on. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Ok, tenemos aquí a Nvidia, damas y caballeros. Voy a quitarles simplemente los promedios en este momento para que lo puedan ver. Vamos a empezar en la mensual. Como siempre, empezamos en temporalidades altas. ¡Qué gran subidongo! Podemos ver que estas últimas velas han estado un poco en bajada y han encontrado esta línea de resistencia que empezó en agosto del 2023. Simplemente tuviste este fake out con una vela que te dice, güey, este es un tope. Luego te dio esta que fue una confusión. Puedes ver cómo cerró justo en medio para decirte, no sé si voy a ir para arriba o para abajo. Esta vela te hizo básicamente lo mismo y acá empezaste a ver adiós. Y aquí les tengo que decir esto. Nvidia está cotizando en $113.61. Faltan 19 días y 3 horas para que cierre el precio de la mensual. Si el precio llega a cerrar arriba de los 111, digamos 111 planos, 111 en esta vela, te está confirmando que esta fue una vela de tope y tienes camino para la baja. Pero ahora, cuando ponemos nuestros promedios, Nvidia en la mensual está encima de todos ellos. Viste que vino a rebotar en el 9, que está acá, y todo lo demás viene por acá abajo. Pero está justamente abajo del 5 en esta. Así que si nos acercamos un poco más, ponemos esto en la semanal, podemos ver que estamos abajo del promedio del 9 y estamos justamente retomando el del 21. Nada mal. Queremos ver si esto, porque vean lo que está formando en este momento. Antes de entrar a enseñarles eso, tienes este alto más bajo, este alto más bajo. Entonces, la esperanza de los alcistas es sencilla, es simplemente la reversión de eso. Este es un bajo que es más alto que este es un bajo más alto que esto, y te gustaría poder romper este alto y y poder decir, bueno, uno por uno, primero los 130, después te llevas los 136, después los 140 y de ahí te vas a Valhalla. Esa sería la idea para todas las personas que son alcistas en Nvidia. Pero lo primero que tenemos que ver, faltan 2 días y 3 horas para el cierre de esta vela verde en la que estamos justo, obviamente, en este momento. No hemos ni siquiera retesteado el 9. Tenemos que venir, ya lo retesteamos una vez y nos caímos y también perdimos el 21. Venimos por segunda vez a intentar retestearlo. ¿Ok? Si no podemos ganarle, y aquí hay un área de confluencia bastante buena, el promedio de los 9 está en el $115, ¿ok? Para que no se les olvide. Entonces, cuando les enseño el gráfico diario de Nvidia, quiero que chequen esto. ¿Qué tenemos acá? Tenemos un cruce plateado donde el amarillo se fue abajo del naranja. Déjenme ver si lo hago así, se puede ver mejor. Claro que sí, ahí está. Aquí lo pueden ver mucho mejor. Este es un cruce plateado aquí. Es un silver cross a la baja. Ahorita vienes, rompes el 9, Pero, ¿qué les había dicho? Que chequen el promedio del 9 en la semanal, que también está aquí arriba. Lo que te da confluencia junto con la resistencia del 116 y también la que viene de arriba, a decirte que esta va a ser una zona muy importante para el precio de Nvidia, donde muy probablemente vaya a encontrarse con una resistencia importante. Si puede romper esto a la alza, bien. Todo se ve muy bien, regresamos a lo mismo de siempre, Nvidia va a seguir empujando el mercado a la alza, etcétera. Pero si no puede, ya veniste a tocar el promedio de los 100. Ya habías perdido casi todo esto. Este velazo ahorita para arriba podría ser una gran trampa, sobre todo entendiendo que viene la diaria. Recuerda, la diaria es la que te está diciendo qué es lo que va a pasar más pronto. Entonces, si en la diaria tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, donde estás viendo que el 9 está en los 111, ¿qué es lo que más probablemente vaya a pasar? Un rechazo y también irte a oler los 109, donde está el promedio de los 100. Pero nosotros creemos que si esto sigue tal cual, no creas un nuevo alto, haya oportunidad para comprar Nvidia en $82. Así que esa es la zona donde estaríamos bastante atentos a ver qué exactamente se da por ahí. Y con eso dicho, voy a pasar a la última. Who's got Banorte?
I'm trying to find the ticker though. I can't find it at all.
Hang on, let me see. Banorte, 1 second. I put Bar Norte, which is the bar from the north. Grupo Financiero Banorte, it would be this one. GF.
GF and Norte/O.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right, nice.
And it's this one because we already fuck with it.
I was having myself a little bit of a snack. I'm sure you know what these are. So good.
I saw, oh, dude, I love churrumais, motherfucker. Oh, that was my entire childhood. Okay, here's Banorte. Wow, what a rejection of the...
Oof, not pretty at all.
Right here,
right here on the monthly, we have a cross of the 29 below the 21, which is telling us that the first signs of this thing is entering a downtrend on the monthly. Not only that, but we've lost the 55 as well, and now we're back testing it, and we're rejecting the 55. Rejected. Last time we had a silver cross was in March of 2021. We came back in June of 2022. We held the 55 whenever the entire market was nuking, and everybody was calling for sub 3,000 on the S&P and like 2,200, 2,500 S&P. This was not able to break the 55. Now we're broken below it, and we're retesting it and rejecting it. Our next logical target after rejecting the 55 will be the 100 EMA. Right now, that 100 EMA is sitting at $122.36. If we look at our momentum indicators on monthly momentum, we're at very extreme levels. We're at like the 88% level. It's trying to flip back up. The only way that it will manage to flip back up into positive territory is it has to close over the 55, which right now is at $136.78. If it closes over that, this candle will very likely turn green with a major wick to the downside, and that would probably be our next local bottom, and we would expect to retest of this cross somewhere around $150. I don't know if it's going to break the cross, but it would have a statistical probability of at least testing the cross. But until then, we have to aim for the 100 as long as we're rejecting this 55. And at the same time, while momentum is at very extreme levels to the downside, volatility is breaking out towards the upside, and we still have a little bit of juice more to go on volatility. So if this wanted to break down here, we would have enough volatility and momentum to break down towards that $120 to $122 area. And then we look at the jewel. The jewels, not only is the jewel pointed very heavily towards the downside, but we have one of those picture perfect jewel sell signals where everything bunches up together. The pink crosses below the yellow and the dark blue crosses below the pink. This is one of the best jewel signals you can get. This type of signal is basically what the jewel is made for, when they're all bunched up together. And then you get this momentum oscillator giving you a sign, whether light blue or dark blue. Like whenever they're bunched up together and then they break to the upside, that gives you the ultimate jewel buy signal. When they're like this, it gives you the ultimate jewel sell signal. Not only that, but we have DMI also shifting down as well. DMI is the directional movement index. It's basically, it tells you, it's an indicator that uses the momentum of price to tell you which direction the strength in the market is going. So an easier way to say it is which direction the money in the market is flowing into. Like last time, let's see if I can find one of these jewel signals. We have one right here, where they're all very close to being bunched together and then ended up flipping down. It was not quite as nice as this one. This one's even nicer. But let's draw a vertical line and see what happened with price action at that point. Yeah, price went up from around this point down before we did make a little bit of a higher high, so that would have been a trap, but it did ended up breaking down if you would have trusted the system. It broke down another. First, it broke down 30%, bounced a little bit, and then it ended up breaking down 50%. And with a stock like this, I'm assuming there's not much liquidity. There's only 2.13 million in volume a day. There's 6.989 million in 30 days. So it makes it easy for something with this low liquidity to manipulate it, where it went up above the previous highs and immediately rejected. So you would have to trust the same jewel signal that you got before, although this signal is much stronger than the one we got before. And this is on a monthly chart. Keep in mind, monthly chart. On the quarterly, we ended up losing the blue 38.2 zone. Last time we lost that was right over here in October of 2018. We lost it, we retested it, and then we mega dumped. We dumped from that when we closed below it, another 39.5% basically. Now we're getting that same thing. We're getting a retest and rejection like we did last time. We're getting a little bit of a bounce off the 21 like we did last time as well. It's looking picture perfect like last time. And last time we went down to the 55 EMA. We actually went a lot below the 55 EMA. So this same setup plays out. We have to target at least the 55 EMA, which right now is sitting at $103, which is right around that $100 psychological level. So you're probably going to get a bounce there. I don't know if it will go all the way up to the 21, very unlikely, but it's possible it could go up to the 21. What's more likely is that it comes right around here towards this $112 to $115 area, rejects there, and then we end up going down towards the 95% zone, which right now is at $78, which also lines up with this previous support area right here, where we end up coming down and then basing off this area and then blasting off. So it makes a lot of sense for that area to be very significant zone, somewhere between $78 and $80. And on the 3-month, our momentum is pointed freshly within the bearish control zone, breaking down, and our volatility is starting to break out. And it's breaking into positive territory, nearing the bullish control zone at like the 60% area. And we're basing off of the moving average. So that tells you that we have a lot of room left to go on volatility. So this thing could dump really hard based on where volatility is at right now. We still have another 40% to go on volatility before it's topped out. 40% of volatility, in my opinion, easily gets us down to that $100 area where we can get our next bounce, consolidation while volatility resets, and we get our ultimate bounce down below somewhere around that $80 to $78 area. Our quarterly jewel right now is it tried to reclaim this pink fast-moving oscillator, but after it closed below it, it held it as resistance right at the bearish critical zone. Now it's flipping back over into a white neutral signal. It's about to flip to a dark blue cell. As long as it's curved down like this, it's going to flip to a dark blue cell. And at that point, it's going to get kicked out of the bullish control zone as well. So once it stays within the bullish control zone, then it gets kicked out, you have to target this middle zone right here, which we've already bounced off before. As you notice, we made a high, we made a low, made a higher low. Trend still applies in the jewel. So very likely next time around, we're going to make a lower low on this low right here, and we're going to break into the bearish control zone. Last time we bounced right off the bearish control zone. So this time we have enough fuel after making a lower high to make it solidly within the bearish control zone. And on the quarterly, if we were to break into the bearish control zone in the jewel, it's literally never happened. We don't have enough data on this asset to see the last time it's ever happened on the quarterly. At the very least, it's going to bring us down towards that $77, $78 number, which is right around here at this previous basing support area and breakout. But probably based off, since we've never broken into the bearish control zone in the jewel and we're still so high up on it, I don't know if that area holds, and I feel like it will break, and I feel like we'll sweep these previous lows and probably come somewhere down over here right around $55. I don't want to scare anybody right now because this is a quarterly chart, but this is not going to happen anytime soon. It's not going to happen even in the next 2 or 3 months. If this plays out, it's probably going to play out over the next year and a half. And at that same time, these levels are going to rise a little bit. So maybe it's not at $55. Maybe it's up here somewhere around $60, $61. But that's still more than a 50% dump from where we are right now. So on this thing, I'd be more cautious, and I'd say that the pressure is towards the downside. And the way to invalidate that, and say pressure is back onto the upside, is we have to close above this. I'm sorry.
Nothing. You just broke up for a second, but now you're here.
My bad. To put pressure back up to the upside, I want to see a weekly close over this previous high, which is currently at $167. If we get a weekly close over that area, then I would have to target these previous highs over here at $190. And I think it would break higher because of how many stop losses are right around these big highs. I think it's very likely going to break up from here towards this area right here, which is around $200, which is another very important psychological level. In that area, I would say if this bullish scenario does happen, that this area is a very, very nice area for rejection, because we swept these previous highs. We took a lot of stop losses here, and that also because we're at the 99% zone. So you only have a 1% chance of continuation from here. So it makes a lot of sense to make our next local high over here, pull down a little bit, and consolidate somewhere around this 95 to 99% area, right around these previous highs, while our volatility and momentum indicators reset. And then I would say that we're probably ready for our next blast up towards like 230s. But until we break above this previous high right here, I would say pressure is to the downside, and we have to be more cautious. And we have to be more in a defensive posture. Also, as you see, these last major lows, we like to hold this 200. We bounced off the 200. We tried to bounce off it again. We closed it. We bounced above it, deviated. Now we're rejecting it very sharply. So this 200 is going to be very significant resistance. So it makes it very, very unlikely that we're going to break back up above these highs and revert this downtrend.
Now you have a lot of confluence there, because you also have kind of like where you have that on your weekly with the 200 SMA. That's exactly kinda or very close to where the 55 is on the monthly, which is where it's getting rejected, right?
Yeah.
So
right around that same level.
do you know what you're looking at? What type of thing you're looking at? What company?
Is it? I think it's a bank.
It's a Mexican bank. So this would go in line with the fact that Mexico is about to get destroyed by their new laws and the new president with the peso and all that stuff too.
Yeah, it makes sense, but especially with the peso going up so much with the dollar, that these banks are going to have a very difficult time.
Yep.
It's going to be the same thing like the regional banks in the U.S. shutting down and being bought out by our father, Jamie Dimon.
That's right. But in Mexico, there's no way you can print money like in the US, because you devaluate the coin, which would, oh my God. Wow. That is pretty cool. That charts tell you all these things. Yeah. There's a high chance that they're going to get absolutely fucked. And what we're seeing with the peso, it hasn't even started.
Every single time frame you look at, it just looks so bad.
Yeah.
We're rejecting the 200. Now the 5 EMA is below the 200. So my fastest moving average is now below my slowest moving average. That's one of the worst things that you can see. And not only that, but we're rejecting the 5. On the 3-day, same thing. We're rejecting the 5 again and rejecting the 9. And more importantly, we're rejecting the 5. We're rejecting the blue 38.2 zone. 2-day, we're rejecting the 5 again, and we're about to break below the 38.2, which is the breakdown zone for me. If we were to close below 38.2, we would most likely go somewhere around the 61.8, which is right around this wick low over here, which is at about $130.60. Very likely, since we've tested this area so many times, it breaks through there and it goes to the 78.6, which right now is at $127. Our momentum indicators right now is trying to flip back up, but it's still within the negative territory, while volatility is pointed down. So that tells you whatever bounce we get is going to be a lower high, and then we're very likely going to end up dumping from there. And possibly we've already played out this bounce, because we had a test here of the 21, and now we're rejecting it sharply. So on this next 2-day open, we have 1 day and 3 hours to go. Very high chance this momentum is going to start flipping back down again, while volatility starts to flip up. Because volatility is at support, while momentum is at resistance. So when they're both at opposites and towards this way, what's very likely going to happen is the inverse, where momentum flips down and volatility flips up. Then you would have enough juice to break down towards that lower $120 area. Then we look at the jewel on the 2-day. The jewel is also flipping back down again from a light blue cyan buy. First, it flipped to a neutral. Now we're in a dark blue sell. So we're about to break within the bearish control zone. We're at 40. As soon as we break below this line right here at the 38, we're within the bearish control zone. And we've gotten rejected from getting into the middle zone before we got rejected from getting into the bullish control zone. That's a steady downtrend on the jewel as well. So multiple different setups, no matter which way you look at it. You look at the Joule, you look at the HPDR, you look at the HPDR momentum, it's telling you the same thing. The momentum is pointed down, volatility is pointed up, and the Joule is giving you a dark blue sell on a downtrend. So no matter which way you look at this, I can't find any hopium at all, and it's looking to me like the trend is going to continue, and this thing is probably going to break down. And it's also not a stock that I would like to touch, mainly because the liquidity is so low. So it's so easy to manipulate this and just deviate it above your previous resistances and then smack it right back down, like we saw before, where it deviated above the previous highs and then went down 60% from there. So it's a very, very predatory stock, much like shit coins.
Basically, well fucking done, sir. I'm going to translate this, but basically, is there anything else you guys want to say? You can jump off as soon as I'm done here, and I'll just do this one and close it.
Cool. No, good stream. Very smooth.
Awesome. I'll do the plug as soon as I'm done, but you guys are free to go. Thank you so much for your time. That was fun. Good to see you again. Good to be back on this side.
Yeah, no, literally.
And for the website, I know it's going to be launching soon, so hope to see you where you guys are in Mexico to do that, because that'll be fun.
Sir. That's
very exciting.
I just can't drink anymore. I'm dying, as you can tell by my face. But all righty, boys.
You gotta have a couple of shots of Aileron, though.
As long as you don't pay for it.
That's haram.
Exactly. No, don't worry about it. I got it. I got you. All righty. Thank you so much, guys.
Yep. See you later, man.
Have a good one. Bye. Vale, pues vamos a ponerles por acá bastante sencillo todo esto. Estamos viendo Banorte. Esto es algo que me está preocupando bastante. Les voy a enseñar el gráfico sin esto, ¿no? Lo habíamos analizado antes. Podemos ver, este es un gráfico mensual. Si queremos meternos bien a detalle, podemos ver lo bien que estuvo este canal establecido. No sé hace cuánto hayamos hecho esto, no me imagino que lo hayamos hecho tan acá, pero lo que sí podemos darnos cuenta es que esta definitivamente fue una vela de tope y pueden ver por qué. Un cuerpo bastante largo, me voy a acercar más para que la puedan ver mejor, un cuerpo bastante largo, cierra en la parte del 25, o sea, divide esta vela en 25, 25, 25 y 25% en 4 cuartos, es más chico que un cuarto y aparte cerró en la parte baja de ese cuarto, lo que te dice que esta fue una vela de tope. Ahora, chido, vela de tope, te dio confirmación instantáneamente esta, no el primer mes, el segundo mes, y de ahí empezó la caída. Desde el tope acá, estás viendo una caída de casi 30% en la acción de un banco. Y recuerda, este es un banco mexicano, que esto va un poco relacionado con lo del peso. Volteas a ver por acá y ¿qué es lo primero que notamos, no? Voy a acercarme para que lo puedan ver bien. Tenemos esto, que es el 9, el promedio del 9, que es el azul, cayendo por abajo del 21, que es el amarillo. Esto nos indica debilidad, pero lo más cabrón de todo es que el 55 está siendo rechazado. Y de nuevo, este es un gráfico mensual, por lo que esto probablemente vaya a pasar a través de todo este año. ¿Ok? Y en este gráfico podemos darnos cuenta de algo. Cuando todo el mundo se dio cuenta en el 2022 que era el fin del mundo y que esto no iba a subir jamás, no perdió el precio el 55. Esta vez no solo lo perdiste, lo estás retesteando y te rechazó, perro. Y ahora vas para abajo, que también se encuentra abajo en la media del canal. Esto es un rechazo muy importante. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando te echas para atrás y te preguntas cuándo fue que perdimos estos niveles, estás literalmente hablando de caídas gigantes. La última vez que vimos, por ejemplo, el 21 y el 9 perder esto, estás hablando de una caída de 50%. O sea, esto te pone un 50% de donde se cruzaron por acá, te pone por acá de los 70, ¿no? Ahora, no creemos que vaya a caer tanto. Eso es en la mensual. Quiero que vean la semanal. La semanal ya tienes un cruce plateado a la baja acá. ¿Y cuál fue el último cruce plateado a la baja que se dio? Fue este chiquito, pero este fue como perdón. Este fue literalmente después de este que te había dado ese 22% a la baja, pero el de antes de eso fue COVID, ¿no? Sí, fue COVID. O sea, estas cosas no, porque se mueven muy lento, Estás hablando de otro 50%, efectivamente. Cuando lo volteas a ver en la diaria, aquí es donde te das cuenta de lo perdido que está esto, porque tienes tus... déjame saco el 200. ¿Dónde tengo el 200? Ve dónde está el promedio del 200 y el promedio del 9. O sea, está literalmente encima de todos estos. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que se trepó encima de todos los promedios? Acá. Y pueden ver la caída monumental que se dio el precio. Para no hacerles el cuento largo, creemos que esto va mínimo a los $100 por acción y de ahí podría tomar, discúlpenme un segundo, y de ahí podría literalmente venir a visitar, porque aquí pueden ver que tenemos confluencia con el 200 en la mensual, a darse una vuelta por acá en los 90, que es la parte baja del canal. Obviamente el tiempo va a pasar, el precio va a continuar su movimiento y lo vamos a poner por acá, espérenme, para que lo puedan ver bien. Pero esto no pinta bien. Nada, nada, nada bien. Y sobre todo cuando consideras, son bancos mexicanos, van a tener problemas con el peso subiendo como está subiendo. No puedes imprimir una cantidad de dinero ridícula. No puedes imprimir una cantidad de dinero ridícula para salirte de este aprieto, pero sí puedes imprimir lo suficiente para devaluar tu moneda en contra del dólar importantemente, lo que instantáneamente, y ahí tal vez estamos conectando algo que todavía no se conecta, que nos podría decir el peso todavía no ha visto su movimiento fuerte todavía a la alza, que va de acuerdo a lo que les estoy diciendo, que el peso no nos dijo ahorita lo de las elecciones y lo que está pasando con lo de la Constitución y todo eso en México. Lo que nos dio ese movimiento originalmente, en mi opinión, fue simplemente saber que la Reserva Federal iba a cambiar política monetaria, cambiar todos esos activos que vinieron de dólares a pesos, pesos a dólares para hacerte otra vez ese trade. Y esto es extra. No pinta nada bien. Es simplemente eso. Pero hay buenas noticias dentro de todo esto. Y las buenas noticias es que si quieren aprender, ¿no? Si quieren darse una vuelta en el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, les estoy dejando eso por aquí abajo para que ahí lo tengan. Es completamente gratis. Dense la vuelta, creo que vale la pena. Van a disfrutarlo bastante, van a aprender con todos los miembros de la comunidad. Van a aprender a hacer bastantes cosas con los miembros de la comunidad. Vénganse al chat, sobre todo vénganse a dar una vuelta aquí a General, donde todo el mundo está platicando. Excelentes pláticas, todo el mundo siempre apoyando. Honestamente, no quería abrir un Discord, no quería ser parte de nada de esto porque la última vez, digamos que fue algo tóxico de madre. Esto ha sido muy divertido, ver a todos ustedes aprender, tradear junto con nosotros. Aquí pueden ver los análisis de Alex. Se llevó aquí un 22% de lo que estábamos armando esto. Pueden ver a Farhan también acá sus análisis. Compartan con nosotros cómo les ha ido el día de hoy con sus tarjetas de P&L. Aquí hay noticias por si tienen preguntas. Vengan a saludar como todo el mundo, etcétera. Aquí estamos, señores. Me voy. Vaya, 4 horas y media después de un rato de no haberlo hecho. No me falló tanto la cabeza. Eso es porque no usé tanto mi teléfono en las vacaciones, aunque sí tomé fotos esta vez. Les mando un abrazo y yo creo que los veo en un rato, ¿no? Para poder venir a platicar acá de todas las estupideces que están pasando en el mundo. Los quiero, perros. Gracias a todos. Pórtense bien, diviértanse y nos vemos pronto.